Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, we're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4. I am JRT, joined by Exner. Cole, how you doing today?
Doing fantastic. We just keep getting better and better as the weekend goes on, and I guess so do the teams so far. Looking forward to seeing how things close out here in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, we're going to check out the bracket in just a little bit to talk to you guys about what happened yesterday and leading into today's actions. Today, of course, we're going to have 2 semifinals for you. First one coming up is going to be Timberman up against NRG. Then we'll have Noun's Boss. And finally, we'll have the winners of both of those in the grand final. So yeah, there's the bracket. So let's talk about yesterday. The highlight for me was probably Boss just playing really well up against Steel Squad there. And for me, honestly, I actually liked the way Steel Squad played, Cole. I think you did too. It felt like they were more composed in that previous Vibes roster. And then my other highlight is the fact that Timberland were able to beat the Party Astronauts, because I didn't think they'd be able to do it, bringing back the old roster that it felt like wasn't really going to exist moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, and the way that they did it as well, it made, again, Party Astronauts and some of the changes. It seemed like, from what I understand, they still described Viz as a stand-in. But, you know, all accounts there for PA looked like they were playing very good up until that overtime. We had so many big moments for Timmerman. It just looked like they kept their composure really well, which sometimes I think that team kind of struggles to as games get late. And they did an incredible job yesterday of keeping calm and winning those like very difficult clutches when moments got frustrating in the early rounds. So that's always a really positive sign to see from Timmerman, given their situation and what they've been going through roster wise. But I mean, a lot of these teams here have been going through big shifts in the rosters, and their opponent out of the gates, and NRG is one of those teams here. They've been revamping, they've been revitalizing, and I think they definitely made an exciting move.
They did. I mean, they played up against Revenge Nation yesterday, and actually was a lot closer than I expected, right? Revenge Nation being more of an advanced roster, and no, they kept it close. I think it was 2 13-11s that were required from NRG in order to find victory. And I mean, maybe some of that is George, you know, being slotted into the roster and trying to find his place, but he was actually, I think he was the top frag, wasn't he? Like with 39 frags, tied with another player. I can't remember the name right now, but you know, still, everything was working well for NRG. It's just it was close against Revenge Nation, so it might raise some concerns still for the roster.
I mean, you're looking at a informed Timberman versus an NRG that did come close. I think you'll have a little bit of time to iron out those issues, talk about how that game was as close as it was. And, you know, as much as Revenge Nation is maybe a roster that you would think NRG could comfortably beat, I feel like they're also a team that has been playing well, so it'll be good to see what NRG can do against, again, more of the upper echelon team here, and a roster like Timberman, who is already, I think, so proven, so much more than say Revenge Nation. This is going to be one of their bigger tests out of the gates.
Yeah.
And getting George comfortable.
Absolutely, no question. And of course, going to face off against one of his former teammates in Carson. So that'll be interesting to see. They're in the same house, by the way, guys. They're still in the same house, which is interesting. No screen peeking, right? You can't go
No
and look at
screen
the other
peeking.
guy's screen. You got to stop that. But let's check out the PrizePicks analyst segment, guys, to talk about these specific players that'll be competing here. And let's kick it off with NRG. And obviously, the one change to get George on the roster is that Automatic is no longer here. I personally felt like Automatic wasn't playing that badly. I know he had a couple of BO3's key ones, I would say, that he struggled in, and perhaps that was the reason why they said, okay, George is available. He wants to join us. This is the time to pull the trigger. But I mean, I guess you kind of have to, because as we talked about yesterday, George is playing extremely well. And for me, he's one of the players that is being highlighted on screen, and as he should be, because you got to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, I mean, role-wise, I think that's what the big kicker is. It's what makes Automatic's removal make a little bit more sense for NRG. Maybe not necessarily like the worst of performances on a consistent basis, right? But he definitely was given a lot of resources, a lot of trust, and playing very important positions for this NRG team that now George gets to slide into. And when you look at what George can do with his mechanics, what he brings to the table, I think you're going to see a little bit more activity, a little bit more of a modern approach to a lot of how these positions play out. And I think that's a big deal that NRG needed to figure out quickly, because Automatic maybe just wasn't giving you those big numbers like he was used to on a consistent basis. He was always super good at playing those roles, trusted with the activity from this team, and sometimes those numbers weren't quite there. So I think it's an important change. I think it's pretty wise for this team to go look for a player like George, and definitely a good opportunity for him to succeed with the squad.
Yeah, and I think Hex is the other guy to highlight. He's just a pure fragger, and he's been doing that time in and time out, day in, day out, every single match that he plays. I think that yesterday he was the one who was tied with George in terms of 39 frags over the two maps, and really, he's always one to watch, in my opinion. Breeze is the other one, if I had to pick a third player. Yeah, so like those are my top three, I would say right now, Cole. And that's also saying like Nitro and OC have been incredible as well. I mean, Nitro has been fragging the way he used to, which has been a surprise, a pleasant one.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think there's been a lot of shifts up in how Nitro's been playing. He has, again, been more sacrificial as of recent, which I think is fine. I think that's something that he's going to be willing to do for his team, trusting in some of the increase in performance. Like you said, Hex consistency has been big. He's been, pumping out numbers consistently. I think gaining a lot of confidence with every game that he's been playing, and I definitely think that's a lot of faith placed in Nitro, a lot of resources given to him. So I think there's a combo deal of talking about how Hex has been consistently, steadily improving with Nitro's calling in this roster.
Absolutely. All right, let's check out what's happening over on the Timbermen side. And yeah, I think we're going to have everyone today. We will. That's fantastic, because we got to talk about two players. One, Dia, who was insane yesterday on Mirage against the Party Astronauts. I think it was 34 frags, something along those lines, that he finished with in that map. And most of his work was done in regulation. Then the other one, Shane, came out and absolutely popped off for 3 consecutive rounds at a critical juncture in overtime. The 1v4 clutch was the highlight for us, Cole. I mean, if these two guys do the same thing today, it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be exciting, man. I really like to watch how, Dia set them up all the way into overtime, was still giving you some numbers with that AWP. But when you talk about Mirage and the activity that Dia was getting away with, he was fearless when they were up against the wall, when they were, down 3 rounds and the map points were being faced up against the series points. In fact, Dia just made the plays to win them that game. Shane in the overtime then's taking over in the clutch department. Like that 1-2 punch of a takeover, it was a complete tide turner for Timbermen. It got them across the finish line. If they didn't have those two, I don't know if the result would have been the same. And it's really interesting to see how those two are able to kind of rise off of each other. I mean, another guy here that did have some, like, I would say, I would, kind of a roller coaster of a best of 3 was Carson.
Yeah,
Started off a little bit slow. Then he has this big jump up on Nuke. And then, back down to a little bit of a slower performance on Mirage. But we highlighted that this is a guy that's coming in as of now, kind of listed as a stand-in with this team. We said it kind of makes sense that this would be a roster that he could float towards long-term. But some of the roles that he's been stepping into, I think, have been difficult to learn on the fly. And I think that's something that, over time, I think Carson can get better at. But it is an adjustment.
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask you, do you think he passes the eye test? And I think it's inconclusive right now as to if he does with this roster. And I would say the one thing that happened on Nouns that isn't necessarily going to happen on Timmerman is he was in control of what he was doing, right? Especially since he was calling. Like, he was taking the fights he wanted to take, going up to mid, going and taking those aggressive positionings and getting a lot of favorable situations for himself because he was calling around himself in a lot of cases. Whereas here, they're like, you're going to play here, go here in these parts of the map. And it's very unfamiliar territory, like he was saying. Like, Palace for him on Mirage is where he was never at Palace with Nouns. He was always playing towards connector and mid. So for him to make that shift and adjustment, it's going to take time. I honestly feel like if you look at the available players for Timmerman right now, I don't know who else you would get. Like, I don't know who else would step in to the roles Carson's willing to take on this team. So I feel like, although he's a stand-in right now, I feel like he'll probably end up being a permanent player on this team come the next season of ECL. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday, but we've seen Timmerman try their luck at bringing in some maybe lesser experienced players. Those players don't really last too long. It's an environment that if you're kind of a developing player, you don't want to jump into, right? You're going to be, ridiculed. You're going to be given the treatment there. And I feel like that does make Timmerman's options a little bit more rough. And no question, Carson is a player that they probably don't need to worry about too much. I mean, yes, we're going to talk about the adjustments in the roles and the difficulty that faces. But, speaking of difficulties here in the roles, I highlighted a lot of it on Mirage. It seemed like he was having a tough old time there, being the A-side anchor and seeing what he could do. That's a big adjustment. It's one of the harder places to play on this map, and it seemed like a lot of times he was getting caught.
Yeah, guys, we didn't get to talk about the veto here, but it will be Mirage first, as you can see. Now, this is Timmerman's pick, and next map will be Anubis, NRG's pick, and finally we'll end up on Ancient if we need to. As we're into the action here, Hexton OC gonna get the first 2 frags for their squad, then Breeze chimes in onto Dia. NRG are very, very good on Mirage. If you look at their record over the last 3 months, 8-2, and in fact, it's a losing record for Timmerman, 8-9 on the map, even though they are a very fearsome team, I would say, especially as of late, right here. And I would say even more so with the addition of Carson once he gets more comfortable in the roles he's playing on CT side. But they're starting P side this time, and Dare, nice shot onto the head of George, but it's not a killing blow, and that will cost him. Bomb gets planted at the very least, but it will be an NRG round victory, Cole.
Absolutely. I mean, to back it up there, for NRG being very comfortable on this map, we've seen over the history when we were still looking at the hex call, or rather the Walco calling on this roster. I felt like they had such good setup. Early rounds were incredible. Yep. They always were so consistent at getting opening tools. They just couldn't finish rounds, and that's where I think Nitro comes in a big way and gives them that stability in closing rounds. We've just seen them kind of take over this map compared to like Nouns and Timmerman, who maybe were better teams consistently playing this map. Now I think NRG is in that conversation in a big way.
Absolutely. I mean, their latest wins up against M80, Party Astronauts, and then Revenge Nation yesterday in that 2-0 win in their first series of the PrizePicks Enter Revival Series number 4. We're going into round number 2 here, and it is going to be a force buy, of course, by the Timmerman who got that bomb plant.
Too big of a surprise there, getting that investment in early. See what they can do with the firepower that they are able to afford. There's definitely not a lot of utility, though, obviously, with the bomb play coming on through. A good spot for George there, and again, taking those fights on his own terms. Swinging for the fences and connector. It's a great collapse coming through from NRG throughout that mid side. And a couple players rolling on up. George still sticking around despite the spam heading his way, trying to play off a cap in that smoke there. He's going to give him anything. He steps up perfectly. Time to perfection. And there is exactly the impact that George brings to the table when you talk about him just being so efficient in this position.
Yeah, I think George is a huge buff on Mirage, right? In the connector position. I agree with you. It's going to make a big difference for NRG, who did lose last time they played against Timbermen on this map, 13-5. But that was 2 months ago. That was in September. It wasn't with George. I mean, things were different. Nitro was still finding his place. So, I mean, I think that, well, what you've seen these first 2 rounds kind of gives you a great idea of what NRG are capable of. They've only lost I've only lost a player twice, and it's Hex both times just because he takes those more aggressive fights. But outside of that, everyone is perfect. And that was a force buy, as mentioned, for Timberman. So now they'll be back onto the pistols and to a full-on buy in the next round. 3 Deagles and the 2 PG-50s to work with for them. And OC is going to take some aggressive positioning up towards the top of mid. George supporting him. And actually, this is a great mid setup because you have Hexed on Cat, George at window, and then OC ducking around playing anti-flash at mid.
Something they do very well. Try to set up the hopper for some damage to get some money, but instead walk straight into the deagle. And in fact, it's going to be the rifles are the only ones collecting in a big way. That is brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, a nice shot from Shane. That's going to, again, just dampen the opportunity for an op. I mean, maybe someone else can drop it, but you could tell that was their intention, and none of that is given.
I mean, that's a spicy meatball there by Shane. Very nice shot. I mean, he's looking great, honestly, again, coming into this one. 3 frags already. The only 3 frags for the roster, and all of them looking pretty nice. But especially that one, I would say, onto OC, who didn't even have a chance to really fire off a shot. And then after that, Hex cleans up everything, and NRG cruise to a 3rd round victory. But now the rifles will come out, and we'll see if Timbermen can compete on this map in the same fashion they did yesterday up against the Party Astronauts. As we mentioned, Shane and Dia were the stars. Dia in particular with the AWP once he was able to get that out on both sides of the map.
Like this already there, George. More activity in middle. Denying any sort of underpass aggression. Timberman love to collapse through underpass. And that smoke denies him that access. There's Hex fighting forward alongside George, and you can see they're winning the mid duel consistently. Nitro does go down and some aggression towards B. They still hold on to that man advantage here in an early stage of this one. And a great start for NRG to just consistently put that pressure on this B or mid side rather.
Timberman, at least consistently getting a trade in the early rounds, or an opening frag in the early rounds, but it's not yielding the results that they're hoping for, as once again they're down a man. In a 4v3 scenario, Carson does have some mid control here. That smoke's going to help in towards connector, so now he's looking to see if anyone's going to try peeking in from window, but the end result will be that Timbermen are going to hit this B site. 39 seconds left on the clock, and Hexed is ready and waiting to receive them with open arms. He's got support from George.
There's that execution on out. Seems like they're very careful about the positioning. There's that massive crossfire on offer from Hex and George. Once again, still joining up in that effort. So OC will close it out with the AWP in a big way. And all the way through, you can see George and Hex, you know, on the mid hold, playing off each other well, and then transferring that over to the B site where they can play off each other well.
I mean, honestly, Hex has played that to perfection, really. Cat playing towards mid and getting 2 frags pretty much, I would say, every single round almost. Yeah, he's got 7 now in 4 rounds of play. Timbermen cannot find the answer there. They will need to. They're going to find any success at mid. OC waiting with the AWP at the A site. A couple of rifles being purchased up by the Timbermen here. Already 1 gone. Shane gets another beauty, and 2 in a row from Shane. Delivered at the hands of his Deagle. 4v3. They needed some kind of spark, and Shane appears ready to deliver for a 2nd day in a row.
That's an incredible double up.
Oh no!
It's equally great from OC, and Breeze will close it out. So what is taken from Shane is quickly taken right back from OC, but uses 1 bullet instead of 2.
This is just
2 incredible shots from Shane. That is brutal. His Deagle sure is rattling off, at least for a bit of confidence, but Again, it's still NRG up 5-0. That the amount of damage done is great, though. You still take that. The smile on your face. Limited resources brought into this round. You now got a Dia AWP to try and match that energy. He's off to a bit of a slow start here, but we know at any given moment that can turn up.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually surprised with the way he performed in Mirage yesterday, given that he's a good player, don't get me wrong, but we have high expectations from him with that AWP. They weren't really being met over the last with this team that was part of it, and he decided to leave. Now we don't know if he's just a stand-in or if he's actually going to come back. And, well, we'll see if he can actually perform again at the level he did yesterday. Right now, complete goose egg, doesn't have a single frag on the board. They will need him to shine. As we go out here, mid control, pretty much gained. Yeah, definitely here from the Timberman, because they have Carson coming up from underpass. And you see Energy are kind of giving out that smoke's on for connector, and maybe they're trying to bait out a peek here from the Timbermen. Either way, there is another smoke that comes through a little bit deeper, and now it's popped, and will give some visibility to Breeze, but he can't really connect his shots. Time is ticking away here, precious time, in fact, but the Timbermen are using it well. They're managing to position themselves for a hit onto A. The biggest problem is the bomb is not really positioned to do anything here on the A site because it's been dropped right outside of the T apartments.
That's a tough reaggression there from Nitro. Unrelenting Snap thinks he got away for that initial duel that start to collapse. Again, it's Hex and George controlling middle so effectively. And there is a multi from the duo. Stair tries to sneak his way in through A. They've already lost a lot of resources here now. They still have to figure out a way to flush Breeze out of position. He's hiding for so long. That's a nice adjustment, but still it is Breeze, and the back line's holding strong. There's Hex with an AWP transferring on in. Let's see, he'll close things out. Rather, that's Hex with a rifle. I thought OC connected, but I looked at the kill feed. And NRG move on up to 6. With a very strong defense, and you can just see what their bread and butter is. It's early fights towards middle to deal with the pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, the Timbermen were trying to... Actually, Timbermen got mid-control that round. It's just that they didn't have the bomb. So they had to double back and try to grab that bomb to actually go for a hit. And because of that, the smokes fade at window, and then they're able to peek around our NRG, Hex in particular, who continues to be a headache for them. OC gets the opener here. Oh, he got spotted! I think there was a tag there onto George, in fact, but OC, is that another Colat that he just got, or was that just a second frag? No, it was a Colat that OC got. Oh my goodness. Hex is going to get the headshot onto Dare. Carson, the last one standing. I don't remember last time seeing 2 Colats in 4 rounds, but there you have it.
OC's just nothing but pure efficiency right now, which is good to see. When you talk about winning the op head-to-head, I feel like OC's had a bit of struggles.
Yeah.
On this roster for quite some time. I mean, really ever since this roster was really being brought in, it's just been a tough adjustment. And I feel like we're definitely looking for a strong resurgence from him. You know, you get a roster change in, and it feels like maybe your motivation can be revitalized. Maybe you can start to believe a little bit more in the team. Not to say that he didn't have that belief in automatic, but just an adjustment here that can re-inspire this op presence. And I'm definitely seeing an inspired OC right here. At the moment, connection's just looking consistent. There's Hex spotting out still where Carson's located. Everyone's looking to crunch on in and converge. It's going to be Nitro from the top ropes to claim the kill, and NRG are still looking flawless.
Yeah, that's incredible. They're really shutting down mid and not allowing Timbermen to freewheel there, which was what they were able to do yesterday against the Party Astronauts. And there's that Colab that was off screen. Well done from OC. As we have a 7th round for NRG. Yeah, it's just that mid control is fantastic. And has Hex even... Oh yeah, okay. I thought he's playing so well, I thought he didn't even die yet. Like that's how well he's playing. But of course he's died 4 times. But NRG... They're cruising, and Timbermen are reeling. Shane, who was a spark yesterday. Let's see if he can do it again. Snap gets an opener. Okay, that's something. Breeze is gone. George, who's been very good so far, will be tested. Comes around, gets 1. The transfer for the 2nd, maybe the 3rd. No! Finally ended by Dia, but it gives OC time to position himself and fire away towards Dare. Dia also dropped by OC's op, which is very sharp indeed. And why not the 3rd as well? OC up to 12.
OC playing like an absolute beast right now. Claiming all those kills again off the back of what was a great effort from George. And look at how they combo early on. OC setting up the flashbang, George knocking down those pins, and then OC claims the last 3 kills. That is some sharp shooting.
I mean, yeah, OC involved in all 5 frags, really.
That's an ace.
Yeah.
A combo ace right there. Those flash assists go a long way. Those kills would not have been as easy.
George was trapped.
Timbermen were not seeing white.
Yeah, no, George was trapped. He was in a very tough spot and needed that flashbang just to get his way, just to find his way out of that. But because the flash is so good, he's able to get 2 frags. And what a flick from OC! Right to the head of Snav. Finally, Shane is able to do some damage. So is Dare, but this is still a very tall ask from the Timbermen. Shane's managed to get the AWP in his hands. He's really been the only player so far that's made any type of noise for Timbermen. So we'll probably have to have him alive in this situation, but now he's gone. Dare, the last one, and Dare is flashed by George, and Hex will finish. Excuse me, no. I think that was a flashbang maybe thrown by Hex, or maybe a teammate of his. He was the one who was blinded, but still got the job done. Wow, 9-0, and they're making it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it just feels like Shane's Deagle is the one doing so much heavy lifting. You can see those shots over and over again, but it's not leading to any round wins. The only bomb plant being in the pistol as well, so you can see there's a huge struggle to get map control. Your P-Anchor's got 1 death at Nitro, whose only death is a deep push apartments to try and take control.
Yeah.
So you just know things are going well whenever the action's heading over towards middle or towards A. Job's made easy for NRG.
Yeah, I think Timbermen like to go for that mid control. We talked about it yesterday. It's an area that they really like to try and exploit, but if you deny it from them, they get a little bit lost and don't really know where else to go or what else to do. So, I mean, it feels like they're banging their heads up against the wall right now because it's pretty much the same setup we've seen at least 4 or 5 times before, with Carson going underpass and 3 players pushing up mid. NRG aren't necessarily aggressing here. That smoke leaves a big gap. And there's, a connection from OC, but Dia survives. Will Nate finish him off? No, he manages to get away just in the nick of time. There's a Molotov thrown. I think Hex can still make this jump. No, they have to back off. Yeah, Nitro almost dies to the molly. So they need to retreat. This is not that bad for the Timbermen now because they have that ever so desirable mid control.
Finally able to claim it here in a big way. Nitro, loud and proud about his position in apartments with low HP. I think just trying to be an alarm bell. Ends up walking into a crosshair. This B-site defense becomes difficult now. He's left alone and blasted by Snav. 2 great shots out of that Galil. Timbermen likely on the board here at this point in time. OC,
yeah,
likely to attempt to save. And I mean, there you can see the sort of efficiency that they have when they can claim this control and they finally get a chance to work for it, and they do.
No, honestly, like, that's the difference, right? Because they get into their comfort zone when they get mid-control, and then they're able to just execute onto that B site a little more confidently, which is like one of the few times they've actually gone B, right? Because they were able to get the smokes up to Con. NRG aren't having Hex or OC popping off for frag. Oh, what? No frag. Okay, I was going to say he's going to get a freebie, but he had to earn that one after missing the first. Anyway, now they know where OC is, so they'll probably try to chase him down, but their money's actually kind of low, so they need to be careful. It's far more valuable for Timbermen to keep their guns up than it is for him to go for the chase and take OCs out of his hands. So it will be the first round on the board for Timbermen. Let's see if they can repeat that success, or if NRG just had a slight blemish in what otherwise will be a perfect path.
I mean, I will say, most part, it felt like there was a little bit more of a concession and control given towards middle. They played a bit more passive than they have been, and there's no like regaining of control in the mid round either, which could be a big difference maker. But for the most part, we'll have to see if that was just a flash in the pan. Where to next here as Dia goes for a pick, and a bit of fancy movement from George denies that access. And now it seems like a bit of a faster play on this Palace motion. They're already on balcony. They certainly are. There's a huge surprise for Breeze, but there's also an AWP here. Snap's location
what an
known
adjustment.
as well, and the quick reactions roll on through. George goes wide, though, right into the AWP, and a pixel shown from OC. It baits him into this play. Carson in connector will close out the kill, but still the rotations are quick. I think they're playing in the open. Yeah, Nitro can just step out for a quick one there. Dia didn't quite have coverage and now is left into a 1v2 here. Good in the clutching yesterday. A beast on Mirage, but now has to figure out a way to slow the round down and isolate these fights. And I think Nitro and Hex wisely refraining from any further aggression and maybe trying to unify their effort.
Yeah, they want to wait for bomb plant for sure and see if they can maybe find a peek or poke and a prod in here onto Dia and spot him out. They just did. They know that he has gotten the bomb back in his possession. So he is going to fall off and likely try to go to the B side. I think he'll be heard by Hex. No, Hex is a little bit far. So maybe if he does decide to fake, it won't be that effective because no one really heard the fake. Dia doubling back to A. Both players are here. So he's going to have to hit these shots. 21 seconds left. Hex tucked around the corner at stairs. I mean, the timing is going to be perfect here for NRG. Oh, Hex actually misses the shot, so now the bomb can be planted. Thought they had it in the bag, but not yet. Anyway, great nade, though, and Hex peeks out around the corner to get the frag. Well done from NRG. Despite allowing the bomb plant there, it will be 10-1 heading into the final round of play of this first half.
Got it. I mean, a bit dicey, but you still close it out in the end. Here's that quick reaction coming on through. George and OC able to collapse in. Yeah. Despite what was a pretty well-timed bit of Palace aggression, completely catching Breeze off guard. No expectations of that play, but incredibly quick on rotation here is the entirety of NRG, where they need to be just in time. Bomb plant will give them a bye here pretty comfortably, though, for the last round of the half. So Timmermen still have an investment. Bold play from Hex. Got that utility out, but...
Yeah, sorry, it was just a bit of a risky plant, though, right? That they made on that A side. I don't think they realized that Nitro was CT.
Yeah, I mean, B player rotates over extremely early, so that definitely was a big surprise. Double up on the HE, try swing into the op here. Snap will deal with it. They tried to dismantle that oh-so common setup. Having an opera position there towards middle. Having a rifler usually tucked in towards Valley, but nade stack gets past one, worry, and Snav's headshot gets past the other. Here's a motion up middle here, once again being somewhat successful. Nitro not going around the corner here. Dia seems like he has a read, feeling it, a shot to back it up. They'll nail the Nitro. I wonder if this turns them forward towards that B-bomb site. George will certainly look to squirt him up there, but Hex now left last man standing. His back is turned. Shane will deal the killing blow, and that'll be 2 rounds here for Timmerman to look forward to in the second half.
Yeah, it's another more passive approach, I would say, from NRG towards mid. Yes, they did have the player peeking here from OC, but outside of that, no one else was supporting him, so it's kind of a one and done. And I mean, even though Nitro manages to get the trade on the lurk there of Carson, it's just a very sharp shot from Dia, expecting Nitro to be in that position. Afterwards, Timmermen just roll along to victory in that round. It is something. 2 rounds picked up by the Timmermen. They need a lot more here going on to their CT side. And if I'm NRG and I saw the match yesterday, I'm going to try and abuse A. Like, because of the way Carson is a little less comfortable, as we saw yesterday, defending Palace. Maybe not in the pistol round, because that's an entirely different setup. But still, if they go a little further on here and Timmermen start to rack up some rounds and we get into those gun rounds, I feel like that would be a wise decision for them. Anyway, they're just going to charge out towards this B site. Nitro, oh, dead to rights. Nice shot from Shane, who gets the follow-up. Can he get a third too? Yes, he can! Shane, good for the 3-piece. Dia finds one as well, and the Timbermen are absolutely perfect on the pistol.
You continue to see Shane shine incredibly well in this map. Over and over again. He hasn't turned it off since, you know, overtime of yesterday, of last night. Continues to perform from that, you know, incredible third map performance that he brought to the table, and now is bringing that energy into this map. Even though they only got 3 rounds, you can just see that he's playing incredibly well. That B-side defense of 4K. Something that he is super familiar with is anchoring on this B side.
And lights on today for Shane, by the way.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's you know, a 3:30 game. Sun's still, even though it's gonna go down soon, unfortunately,
maybe
the sun's
it's just
still
the
out.
sun,
So, yeah. There's just no lights in there. Hex gives a little pat on the head.
Yeah,
How sweet.
Good job, Breeze. That was funny. 1:15 on the clock here. Nitro and Hext heading to underpass. This is a full save from NRG. 0 investment, all Glocks. Probably just going to walk into the meat grind. And that's exactly what happened. So, Timbermen will take the follow-up round after winning the pistol. They've got 4, but here come NRG with the AKs. And again, like I was saying, I think that the A site will be one that the Timbermen will have to be on notice for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still keeping an eye out. I feel like if you're Carson and you kind of felt uncomfortable there in that last game, there's definitely options to look at, you know, what went wrong for you. Even just like look at where other people play on this map and see how they play out. I find that helps out a lot as well. But he definitely got targeted quite a bit, and I want to see if that continues. Right now, it certainly seems like they've identified that target as an available option here and an opportunity as Carson and Breeze, they both find their access in, and it will be a quick A side play for NRG to start them off on their T side.
They just demolished Carson in that situation. I mean, Carson was getting mollied. He's trying to decide what he should do with the util, which again, you know, being uncomfortable with that position sometimes takes a little more thought, and those extra milliseconds that are there give your opponent all the opportunity to come through and punish, and especially at this level. So, NRG, very clean on their first gun round. They'll make it 11. And I think, like yesterday, for example, there were problems for Timbermen on their CT side, but they were able to overcome them enough to make it close. I think it was 6-6. It was 6-6 on both sides of the map. But here, they're down by a lot heading into this second half, so they don't really have the luxury to make those early mistakes.
But I think most importantly, you're dealing with a opportunity where your transition defense can quickly move on in towards that A side. You can have your rotates from middle come through and support and get past a lot of maybe the discomfort that Carson's feeling in this new position. They don't give them any time to really, you know, get comfortable. If you want to do that heavy mid-side play, Timberman, well, you're going to feel a lot of pressure on that A side early. I think with a smart reaction here out of the gates, as soon as you get rifles out and you maybe have a gun round that has less utility, to just, you know, test what has worked so well for PA yesterday.
Interesting timing on those nades by the Timbermen, throwing 2 of them immediately in towards his apartments, expecting a rush. But I mean, NRG is not a team that plays aggressively. I mean, they do have their moments, right? They mix it up a lot, but Nitro likes to take his time and use the clock on T side. So a little bit of damage taken from Breeze, but that's nothing to really worry about on the NRG side, who are now reinforcing A. So this is actually a good call from NRG to lean towards the B site, even though I'm not certain it's going to be their final destination. George throwing that Molotov towards Cat, making sure that Nitro knows at least one of these angles is clear, so he can focus more on ladder room. There. And now they got the beat. With all the space gained, Shane is burning alive and incendiary, but still manages to do the damage against Nitro, and there's the Molotov as well on his back, so it will eventually be him going down, but Dare is able to collect a couple of scalps. That leaves George and Osi as the last 2, and only George here. What a great adjustment from the Timbermen, Dare in particular, with the 2K, and that'll give him the round. All right, 5th picked up.
I mean, that's a great quick rotation coming through from Dare. And again, more of that value out of Shane. Look at the exposed angles that Hex now has to play, because Shane just somehow tanks so much damage in the mollies, creates so much discomfort, and I mean, a great combo there. Players that have played with each other for so long, but that is one of Shane's strengths there. Is he's just a really good anchor, super good at buying time, and Dare being able to play off the back of that very well. Wonder if that kind of lends them back towards that A side.
I would think so, but it doesn't seem like they want to yet. We'll see. George is going to underpass here. Okay. Maybe an A-lean, but they only have 1 player near the apartments or ramp, and that's Breeze. Nitro. Toss the Molotov in there. They've been given mid control. Dare is hanging out around window. Boost it up on the cement blocks. Oh, this is a really good spot, actually. Oh, my goodness. If Energy don't move quickly, they're going to get caught out. The timing's in their favor, but Dia just clotheslines Nitro with the AWP. Dare gets one onto OC. George finally connects, but, I mean, the frags aren't coming through here. They need to get it quickly. Breeze does manage to get another one, but they're still at a man disadvantage, so they have to get into this site, plant the bomb, gain some control, something to put the pressure on the Timbermen, and George does manage to get to a safe spot, having cleared out CT. And that bomb goes down, then he comes around the corner and absolutely decimates Shane with a beautiful headshot. That is a lot harder than it looks.
It's incredibly difficult. Still going to be a difficult remainder of this defense. That smoke actually might give him something to work with, though. A little late position from CT spawn, and George is still clearing. He's so diligent in these late rounds. Never taking a day off there, as Dare now has to work some overtime into this one. Needs to find that first kill. He does so. Takes down Breeze, but that still leaves one standing. A Molly on top of the bomb. George will just secure this map point. And in fact, everyone going down in this round is still going to be all smiles for NRG.
And that's why you picked up George, right? Like that type of clutch potential. Beautiful play. I mean, that was a 2v4 at one point. And then George, and yeah, it's gorgeous. Like, I mean, that's an unbelievable shot. And after that, winning the fight towards CT as well is crazy. Well done from George. And he secured his team 7 opportunities to close out map 1, which again was the Timbermen's pick. We're going to Anubis after this. And NRG far better on that map than the Timbermen are. But we'll talk about that after, as we still got some more Mirage to play, and we know the Timbermen will not give up easily here, despite the fact that their buy-up is a little bit rough. Dare with the MP9 up close, despite being blinded against one, that'll help out a lot, and Shane gets the 2K afterwards. They shut down the attempted quick push from NRG here towards B. OC may be able to get one onto Shane. No, Shane slips away, but it's actually George and OC from perfect positioning going to get a couple here. Snav manages to recover and get George, but OC, who still has the bomb on his back, he's got the information here. Wow, I mean, that's just fortuitous for NRG that George was at CAD and OC in apartments to set up a crossfire and make this, again, a much closer round than we thought it would be, given the frags that Timbermen were getting in the openings.
And surprising to see the amount of setup they have on B early as well. You know, Shane and Dare both being committed in ban is a wild position, but there's still a chance of this clutch now for OC, who's made the trek all the way through spawn in towards that A side. And a late post plant for him to look to close this map out with. A real opportunity to do so. As he's waiting patiently, instantly dismisses it.
There's no
one
way.
bullet onto the head of Carson makes it look like an op, but it's just a Khalil. And now Snav, same worry here as he finally makes noise, and it's the same result. 1 bullet, 2 bullets out of that gun right there. Quick headshots out of the Khalil. And NRG will close this in another late round post plant.
Wow, that's 2 two-man advantages in a row that the Timbermen let slip away. That's just not the way you're going to win any matches ever. Like, you can't let that happen. And actually, we saw yesterday for the Party Astronauts, right? That was the reason why they lost on Mirage. And it just, the tables are turned around the other way this time. Wow. Great work from OC. We can't take away how incredible that clutch was, the shots, the precision, and everything. I think with the AWP and the rifles, he was amazing, looking like the OC of old that we remember from Extra Salt, I would say. So that's fantastic news from NRG. You're right. Maybe a roster change was enough to revitalize him and get him going. And speaking of that roster change, George, even though, I mean, his stats weren't mind-blowing, he was there at the perfect times and gave so much to NRG on this map.
I mean, as we highlighted for a lot of different teams that have made changes coming into this event so far, we've said, is there going to be any struggle to transition these players on in, get them comfortably? I mean, if you're talking about Carson on Timberman, we said there's some role clashes that they got to figure out, you know, still stand-in situation technically, but you know, we've highlighted there's going to be difficulties. Right now, if you're talking about George, it feels like he's going to fit in this team like a glove, and then you watch it in the server, and it looks like he fits like a glove. Those are all very positive signs for a player that's hopping into this team looking as good as he is.
I think George is just one of those players that's very easy to get along with and is also very willing to just adapt to roles and very quick to adapt to roles. He's a fast learner. So you saw that when he transitioned from EG to Nouns and now from Nouns to NRG. It's just been a similar story. He never really skips a beat. I don't think he's had a down yet, which is saying a lot over the past year and a half, even 2 years. How consistent George has been is impressive. And we're going to have a look at those numbers, guys, in just a little bit to break things down. In fact, right now, yeah, NRG looking at their PrizePicks estimated kills. And I mean, because it was kind of a quick match, they're still kind of far from them. I'd say the closest one is OC here, since his estimate is kind of, I mean, like we were saying, he's not necessarily been in top form. So that's a little lower than the rest of his teammates, but he's quite close to it.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like consistently outputting. I mean, most impressively, what I want to kind of highlight from George is that it did seem like he coordinated very well with Hex, and he coordinated very well with OC. These are all players that you would really like to see. We talked about like how Fruit Cup joined this roster. We saw a percentage buff out of players like Freshie and Darty, and that's always a big deal here when you can talk about everyone improving when you're dealing with a new player. That's always a really good sign. And I think we're definitely seeing that out of George in the early stages. Obviously, second best of 3 for them with this new guy, but you're definitely seeing it here.
I mean, let's not forget George did play with Hex, right? On EG Black back in those days, right? All the way. We're going back to that EG project that completely, unfortunately, fell apart. But yeah, I mean, he's got experience playing with him. So I think that's also probably helping his transition. I mean, a lot of these guys are friends too, right? And play off the server when they're just pugging around. So, I mean, that helps immensely. Anyway, looking at the Timbermen, you got Dare and Snav, 12 frags apiece, and Shane at 16. Shane looks great. Like, as good as he did yesterday, I think it's just the rest of his team that kind of fell off. And unfortunately, the inconsistencies for Dia did come through here. We didn't really see him at all.
No, not quite. I mean, just had a really tough time getting activated here, which I think is a bit unfortunate considering what we saw yesterday. It just felt like he was taking fights on his own terms. Instead, OC looked like he was getting away with whatever he wanted to in this matchup. And while that is a positive sign for OC, it definitely creates some questions as to what Diaz is able to do, especially as like the competition kind of gets a little more fierce and the setup and the comfort on especially like a map like Mirage, to be honest, for NRG. When you play such a good Mirage team like this NRG squad, how you're going to be able to do.
All right, well, Mirage is all wrapped up, folks. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will have NRG's map pick of Anubis.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Good evening, good night. Hi.
All right, welcome back to the PrizePicks Anti-Revival Series number 4. We've got map number 2 between NRG and Timbermen coming at you. We'll be on Anubis, and as we mentioned, this has been a pretty good map for NRG, despite some recent struggles on it, which includes a 13-1 loss to M80. But M80 are also a great Anubis team, so I don't know how to view that one, and they've been playing really well. It's unfortunate. You know, Cole, I don't know what it is for me, but like I feel like I came from a timeline where M80 made the major because I'm constantly convinced they made it because they went to 3-2, I guess. But they didn't make it, obviously, which was unfortunate. But they're so good, and I'm so sad that they didn't get through. But Wildcard did, so we're okay. But I just wanted to point that out. I don't know why I keep thinking that.
I'm with you. Yeah, it's just something I hate to talk about. You know,
I'm sorry,
maybe
man.
you just like wipe it from your memory.
Yeah,
like I did. You know, we like to forget. But yeah, you know, they're a great team, and especially a great team on Anubis, which makes me think you know, NRG's loss to that means a little less.
Yes.
Because now we're looking at NRG. I think comfortable in all of 3 of these maps. You know, they are going to enjoy Anubis. They really like themselves a Mirage. They love Ancient, so I do feel like they're happy with all 3 and selecting into Anubis. We'll see what this Timberman squad can do up against him. Carson introducing himself in a big way here to this map, and he gets himself a nice 3K before OC starts to turn the tides towards NRG. Not quite in their favor, though. They still got a lot to climb through here at this point as the pose plant ticks away. There is no kits. Those are dropped far away. And I feel like Bree's not having too much more to say. He gets knocked down by Dare. And Timberman will lock in a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, great job at the Timbermen, honestly, and Carson in particular. And we saw Carson have a revival in map number 2 yesterday, right? After having a very tough map number 1, which may be the case again here, right? Opening things up with a 3K and helping the Timbermen get that pistol round. Speaking of the Timbermen on Anubis, yes, the record isn't great, 2-3 over the last 3 months, but the silver lining is almost every single one of their matches is either a dominant win or a very tightly contested loss. In all 3 of their losses, the lowest amount of rounds they played was 23. So there's something, maybe, a silver lining for the Timbermen. See if they can come through and challenge against NRG. Of course, it is a extremely T-sided map, so we have to be careful in terms of the optics here. If Timbermen do get off to a hot start, even in the first half, we have to remember that NRG are very good in their T-side. Anyway, let's go into round number 2. OC and George creeping up here, just the pistols for NRG. They actually did go for the force buy, so they have the body armor as well. So far, not going that great, and they might want to pull the plug if they don't get a quick frag here from OC. OC missing the deagle shot. Dare run into this A site, and yeah, I think best course of action for NRG is going for exits and saving the pistols to try again in the following round, since this was, as mentioned, a force up.
Yeah, definitely with you there. Oh,
Nice shot.
hold on to that. I'm again going to be keeping like a close eye, as you do on you know, say a situation with you know, Carson and how he slots in. Given that it's still like a 4-man core, technically both of these teams only making one change in the server at the moment, despite what we know about Timmerman. Keeping a close eye on how George does playing with the squad. And much more tricky map. Here's a lot of exit damage, though, done. Shane, he's going to be in hot water. While it doesn't do the most damage, still enough.
Whoa!
It is everyone falling on the side of Timmerman as OC and his Deagle get really loud in the server. Beautiful headshots rolling on out, and a great round overall from NRG. The best way to lose, taking down everyone in the pose plant and holding on to an AK for OC. That is fantastic.
Especially on round number 2.
It's going to keep up the force buy. Yeah, it certainly will.
It should, yeah. And you're right, it absolutely does. And I think that Nitro deserves a lot of credit there for the damage that he did on the players retreating from the bomb site. Even though he doesn't get a frag, he really helps out. And then OC kind of pitches in to get that last with the Deagle and also upgrade himself to the AK. And yeah, off of that, you have to go for it because everyone has to fully reinvest in the Timberman. And now we'll see if they can do it here on the NRG side. Only one player waiting on A, and again, Timberman are fast, but Hex a little quicker with the trigger, at least. On to Shane, finds that opening frag, and it makes Timberman a little bit worried about trying to go for this plant. Here comes OC with the AK, 2 for him. Dare trying to respond, he does with Dia, but he can't survive, and neither can Dia. Wow, first round found for NRG, and they get a couple of AKs off the ground. This is actually a fantastic start and recovery for a CT side on Anubis because you break the T economy and you get 2 AK upgrades.
And we're continuing to see an inspired right now roster in NRG, an inspired OC who continues to play incredibly well. Or rather 2 rounds prior with the Deagle, this time with the AK sliding through camera. NRG coordinate there. I think Hex does a lot to throw the aim off and let OC succeed. There's a nice one from Dia.
Jeez.
Clothesline for George. He doesn't even know what hit him. And Dia gains vision with an extra kill to his total.
Well, a couple of frags back and forth here now, Cole, but looks like Timberman not going to be too fussed again, going in towards A and finding a free bomb site. The difference this time is that Carson's kind of alone. Hext may not be aware of him. And yeah, oh, Nitro's dead. Nitro's gone. Carson's going to have a freebie here. There it is, and an upgrade to an AK. This changes things entirely. Nate misses the mark. That'll give away his position to Hext, who knows that Carson is up here now, and Carson will be dead to rights. Hex hears the footsteps charging towards him, will peek around the corner, throws the incendiary to ensure no one can get to pillar, and that pushes them completely off of the A site. They figure, hey, they've got to be stacking B, right? Or A, excuse me. And no, well, they are going to quickly realize what's happening here, and OC's ready to greet them. They spot him out, and he can't do anything. Shane with a beautiful headshot, and now going to plant that bomb in a 2v1 for the Timbermen.
Starts off with those openings. Now Hex looking to close out. There's a tough timing. Dia smart to re-aggress, but he is loud about it. That definitely sets the attention straightforward there for Hex, but that was attention split every which way. Shane will be able to close out the kill, and Timberman right back at it with the response and with the quickness as well.
That was a beautiful shot from Dia, but the fact that they lose another body there was the problem. And then Carson, who slipped through A, was the difference maker. Wow. I mean, just unbelievable stuff there. Back and forth between the two squads. Just surprising that after what NRG did in that previous round, for them to lose the follow-up is really heart-wrenching for them, honestly. Because the Timbermen, it felt like they might lose control of their T side because of it, but instead, we're back to another force buy round for NRG because they realized a lot of bodies fell in that previous round. Let's try it again. They only had one survivor. Here comes some util. Dare staring down at a player in E-Box, and he will win the fight. Does he get the follow-up? Doesn't have to. He falls off and says, you know what, we've already got the 5v3, let's go back to B, and Hex and OC managed to do some damage here. Hex getting blinded, but barely dodges it pretty well, then finds the frag onto Dare, but the fragging continues on each side of the map, and it will be a 3v2 in favor of the Timbermen as Breeze and OC are on opposite sides, and OC's position is so well known, but he still gets Shane with 2 players watching the angle. That's wild. This is crazy stuff here on Anubis so far, and OC, I thought he had the force of mind to realize the flanker was coming, but he turns around, and he will fall. Breeze now in a 1v2 attempting clutch. One player walks out with util, but Dia's got the rifle out, and again, only one player left standing for the Timbermen. but it is enough. Do you send it again on the force buy here, you think, Cole?
It's a tough call. I think maybe. They got a couple MP9 kills in the mix as well, so we'll see how aggressive they want to be. I think they'll finally call it. It's one of those situations throughout a half where you always want to keep the pressure on. You always believe that you can win these force buys because you've done so much in the past, but yeah, you could find yourself in that trap of never getting an actual buy-in. I think eventually you got to wave the white flag. Now's the time to do it. CT side of Anubis, you don't have to dominate the half. You can get yourself some runway, set your default up in a second, or just do damage like OC's doing, man. He continues to play unbelievable. That's got to be the best way to deal with him. We'll give him a chance. And the MAC-10s will be able to run through here pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Not going to be too fussed against the unarmored players. Maybe the 5.7s that are left here will do some damage. No, that is Breeze getting ventilated by the MAC-10 and the AK, and then only leave Nitro standing, who tries to regress from OC's previous position. Dia still watching it. Okay, timing in Nitro's favor at least, because he spots Dia, and he's able to fade in towards the B site. They're probably not going to be watching this because Dia's there, and yeah, they weren't, but it didn't matter anyway. Shane pulls out the Glock and takes out the unarmored Nitro fairly easily, and Timberman now up to a 5-1 lead.
Great start. I mean, this is a team that just consistently surprises me with their ability to hold on throughout this event. They have found themselves last series down a map, right, and having to come back in that position here once again, especially losing Mirage. Just feels like nothing that you can really count this team out with. And now they're looking to open things up in a big way. They catch Nitro a little bit off foot, collapse in on the B side, and already you see a plant, and this big investment that they get is going to be
I think they're going to call
completely denied. Yeah, and I think a smart decision to fade away, but still a bit of a disappointment. In what I highlighted was your first big chance with the gun round.
Yeah, that's not great. Obviously, saving these 3 guns will help them out to buy up and reinvest again in the follow-up round, but still, they pretty much got picked apart on that B site defense, excuse me. So, what can you do? Timberman playing pretty well so far on their T side, which is to be expected, of course. They're not exactly terrible here on this map. I think we just thought that Energy could come out a little more convincingly on their CT side, especially after winning round number 3 the way they did. It was really impressive the way they pulled it back, and then just came out flat in the follow-up. And Timberman, since that point, they've been winning some close rounds, yes, but that one, the first gun round, was very convincing in their favor.
I like the pace change. I think a lot of teams right now are obsessed with defaulting on Anubis, and I get it.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Your defaults on T sides are very easy to hold, but every once in a while, I think really good Anubis teams can throw a fast punch in and succeed, and that can elevate your game completely. Can force a lot of discomfort, even more than just the defaults and how they work out on this map, because CT side aggression is likely to come, but if you land the right punch and say, you're dealing with a heavy mid setup like what NRG was doing, or there's early A aggression and NRG spend a couple more resources there, well, then your fast B play is going to be constantly in the back of the mind for the rest of the half. And I think Timberman have already set that tone right there with the round win like that, to where it's already going to create a lot of discomfort, knowing that that's a possibility. Timberman can pull that out of the hat once again.
Looks like they want to slow it up just a touch here at the beginning of this round. No quick B-pop going to come through. Hext anchoring down A. Outside of that, Energy have pretty heavy presence around mid. 2 players waiting here. That's Nitro and George. George is already peeking around that corner. I think he might have spotted a shadow as he's backed off here. He's got the smoke being tossed. No, maybe not. Yeah, he's dead. Snav going to get that frag. Nitro right there for the trade thanks to the good damage done by George. Now Nitro, being alone here, needs to be careful with how he approaches it. He does have the reinforcement of Hext. Right by his side now. There's the smoke pop. No one spotted. Oh, great patience from Dare and Carson as well, who find 2 frags on Energy, who are trying to re-aggress and gain some more map control back, but this round's done.
got this one pretty much wrapped up at this point. And they're looking to lock in the bomb play. It should be good to do that. And they will be able to move on up. And again, you know, a bit of a slower default in this one, but they find those early openings, continue to press on the pressure point of this defense. It's looking like a full team effort right now. Rolling on through. Snav, who was, I would say, kind of alongside Shane in that last map, finding himself in a really good position. You could see a couple of those great entries that he was able to have, and here you can see there's one of them as well added. Not the most kills, but still being able to bring those over in a consistent basis, and want to see if that continues. Locking down that quick win. His positioning is good there, where he can then get traded, and that space is still held onto by Timberman. And this is turning into what could be a bit of a one-sided half here if NRG can't get back on track.
I feel like it has to happen here, honestly, because if it doesn't, then Timbermen are probably going to run away with this half, and it'll be very difficult for NRG. You know, even though it is T-sided here on Anubis, if you're allowing your opponent to get in double digits, you're in a bit of trouble. Carson going to be waiting here as that incendiary burns away right in front of him. Nitro going to toss a smoke right ahead of the incendiary. It was almost a little too deep, but it is covered. I guess Carson get off a bit of spam. Now NRG, it looks like they want to have maybe more of a heavier presence around Hex. They got 3 players kind of leaning towards this this A site. OC, there's an opener finally with the AWP. NRG haven't really had those opening frags often at all, and Hex is going to get a follow-up 5v3 just like that. And NRG are going to be able to settle into their positions now. They don't need to be aggressive. They can just wait on the bomb sites.
Can kind of back it up. I like the position, the combo deal from Breeze. It's usually a really good off angle. OC has his coverage as well. Sometimes you got to be careful not to play too passive. You know, giving over a bomb play can be a big liability. And we've seen, especially with Timberman in particular yesterday, these man deficits didn't mean a lot when Shane and Dio were in the server. Still got Snav kicking as well. Nitro. Just get him down to a game of timing. That Shadow gives up the game. So Snav's element of surprise is not so sneaky anymore. There's still a lot of reinforcements, and Nitro gets blasted. There again is some great opening presence from Snav. All 3 players rolling it out temple now. Breeze has a good off angle. The desperation to try and plant the bomb certainly there. As the time is limited, Breeze will lock in 2 to secure the round. OZ will finish the job. And there is a second NRG round. And again, you don't need many on the CT side, so having that second and in a relatively clean fashion is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say like 3 is a minimum, 4 is great, and 5 is ideal on CT side. If you're winning CT side as well, that's phenomenal. Not expected here on Anubis, and already won't happen for NRG. But I agree with you, by the way. I think that was a fantastic setup by OC and Breeze got 2 off of it, and then OC finishes the job off the last player who didn't even have the opportunity to look towards CT, was more focused on what was happening on the site itself. Dare, moving up here, 7-2 for the Timbermen. NRG really want to win out here, and that was a good round to kick things off for them. They kept their economy healthy round after round with some good saves, and that was why they were able to get that strong buy in the previous one. And now in the follow-up round, they have an AK to help bolster their defense as well. Carson, meets the op of OC, and the fate that he finds is his death down to the ground. 5v4 in favor of NRG. Nade gonna get tossed. Shane, beautiful flash again as NRG charge out and they take the fight to him. 5v3 gained once more. They know that there are players around E-Box. Dare making his presence known, but they throw some smokes, and now it looks like they want to readjust in the mid round, maybe go for some mid control and try to push their way in towards the A site instead. All right.
Picking up a little bit of steam here.
Alrighty. Third round picked up from NRG. Heading into round number 11. That's another great one from them, as we talked about. And OC is going to hit his PrizePicks estimated frag total at above 29.5. He has been phenomenal here for NRG on both maps. But look at this. Timberman send it back to that quick B blitz, and it works out beautifully. 3 players gone, deleted. OC and George, I mean, they could try to go for a bit of a fight here. It's just getting that op up and running again will be problematic, perhaps. But, I mean, there's enough justification here, given their positionings, to at least go and have a look to see what can happen. And OC is going to do exactly that. George dying here, though, might pull OC off of it. We'll see. But either way, that B hit, that blitz that Timbermen are doing at the beginning of the round is working so nicely.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crucial that OC holds on here. Last round of the half coming up next. It's going to be important that they can bring an op comfortably into it. Don't want to sacrifice anything. Missed shot, though, might create a bit of, lacking utility up next. Yeah, for the most part, that'll be the only concern. Either way, going to be, like you highlighted there, most importantly, the Timmerman B exec that seems to be the way that they just get back on track at the moment. Having these excellent B execs roll on out. Yeah, the firepower, that the death ball that this Timberman roster brings when all 5 players are joining forces on one site. It's a very hard site to hold. And, comparatively now, George over there towards that B side, I think potentially, or rather towards that mid side, I think this map going to be a lot more difficult and less comfortable for George to easily slot into here on Anubis for NRG, and we're definitely seeing that in the performance at the moment.
Alright, well, Timmerman looks like they want to try and get back into that B site and repeat the success they had multiple times here. Nice nade toss, but Dare manages to evade it for the most part, going down to 79 HP. OC watching with the op, hits the shot. Dare can't get past him, and now he resets himself to try and fire off another salvo. No one's testing him, at least not yet. Oh, there it is. Player gets past. OC readjusts, can't hit the shot. Now he's going to try and get another one, and he does! Even though they're firing away and through the smoke as well! OC cannot be stopped, it seems. Well, Snav will end him eventually, but still, a 3K, 17 frags for him in this first half. And, I mean, he set up his team well to try and close this one out. Nitro gets Carson, only Snav left standing, and that won't last long, you'd have to imagine here, with so many players barreling down in his direction. I think one of credit to Snav is that he's very calm and cool in these situations. You see him stoic almost when he's trying to go for these clutches, which is to his benefit, but it won't work out this time. Hex is going to shut him down. 4th round for NRG, and I mean, what I wanted to say there, Cole, is that 17 frags with only 4 rounds won is kind of nuts.
Yeah, I mean, such a big influence in the rounds that are won, and also just if they're lost, he's doing so much damage on the way out. And I wouldn't even call it like the lack of impact and damage. Like, one of those rounds, I think it was the second, he gets 3 kills and takes all 5 players down for the team. They go and win the next round. Ideally, NRG could have strung a little bit more off the back of that, but we saw what happened in the third. Either way, you can just tell that OC's kills, and OC as an individual playing unbelievably well. This best of 3, that's such a positive for NRG, who have been looking to unleash this player's peak for such a long time. Here's both on the extremities, entry kills here. So now what do? What bomb site do you go to? Because there's some replies being made in the return, and a 5v3 quickly turns a bit sour, and NRG have to rethink it. OC with 2 guns up against Timmermen, who are well equipped just the same. But I do think the A side might be the most prosperous here for the NRG team. Snav being caught there on a little bit of timing. So Nitro will scare him off enough to get the bomb plant and start the conversation for the retake.
Yeah, the only thing is they don't have that kit for the retake, so they have to go quickly there. And OC peeking around, taking a risky fight, doing a lot of damage to Carson, chipping away at him, and finally, death by 1,000 cuts there for Carson. OC still alive. Has he even taken any damage? He's at 84 HP. No one can hit him. OC, a ghost, and finally Snav makes him come back to reality and makes it a 1v1, but without that kit, he has to get a quick frag. I think it's already too late, in fact, and it is. He will die anyway. Nitro has the last laugh. NRG get a 5th.
Man, what a sequence right there from OC again, who carries forward some of that level into the next half. But round quickly becomes awkward when you talk about the entries and the opportunities that are created by NRG. They're kind of taking both sites, maybe as a credit to how much early round success they had. But definitely complicated pretty quickly when those kills get traded back. Timberman going straight in for a full investment on the CT side. Which is, I think a team that's very disciplined with their economy going all in like this comes as a bit of a surprise for me.
I think it's perhaps the way the match has trended, right? Because it's been so chaotic and so back and forth despite the guns that have been purchased up, so the force buys have actually been pretty effective for both NRG and Timberman. We'll see if that continues to be the case here. There's a trade that comes through. Dia does some damage on the George as well, but can't finish him off, and I think they'll pull the plug here. I don't imagine they're going to try and fight again with the MP9s purchased up. The only thing is they have to be careful to lurk in Nitro, who could do a lot of damage. I don't know if Derek expects it. He is creeping up, and he should get the jump on Nitro. Should be a freebie. It is. Okay. And an upgrade to a Galil. Now it's a 3v3, and there might be a conversation amongst them saying, hey, guys, maybe we can actually do this. So they may change their plans, although the bomb is ticking away. And again, the one shortcoming here for Timberman is no kit. So I think they're going to stop in their tracks and just wait for exits.
See how much they can do to follow it up. Certainly an excellent bit of damage being done with the now rifle recovered as well for there, which you would like to have him on. But NRG steadily climbing, as we've highlighted. 4 rounds sometimes can feel like more than enough. You want a T-side pistol as well to back it up, and that increases that belief. With the amount of guns that are saved here, now this is where that discipline is shown. I don't think you're going to see much more forcing in from this Timberman squad.
Yeah, I don't think they did enough damage to justify it either, right? I mean, there were only a couple of players that fell, and NRG were able to evade the last 3 Timbermen pretty effectively. So you just have to take what you got from the previous round, hope it works. If it doesn't, well, you got to buy up waiting for the follow-up. But, I mean, this is what we talked about. You have to be careful with, like, the way you view the scoreboard on a map like Anubis. An 8-4 advantage when the team started on T side is not necessarily as imposing as it might seem on any other map, right? Or anything really, like Mirage or Inferno. Those two, you'll have way more of an advantage having an 8-4 scoreline than you would on Anubis T side. So we're already seeing that here with NRG cracking right back into things. And this round should be a significant advantage for them once more. It looks like they want to pincer in onto this A site, and it's B site, excuse me, and it is going very, very well. Dia going to get sprayed down with a headshot, and I mean, there is Carson kind of hiding in the shadows here, but that won't last very long either, and this round's probably done.
Perfect target right there. You want to avoid this trio of Shane, Snav, and Dare, who have the firepower in this round, and they end up going straight into the 2 USPs. That's not a bad bit of spam there from George. Looking close to a little bit more. There's 35 bullets in the mag, so you can continue to spray that for as long as you want. The flash is on in to try and close this one out safely. There's Dare finally going down. Again, I think worth the exit damage. You can still invest comfortably. Now it's up to the MP9s to try and farm up some extra damage as well, and a kill for Snav to back it up. So again, for Timberman, not a bad way to lose the round. For NRG, you get past what could have been some scary force buys.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think that Timberman did a great job kind of just setting up 4 exits in that situation, and Dare in particular managing to get another one on the tail end. And after that, the MP9s get 1 more. So you didn't need those guns anyway. You were ready for a full-on buy-up in the following round. You just want to try and hit the economy energy as much as you can, which, I mean, you look at the money there, it's not great. So if they lose here, it will be a bit of a problem should the Timberman be able to connect on the defensive side. Diaz got the AWP back in his hands. He's having a much better time here on Anubis than he had a Mirage. Maybe he can really make his make himself felt here, his impact felt on Anubis with a nice op round.
Coming towards this A side here. Yeah, oh, that pressure's on right now. The utility rains down and he can't escape. He does get a kill at the very least though. Deep position with that AWP, but a position he just can't move out of. And a beautiful entry from OC on the rifle. He just continues to fire up. Carson playing in the back lines as well. And that utility, it sure does feel hellish for Timberman. The mollies that are raining on in, constantly forcing them out of position. And as the dust settles, you know, Shane walks into it and sees nothing, gets no info, and he's completely cut noise. Now, will they still walk into his crosshairs? Because he's still in a good spot, potentially.
Maybe. Oh, man, if he had held that angle continually, I think he would have got Nitro. He still gets him, though. Nitro trying to slip past, can't. Shane's position now known. 29 seconds left. I don't think OC has enough time to rotate, so he just has to go for this one. It's, can he outplay Shane and convince Shane that he's going to the opposite bomb site? Doesn't look like it. Shane gonna peek around. Timing might be perfect for him. It isn't. OC managed to duck around. There's the nade toss. Does it connect? It does, but the bomb will be planted. OC managed to slip that under the nose of Shane, who will do some damage, and there's the frag as well. So Shane, big again for the Timbermen. A 2K on the round and a defusal coming through after he finds that AWP on the ground. Timbermen on the board here in the second half.
They do still have to deal with such a smart player, even as good as OC's playing at the moment. You're going to have to try and get past how Shane plays the game. And you can see that he's so steady and so confident in his positioning there in the clutch. You know, post up, has to make the rotation, and he's very familiar with, rotating on the other bomb site there and having to pull through these clutches. He's been doing it all event. And there's nothing but pure confidence that OC, who you think would be beelining it towards that B bomb site, is going to try and outbrain Shane. That's not the case. Just holds stoic as can be. There's Timberman on the board for the second half.
Still enough money for Energy to scrap together a decent buy up here. 3 rifles, 2 of them AKs, a MAC-10, and a Deagle. Certainly serviceable. Smoke gonna get tossed for mid. Nitro. Having a peek around to see if he can spot someone, but he doesn't. Flashbang gonna get thrown. And mid's actually being pretty much given up, I would say, by Timberman. You do have Snav playing more towards Palace, and in fact, he's going to fall off. So mid is free and clear for the taking, which isn't the best for Timbermen, but we'll see how they can play it out in the mid round here. Assuming Energy even realizes that no one's home, it looks like they're a bit reticent to push up, and now they're going to actually completely back off. Oh man, if they go back and watch a demo in this round, should they lose, they'll be really frustrated with themselves having given up so much map control and not poking their heads up ahead a little bit further. Now they'll go into B though, excuse me, towards, yeah, B site.
They're going to still hit what I think is a pretty weakened up bomb site in general. You still see that Snav is in a position to a bit of struggle here. That E-box gets blasted open. There's Hex with some motion as well through the smoke. And either way, you know, the early poking and prodding towards middle.
Yeah, it still worked out.
Maybe just commits Snav to that position. He never rotates in to support that B side. You know, there's no smoke spam or anything. And I think Timberman falling into the trap of what a lot of teams think is the most comfortable way to play in general in that defense. And that's let the action come to you. But when NRG get that map control initially and threaten the idea of that execution on that B side, it's very difficult to defend.
I think you have to be active in the early round anywhere for CT side to try and find that opener, because like you said, if you sit back and you wait for the fight to come to you, oftentimes it's not going to really work out in your favor because the util can be so devastating on both sides of the map if the T's know their lineups, which they absolutely do on both sides of the map here. So yeah, you just see them. I mean, E-Box got crunched on by NRG, and there was really very little chance for Timbermen to respond on that hit. So, I mean, there were some concerns, at least on my side, that the fact they didn't take that space that was given to them. But you're right, Cole. The fact that they did that and delayed for so long sent the Timbermen looking around saying, what's happening? Why is no one here? And then NRG executing at the perfect time. So they will get within one round here of the Timbermen, but Timbermen still have enough money in the bank to get a good buy for themselves. So we'll see if either team can really gain the edge at this point, because it feels like a straight up 50-50 now.
On a knife's edge here. Be tough to see who you call upon. OC has been so consistent. 20 kills, 120 ADR. He's been finding great work with the op. He's been rifling incredibly well. Just all avenues, it feels like, successful today. See if you can continue to bring that sort of efficiency.
Breeze.
B push as well. This is
Yeah.
a bit scary there. Breeze playing dodge flash right now. Shane just posts up right now. They're gonna maybe throw some aggression. Once you get this kill on the Breeze, you're gonna know it's just a faking player. There's that kill quickly, and I think you're gonna really see the rotations move fast towards A.
It's not happening as fast as I would expect, honestly. Yeah, Carson's alone, so he's dead. Now he's got the support of Dia. Dia does manage to connect on one shot, but the reinforcements still haven't necessarily arrived, and the bomb plant has been successful, which means the pressure is on for the Timbermen to get into this site. They're waiting for more util to come out, but there's actually none left from NRG. That could be problematic. OC, though, through the smoke, connects onto Dare. Snav coming around with Shane, but Shane is gone. Snav and Dia get a couple, and Dia with the 3K from the AWP. We talked about him needing a very impactful round, and this was an apt time for him to come alive. 10-8 in favor of the Timbermen.
It's a huge moment to really come alive and assert a bit of that dominance here on the server that we know he can bring. And I think an interesting reaction here, or lack thereof, from Timberman to not really support these players on the A site. But Dia's still there in time to at least provide some backup right there. I think that's crucial that he's coming alive to try and match some of the life that we're seeing OC bring to the table at the moment. He just consistently finding impact. He's going to bring an op out eventually, but he's been doing such great work with the rifling. We got a timeout called. We got the shoe rack open right now. Any cool kicks you're seeing right now? I feel like they're all right.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah, don't mind them. The white tee's solid though. I like the t-shirt over the TV as well for easy access on the go.
It's not too bad. You might want to just get a hanger for that instead, though.
I mean, that's a vet move. You
Shane,
got that t-shirt right off there, and
you're
leave
good to
there.
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shane, he's also good to go here. More than 26.5 kills. He's got the PrizePicks check mark. Dare wants the check mark on the frag, and he gets it, but an immediate trade, a great one coming through from Roach. Has been very, very quiet here on map number 2. Need him to come alive. Breeze, deleted by Snav, and now George is in a tough spot. I mean, he's got Nitro, I believe, on the other end supporting him, so maybe they can pincer. Nitro aware of the push that's coming his way, and great flashbang toss. Nitro's dead to right. Snav supporting Shane well, and the Timbermen are trying to run away with this one and finally gain an edge here on NRG after very many back and forth rounds. George and OC don't have bomb control. They're stuck in a tough spot here at E-Box, and I mean, the Timbermen can just wait for them in this case to come forward, should they even decide to do so. Looks like they want to. George pushes up. Will be spotted by Dia. Hits the shot perfectly. And OC gets nothing. Snav, the final blow. 11-8 for the Timbermen.
Snuffs out the light right there. Oh, I mean, on top of that, OC, or rather, Timmerman taking down OC. There's no, op to hang on to at this point in time. Very clean conversion, and then you're looking at a big deficit in terms of the economy. You're really not going to have a lot to bring for NRG. So, looking like 12 could be locked in here for Timmerman, and not the first time so far in this series that we've had to see them come back in a best of 3 on their opponent's map pick. So impressive resiliency out of Timmerman so far, although the Glock is going to make me think maybe this round's not so guaranteed anymore. Quick little opening duel. Still a lot of map control held on to for Timmerman that I think is going to be hard to flush out. They're diligent. Well, they clear Carson. They do. They overwhelm Carson with the numbers here. There's rifles to be retrieved. Those Glocks from distance, not as much damage there with that dink, sounding scary, but it still shows the sign that these headshots are landing.
George might get a freebie here. Snav's not even looking for it. Just Glock's gonna win the round here? George finds the frag and upgrade to a rifle. They didn't buy it all in this one. This was a zero investment round by NRG. And they've somehow managed to make it a 3v2 with all 3 of the remaining players having a rifle. Now one is down. Great nade toss from Shane. So that makes things a little more doable here. But the last pieces of utility are slowly being filtered out of the pockets of the Timberman. George has a good line, but he can't get it. The dualies win out. That lack of armor hurting him in that situation. Now Nitrous position. Nobody clutches it. The IGL for NRG wins the 1v2. He is all smiles as NRG come through with an absolutely shocking round victory.
That is a complete gut punch right there. All in an opening duel out of the gates. Collapsing in. Glocks catching them by surprise, and to cap it all off, a Nitro clutch to close. We've talked about how he can kind of step up, and he has been here in terms of the mechanics here for NRG and delivering that 1v2. And as you can see, just pure anger behind those eyes. It's so funny. The only expression that we get whenever it's no reaction. It's just those deadpan eyes.
They're just staring into your soul.
The most frustrating Glock eco loss. The craziest 1v4.
I'm surprised, though, that the Timbermen aren't more frustrated with that round, right? You didn't see much anger on their side. They're trying to keep their composure.
It is pretty impressive compared to, our understanding.
Yeah.
That, you do see the frustration get to them quite a bit. This case, not so much, it seems like. They can wipe their memory clean of that last one and try and set their focus on the next, which is a pretty positive sign. That's what they're going to need to do. They're still in a winning position at the moment. So pushing past that round is going to be crucial.
Well, NRG is slowing it up a little bit. Right outside of A. Smoke pop there. Dia and Carson are waiting. Carson playing anti-flash. Dia playing first contact. This is quite a nice setup, especially considering that Snav has just joined them. They've got some kind of read here to the Timbermen. I mean, there is a lurk in Nitro, and George is going to try and make some noise here in water, maybe to detract from all of the presence that they have towards the A site. The Molotov thrown near E-Box, and he gets the frag on Dare through the smoke. A little bit of luck going a long way there for George. Shane wants to get that upgrade. He grabs the rifle, but that is a bit of a problem for Timberman. You'd think it would have sold more of a rotation here, but they're sticking to their guns, and good idea, although the flashbang is fantastic. He is blinded, can't support Carson. Hex doing all the work. Snav, the last one standing at the site, and he can do only one frag. That is not much and not enough. Shane, last one standing, 1v4.
They get the man advantage. They still have to get past such a solid setup from Timmerman. But that's a credit to the due diligence from NRG. You know, with that man advantage, they still throw the proper utility, have the protocol set in stone to make sure that, you know, if there is any sort of gambling, that they're stacking rolling through on that A side, that they can break down that setup no matter what the case is. And that is such a gun punch after what already felt like a really frustrating eco loss. And now this is the round that they needed to win to take the reins on this game.
Absolutely. Shane, won't save the rifle. I was about to say, that's one thing they can bring to the next round, but no longer spotted out. Great silent movement coming through from NRG, clearing out all spaces on the map to only isolate him down to one spot. That is impressive. 22nd round of play, and now NRG are in the driver's seat. No questions asked. They've got what should be a freebie here, although we said that for the one where NRG just had the Glocks and ended up winning that round. So maybe Timberman can return the favor. Let's see if they can gamble right in terms of the side stack. So far, NRG are playing out this round very, very similarly to the previous one.
I believe we also got the Hex PrizePicks check mark.
Yes.
I think it was 31.5 kills. He does have more now. So, I mean, it's just continuously played very well. They're only getting a single kill, but the trades will come through in kind. Bree's going to have some fun in this one. George building up a little bit more confidence, which I think is crucial at this point in time. And now Energy, they've knotted it up.
I mean, nothing at all happening there for Timberman, and that's what should have happened in the NRG Glock round, and it didn't. So, I mean, Timberman are probably kicking themselves, but we're going the distance. Still a chance for Timberman to recover here. They've got what is likely their last full buy-up if they lose this round. Should they win cleanly, then they can get themselves into a position to close out a map that they were pretty much in control of this entire time. Snav's going to get that PrizePicks check mark. I'm missing them a little bit, guys, because of how intense the action here is on Anubis. There's so much to talk about as we go into round number 23. George sneaking forward in towards mid. And NRG do have a bit of a different look this time, emphasizing mid control. Going to get exactly that. Okay, just a bit of spam there. But it's no one's home, obviously, at the double doors. It was a lineup through the wall, but of course George didn't know that, and it wouldn't have made a difference anyway.
Comes a knock in here.
Yeah.
Snav will finally give him something to think about at this juncture. Trying to really aggress forward. That's a lot of damage on long range. They got players with utility out. That's a fantastic reaggro off the back of Carson. Well, I think baited them into a false sense of security. Snav will punch forward. And they get 2 off the back of that play. That's an excellent motion there towards middle. And now the play has to end towards B, but here's a great position from Hex. Gets clothesline from Dare. He spins around for another headshot. What a defense from Dare, who's got fights on all fronts. Goes swinging for Osi as well, but it's going to have to be Dia that closes out that kill and picks up an opposite reward as well. So it is going to be map point first for Timberman, and it's a credit to Snav and Dare for the openers and closers of this one.
Yeah, that's a fantastic defense on B. NRG could really never do anything at all. It felt like a complete turnaround from those past 3 rounds, and it's exactly what Timberman needed for their chance to close out their opponent's map pick here. And speaking of picks, there's a PrizePicks check mark coming through from Dare for more than 25.5 kills. So everyone getting in on the mix there in the PrizePicks estimated totals. Getting above them. Going to get tossed forward. There's a flashbang for Hex around it, so he's looking to gain that space, but that flash, he kind of receives it himself, so he can't really continue forward. Mistiming. NRG need this round just to push it into overtime. Certainly not out of the realm of possibility because they have a very strong buy up here. And they are once more leaning towards this B cycle.
Just putting so much pressure on what Hex can do. He's got to run through the smoke right into the crosshairs of Dare. trying to work in through E-Box so that they can get a successful B-side play. But they're smoked off and mollied on the other front here. George still able to crack through with a big round at the moment. And they still have Nitro waiting in the back line. Till they lurk through E-Box was not anticipated. They thought they dealt with that problem when they took down Hex, but Nitro's still available and spotting out the Opera as well. Dia's not falling back though. Instead continues to fight forward. With some efficiency, they still haven't figured out where George is. Eventually they'll close him out. OC has the long range coverage while Nitro will deal with the smoke push. And we go into overtime as they deliver in the post plant.
Wow, the second overtime map that Timbermen have played in as many days, and that was ridiculous for NRG, though. They're the ones that pushed us this all the way here, and George waking up at a perfect moment again. All of those frags, all the 10 frags he got were impactful. There's no question in my mind. Like, yes, not necessarily the most star-studded performance, not really close to that, because that's OC that pulled that off, but I mean, he did everything he had to in the rounds where they needed him most. So NRG now going to hope to carry that momentum into this first half of the first overtime. Still sticking to their T side. On the other end, Timbermen double op setup. Interesting. Where are they deploying that? They've got Dia towards mid and Carson watching outside of A. Okay, A main op. See how this pans out for them. There's that util dump from NRG at mid, and Dia's going to have to fall off a little bit here. A pop coming through that allows Nitro to slip through. And he will go for a fight here. Great flashbang throw him. They know that at least the op is here. Maybe they won't expect two players doubling up in this position. As Snav finds the gap, but no! George closes it up quickly. Dia manages to get the trade and almost the follow-up, but he misses the shot, and Nitro doesn't let him take another one. 4v3 in favor of NRG, and it could be a 4v2 soon as Carson is getting overloaded, and there it is.
Completely collapsed in on Dare, and Shane still looking in, but not for long as George now cuts off the cross. Won't allow them any sort of access. NRG, I think, getting familiar with some of the motions from Timbermen. I mean, we've seen this sort of play once before where you have Snap trying to sneak forward. We saw it successful last time around, but this time you can see there's a lot more presence towards middle. They're a lot more prepared for that possibility of the aggro. And I think that's just a credit to the reactions, the small adjustments, the protocols that get better and better for NRG as the game gets longer and longer. Definitely got to give a lot of credit to Nitro and the leadership.
Oh, nice flashbang there again. And NRG is going to charge forward. They're going for a blitz attack here. Dia was throwing util. He didn't expect that at all, so he's blindsided. Carson also gets taken down by Priest, who's looking for the three-piece, and there it is, making it look easy in the process. Only 25 points of damage taken throughout all of that. He was just his head on a swivel, managing to get everything done. Dare and Shane will try to get back into this, you'd imagine. Let's see how the economy's doing. Maybe not. I mean, they're kind of low in terms of money, so perhaps they're going to decide to save here and keep the rifles up, and that appears to be the case. That's the problem with going for the double op, right? Because if you lose the round, then your economy, even in overtime, gets a little bit tough to work with.
Gone for that. Wow. You know, consistently in overtime as well. Carson was doing it on Nuke, rather. Not quite in overtime, but feel like, again, that could be partially as a result of maybe not feeling the most comfortable. I think double ups are good on Anubis, but can be used as a tool to just get you through what is going to be difficult positions that you're not super familiar with. And either way, it's going to limit that economy. It's going to limit your last bite. It doesn't seem too bad in this case. Only missing a kid, it seems, but NRG off to the races in overtime. They have had to claw their way back piece by piece for finally a lead in OT. HE to blow open the smoke. OC lands the shot. It's just a tag though. Now Dia not falling off, but certainly getting scared off the line, and that spam is going to put some pressure. A stray hits him. Only one bullet would have done him in. George eventually tracks it.
All right, flashbang tossed into Carson's vision, so he has to fall back. Oh, this is such a bad spot again. He has to really fire away quickly, and yeah, I mean, one and done is the best case scenario there. Snav getting mollied out here, goes to the corner. Oh, they know where he is. Smoking to get tossed in the meantime. OC deals with one of his teammates. It's down to only Snav and Dare. Nitro slips through. OC gets another one. And now Snav, I believe, should be done. They're like ships in the night through the smoke at the very least, but there's only so much he can do. And there's one and done for him as well. 15-12 for NRG, clean here in the first half of overtime.
27 in total so far for OC. Lands the tag to allow George to land the frag. Close it on off there. Then in the post plant, finding himself doing all the more. Another 3K in the round for him. And 15 now locked in for NRG. I tell you what, this is just such a great look out of OC. It's so refreshing to see him play as good as he is at the moment. After a sequence of some difficulties, for him to show up and bring in so much energy into this roster.
This is ridiculous. I don't remember the last time I've seen OC pop off like this for 2 maps in a row, like to this extent anyway. Wow. 27 here, we're not even done. We might be, if NRG are able to get a 16th right away here. Molotov, Nitro gonna back off. Timbermen had a pretty successful T side at the beginning, but things started to fade away for them once the guns came out, so NRG don't have to worry about that this time, because they're starting immediately with that OT money. OC. Gonna be greeted by a flashbang, you'd have to imagine. There it is. Toss forward, doesn't really do much, that's a bit off. OC, full vision. 1 minute left on the clock, and yeah, they decide to not commit to that.
Interesting to see what the long-term plan is.
Mm-hmm.
A little re-aggression from OC is going to go a long way.
They're getting stalled out here without much map control.
Still going to be challenged. Deep peek there, and it's collateral, long-range one as well. There's multiple players waiting in E-box, and the defense holds steady. Still, though, another big pickup coming through from Carson, who was taken down low to that collateral. Picks up an AWP as a reaction. Nitro looking to make the round-winning move in the map and series-winning move with the motion through the smoke. Catches one by surprise and will delete the other. It's Nitro to come up clutch once again in the 3v2 and close this map out. He did it in regulation in the 1v2 on that big eco, and now he's there to finish his job.
Captain America delivering as promised. Beautifully done, man. He was always in fantastic positions, honestly. And there's another one. Great example of how well he's been playing for this NRG roster. And, you know, George, despite the fact that didn't exactly blow up here on Anubis, was also playing his role very effectively. I think all of NRG have to be happy with that roster change already having an impact here. They're back into the grand final here for a third consecutive NA Revival Series. In fact, I think they might have been in the grand final in the first one as well against Wildcard, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, I'm going to check that right now, because I have it up in front of me. Yeah, they were. They've been. I have
a feeling you're right.
Yeah, they've been in every single grand final so far in the NA Revival Series, and they've won the last 2. They're going for the 3-peat now, but we have to decide their opponent. But let's break that down a little bit further, right? Because I think the Timbermen played really well. I mean, they forced it to overtime on Anubis, a map that we didn't necessarily expect them to perform that well on, especially against NRG, who like to play there. And even on Mirage, like, you know, it didn't look that bad. It was rough, sure, but it felt like there was still that spark from Shane. And I just feel like they got overpowered a bit at times by NRG. But is this, I guess the question I'm trying to lean into here, Cole, for you is like, do you feel like this is the roster that Timbermen should move forward with or not?
I mean, I think it's their best roster that they could bring to the table, no questions asked. I mean, this is going to be the best 5-man that you could probably comfortably find and feel comfortable with. You know, Dia, despite the lesser performance, I would say, rolling through on Mirage, we just saw it pick right back up on Anubis, where he was a lot more confident, landing kills. So, yeah, in my opinion, I think, if you can say, hey, let's stick together, let's keep everyone, the Bear, Snav, Dia, Shane core has been together for so long here. it just feels like it would make a lot of sense to continue to play things out. Carson, obviously, I think might be a tough adjustment long term. If he can maybe learn these roles a little quicker, I think he could be good as well.
No, I agree. Obviously, didn't have the performances that I think he was hoping for throughout both BO3s. There was Mirage, I think, where he looked decent, or maybe not even that.
I think
yesterday.
it was Nuke.
It was Nuke, you're right.
Yeah.
And Nuke where he looked good. Outside of that, it wasn't great, but I think with time, learning those positions, he'll get better if he sticks with this squad. And you can see here, the frag's certainly not a problem, especially on Anubis. 3 players hitting their PrizePicks estimated kill totals. And that was Dare, Snav, and Shane. Dia close, and so was Carson. In fact, both of them just a couple of frags away from connecting there. So, yeah, I mean, overall, I kind of agree with your take. I think that Timbermen should probably just go back to what they had before plus Carson and see if they can make it work in this upcoming season of ECL. But NRG continue to be our PrizePicks NA Revival Series dominant team, right? They made it to the grand final again. You can see that PrizePicks estimated frag totals are actually only connected on by 2 players, but one of them kind of stands out here in OC with 46 frags, 14 assists, and 100.9 ADR.
Yeah, OC just couldn't find a way to miss in so many of those rounds. We highlighted on Mirage. It was just a highlight spree on Mirage. He was landing collaterals, like crazy. Rifle work was really impressive from him, and it is so good to see this guy play like he just played, because we've seen it in the past so often. We were wondering where exactly it went with this NRG team. What's the deal with this OC kind of drop off, because at one point, you put him in the ECL level, he was, dropping crazy numbers. This was, prior to Liquid and what he was able to do. So I'm hoping to see that more consistently. I'm hoping to see a lot more of that, because, he's landing fast flicks. It looked back to be that dominant OC that I've certainly missed.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And I hope we can see it moving forward. And, well, we'll see if we can get it in the grand final, because they've already booked their ticket there. Now, we need to decide who is going to join them. Will it be Nouns, who have their roster changes coming up, or Boss, or not roster changes coming up, but the roster changes they made, or Boss, who decided to stick to their guns and keep the exact same roster? We'll have to wait to find out. But before we hit the break, guys, we want to say a quick thank you to all those people that make this possible. And, of course, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. Guys, they're the best North American Counter-Strike. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link in the panel below, or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are gone very swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we're going to hit a quick break. When we come back, it's Nouns versus Boss.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Good evening, good night. Hi, welcome. It is the Perfect World America's RMR. We are kick-starting day 1 of 4 to find out which teams from the region are going to be making it.
Osbert spots nobody on the drive. Flashbang in and Floppy will collect. Oh, a second flash. Everyone blinded. What a move from Complexity. Just shut this round down immediately. Drive-by shot from the tech. Have they got the technique to close it? That's the question. Leash phases through the smoke. The spray's good. Even hits the head. Luchov lopped off. And Hauser for the final killing blow. The uppercut of Complexity. Oh, a Leash, man. So smooth on the movement, Vince, but it's the fact he gets both of them as well. Even 2, that could be it. That could be the mistake that cost them everything. Oh, that might be the final cog turning, but they look to still try and fight back. It's all on one now. Nasty Naz in the back of the bomb site, throwing out bullets, low on ammunition, switches to the USP, but it's just a tag, it's no frag, and off the back of that, they might be known as Complexity, but it was simple for their opening win.
And now we move into the final 2 best of ones of the day here on the A stream. And it is Complexity up against Boss now.
Grim has a go. Grim finds Darty. JT down on Dart. This is awkward. Elijah's been overlooked. A double kill. Fruit Cup finds him, but it's not enough. Grim and Elijah with the multi-kill.
Wow, I think he could get a delivery.
Look at this second shot, bro. This is dreamy. Bang.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what you need. Hauser with 2 impactful rounds in a row. But Complexity have gotten the read on Boss in these last 2. This is where they need to really switch that mental on, because the opportunity for them to bounce back into this game at lickety-split, you watch how quick this is going to happen.
Throughout our first half commentary, we discussed how nightmarish it can be to anchor A and how difficult it can be to defend B.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, legit. This is a lovely hand.
Pro League season, right? And it was like, well, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
See you later.
In and out, revolving door. Man, the energy must be absolutely electric in that room right now for Boss. It's not done. The job is not done. Slight gets his eye to the scope early, so he can have the element of surprise here. Oh, big, important, finds Floppy, humbles him, and now up to Halzerg. Maneuvers into heaven to be safe from main. Cam's still occupied. He's not got any idea as to where Freshy's coming from now. Perhaps a sound cue given. Yep, Halzerg, he can win this. This would be a disruptive 1 versus 2 clutch on the defuse. His back is exposed, and yeah, too easy, too comfortable. A nonchalant 1v2 coming in from Halzerg. Look at the plant, it's perfect for the clutch up. Halzerg denies a chance for Boss to get on the CT board early. They smoke dark as well. Now this HE is everything. And there's not much time. Not much time! If he could have just connected, gets him off the bomb. It's not easy. Gotta run him down. Gotta run him down. Gotta be fast. He can't get the bullet. One more bullet could have done it. Cole survived the underdog test, and a test it was.
There are only 6 spots remaining in the Perfect World Shanghai Major for the Americas region. Is about to be claimed either by the North American Dream Team Complexity or the Brazilians MIBR. We're about to find out how that goes down.
Floppy's going to get tested here, only with the MP9 as well. Plays the drop down straight away. Elish, is he often going to see him here? That first port of call, that first rotate in. Puts Elish back on the ramp room, and then Floppy goes ham on the SMG. Feet awaits on Nuke, MIBR. Their map pick, their CT side clean as hell.
Oh dear, it's done. Get us out of here. MIBR, take it in style.
JT has got a lot of support here to defend this B site. Grim's Dooley's last seen over on the catwalk, fire off up close. And so Complexity breathe a little easier here, as guaranteed here for MIBR. The plant should be locked in.
Oh no.
7 seconds left, exit.
Stick it.
Stuck around for the fight, but now he's got a plant. Halzerk swinging out, tries to put a stop to this, and that's when Safe arrives. It's just a Liege, and he can't manage it. MIBR, they can rely on Safe. They can rely on exit.
2 spots were taken in the Americas RMRs yesterday, and day number 3 kicking off today. What's up, gents? How are you doing this morning?
Look at me, Sammy! Look at me! We can't really get too into it because we have got the game on our screen.
Finish them, Alex!
Oh, they will.
That's the Jason Lake.
Yeah.
So you did the Lake, I did the Jason. Sorry, guys, the game's live.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll be back. See you guys.
When you have lost the map twice to a team and now they're picking it into you. Whoa. That one looked tidy, didn't it?
Yeah, like I don't know who that favors, right?
I think it shows the confidence of M80 against Complexity.
Like, we can do it again.
Exactly.
Which will be the late piece.
Looking for the Heaven fight.
Ooh, this is big. Halzerk has to hard clear this and do so well. Swisher, distinct disadvantage with the FAMAS. Lake nails an instant headshot onto JT. Hang on. No smoke, but still pressure onto Halzerk. Can he do what Floppy couldn't? Looks like he's set himself up for success. And Halzerk does his best. Clutches up, triple kill, and top fragging now for Complexity. It's not looking good. M80 hanging on by a thread. A single nerve ending, and there it is. A 13-8 scoreline. Anubis. It's Complexities.
3 heading towards B. Floppy for more.
You boost this, you are playing a...
Oh, down cues, boys!
Boys. 5 alive, 5 alive! The MP9 ace for Flop Dog! Denied by a Liege. Hoover up those AKs if you can, boys. We get, what, Galil, AK, yep. Could have been very nice. Elish looks like he's been completely overlooked. Why are we not worried about Elish? You should be. Double kill. More could be coming his way. Supportive flash, but he's not going to overplay. He's happy to sit. They don't have the util to flush him out. His existence alone delays them. And now Grim can pick up the pieces. Sin, the 1v5 demanded of him, baits out the shot from the AWP, which is nice. But he's for the repeat. He's still looking. Doesn't want to die after time. Wants to go down. Grim provides. Okay, we've got our Complexity 2 rounds away from the major.
You've got to feel like it's done at this point, don't
I'm
you?
starting to. 1 minute. And 5 Complexity frags away from the major. From stickers. And knowing you can go to bed happy. Go to bed knowing your name will once again be in the game. And you will be attending the last event of the year. Grim does deliver the first. Lake provides the trade. M80 stubborn here, heading in towards the B site. JT and Floppy once again to be tested. JT, does he swing through? Does choose to isolate, but Swisher this time bests him. This is a fast flank from Elish. This could be enough. They're not ready for him. Elish tames the spray. It's only Lake left to play, and Complexity securing the perfect world. Shanghai Major, it's in. It's theirs. 2-0 as they slay their demon. The rivals fall into that final 2-2 bucket. Complexity best M80 convincingly.
Yeah, I'd say everyone is really happy to make the major, and yeah, we were trying to give it our all in that game, make the energy needed, and lose some dumb rounds, win some more, and just bring the hype, and yeah, everyone's happy.
All right, anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home, Grim?
Thank you for supporting us during such turbulent times sometimes, but hopefully we made you happy today and can continue to do that going into the major, and thank you again.
There we go, everybody. Complexity making it through to the opening stage.
right, we're back here. Some more Prize Picks NA Revival Series action. We've got Nouns going up against Boss now. Both teams looking pretty good. Boss carrying through with their existing roster, having added Fruit Cup a little while ago. He feels like he's re-energized that squad. And over on the Nouns side, George having been poached away by NRG, they had to find a replacement, and they also decided to drop Carson. So they've got Peeping and Nyx coming in. I believe Nyx on trial. I think Peeping is permanent. This is going to be interesting, I think, Cole.
I mean, I think teams keep doing a good job of identifying how good Peeping really is.
Yeah.
So add Nouns to that list. Obviously, shame to see him go from PA, but definitely makes sense to see him get an opportunity in Downs and see what he can do with some resources, with some trust. And obviously, for a player like Nyx, I think it's a really good opportunity for him to play at a really high level with some big names in the scene, and a great opportunity to show what he could do. So it's more of that rising talent. We've seen both these players out for a little while, but this is just better opportunity after better opportunity for these guys, and hopefully things will work out for Downs. On the other side of things, Boss, obviously, as we've highlighted, not making any big roster changes, but another opera that looks revitalized in this tournament is Slight. He had a great opening match here, and so I'm excited to see if he can carry that forward, showing up versus Undone and now having to test himself versus Junior.
Yeah, let's go right into the Prize Picks analyst segment here and talk about both these teams. So going back to Nouns, I think, I find this to be an interesting team. And I think they needed to be revitalized because Nouns were stagnating and dropping. They went out of my top 5. I'm sorry, out of my top 10, almost definitely out of my top 5 in North America. And then they started slipping away. And I said, something has to give. Something must change with this team, or else they are just going to continue falling like an anvil down the rankings. And they knew it too. They realized that Carson and CJ were actually on the chopping block, but CJ needed to stick around because they didn't know that George was going to get taken away by NRG. So CJ stays on the team. Carson ends up being cut. And then you have Peeping along with Nyx coming in. I think Peeping was always planned, but then Nyx was brought in more as like to help them out because they obviously lost George. So, or maybe they were both planned. I shouldn't say that because I think maybe it would have just been CJ being replaced by Nyx. I'm getting a little bit crossed up here, but either way, Nyx, you got to watch out for him. I think he's one of my choices here because he went 43-21 yesterday with 112.6 ADR and led his team. I think that he's a bit of an underrated prospect right now. He realized very quickly that Timberman wasn't for him. He left after 8 days. He was like, nope, this isn't the way I want to play. These aren't the types of people I want to play with, and it's not the style that I like. So he goes as a free agent and immediately is picked up as a sub for now. So I think that tells you something. There's something here for this guy.
Yeah, I think there's no question that he can consistently surprise again, especially given what trust he's going to have for this Nouns roster. I feel like if you're just trying to fill in for what George has been doing, he is going to get those opportunities. He's going to be, in the same sort of fashion as what we highlighted consistently for George on NRG. You're going to see a lot of those same opportunities flare up for Nyx, and if he can at least get to that level or at least close to it, I think it could be, a great injection of a younger player that is looking to show what he's capable of here on this team. Obviously, again, Peeping though, whenever he's on a roster, I feel like he can just be a just black hole of kills. Somehow this guy manages to consistently find himself in sometimes even tougher positions. When he was back on Timmerman, he had some tough roles. I think he's been given a lot more trust when he moved over to PA, and I'd imagine that same thing will be true for Nouns, given that Rush is super sacrificial with the positions that he plays. So I feel like, this guy's just going to keep on rising as these rosters and as these opportunities come to him, because that's what he's been doing all the way through. He just continues to rise to the occasion.
Absolutely. And I think the last player I want to highlight there is Junior before we switch over to the Timmermen. Just a solid opper through and through, has been consistent with this squad since he joined up with them from EG. And, definitely always a player that you want to keep an eye on in terms of those numbers. Now let's switch over to I said Timmerman. I meant Boss. Let's switch over to Boss here and talk about them. I think, again, Fruit Cup, he was such a difference maker yesterday. And I can't honestly suggest a player enough when it comes to how effective he is.
Yeah, I mean, no question about it. We saw that he just made what felt like in a lot of different occasions the impossible work for Boss when it was super necessary. You know, that T side that wasn't really lifting off, he still had impact. Ancient maybe he started off a little bit slow, but figured out a way to get involved. This guy just knows how to nudge his way into matches so consistently for Boss. Already highlighted so many times before that I think he fits this team like a glove in terms of the culture and just continues to develop here. I mean, alongside that, for me, Cryptic has been doing very well. You know, this is a guy that takes a lot of the calling roles and gives himself the trust of landing the frags to back it up. So it's pretty cool to see that trust usually pays off. And then lastly, I've at least lastly for me, I've highlighted many times already so far, but Slight continues to show up here. If he does what he did yesterday, and that's just show us the peak of his ability and do what I think is just incredible, flashy opping, very quick motions out of his AWP. I feel like he's going to be definitely a player to watch and keep your eye out because he was performing incredibly well.
No, I agree. That was going to be my last one too, Cole. So you kind of took the words out of my mouth. Slight is absolutely going to be a player to watch here. Let's check out the veto here if we can. We should have the maps ready. We do. Okay, so we got Ancient picked by Boss. That makes sense. They've been quite solid on there, aside from one loss against Wildcard, which was 0-13. But that, Wildcard's really good. They made the major, so we know that those guys are really popping off right now. But 8-3 over the last 3 months, totally understand it. The problem for them is that their map pool doesn't really match up very well against Nouns because they're also very strong on Ancient. So this is going to be a bit of a brawl, I would say. And then Mirage, it's Nouns. Like Mirage is going to come through if it's available, right, Cole?
Yeah, I mean, no question about it. They'll pick into that map no matter what the case is here. I think even still they're going to keep that identity that they've held on to from their prior iteration of this roster and continue that forward, especially up against a Boss roster that I think has only really recently tried to implement Mirage more often into their map pool. Prior to the RMR, I think they were really putting in work on that map and actually using this tournament there in the past. I think it was let me see here. I think it was series number 3 or 2 that they were actually picking into this map versus Nouns and Timberman, trying to just get reps in it and seeing if they could break through some tough Mirage teams. So I talked to Cryptic after the event, and he said, yeah, we're trying to build this map up as one of our own because they have some really good mechanics. They have some really good firepower, so it could make sense that this could be a map that they could work well in.
I mean, they did have wins against NRG and the Party Astronauts over in CCT, so I mean, there's very much a possibility that Boss could upset Nouns on that pick, but I think that this is going to be, it's hard for me to decide who's going to have the edge here, honestly. I feel like they're really evenly matched up with the way both teams are playing right now. If you would have asked me before Nouns made the roster changes, I would have said Boss all the way.
Yeah.
No questions asked, but because the roster changes are made, they made the adjustments, they're already looking way better, and Rush calling, which apparently he was calling towards the end of Carson's tenure here on Nouns. I think that's going to change things and allow Rush to really bring his wealth of knowledge to this team and help them succeed in matches where they will be going up against talented IGLs such as Cryptic. If we need to get there, we're going to Dust 2, and I don't even think we need to talk about that, Cole, because if we get to Dust 2, it's going to be back and forth. Both teams are pretty effective on that map. I doubt we're going to have anything less than a all-out brawl if we get to map 3. But that's a big if, because it depends on which of these teams comes out of the gate firing well, I would say. I'd say whoever gets that advantage early might be the ones to carry the torch to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think what we've seen so far is that this is a tough, mental matchup, I think, for Boss. This is one of their demons throughout 2024. I believe they've yet to win a series versus this team, and they won a map. It was on Vertigo in the past, but they have yet to win a series, and they went on a 15 loss streak to this team, 15 map losses in a row, which definitely puts a damper on it. But now I think Boss get to look at this matchup with a fresh set of eyes. It's a new team, technically. Two new players is a huge adjustment, especially talking about the IGL changes that have gone through with Rush and losing such a key player as George. This isn't the same old Nouns that Boss have lost up against consistently throughout this year. This is a team that's going to be going through a lot of adjustments, and Boss now need to be the team that could show up with their same roster, with the same squad, and say, hey, we're not scared of you all anymore. We're not walking into this matchup knowing that we've lost so many times before, but instead that this is a new team, and we're going to look to abuse that.
Yeah, and speaking of things to watch out for, Slight versus Junior, right? Because Junior, as we mentioned, always consistent, always on top of his game, and Slight is the one we've always kind of said struggles with all that consistency and isn't always where he needs to be. If we get yesterday's form Slight, this will be very interesting to watch as things progress, but oftentimes it doesn't happen. So we'll see if this Opping duel will deliver a back and forth affair, or if Juniors is going to dominate it. And we talked about Peeping already. I mean, this is a player that is on everyone's radar as the next big up and comer. So we'll see if he can deliver on that promise as part of this Nouns roster. I feel like yesterday was already a good sign for Nouns, but I mean, the competition wasn't exactly as high as it will be up against Boss, because it's Revenge, I believe, Akimbo that they played up against. And I do like Akimbo. I think we already talked about them in the past, Cole, in terms of their very aggressive style and how they like to play just right up in your face. And it has led to a lot of success for them. They ended up getting to the Advanced Season 50 Grand Finals, lost there, but I believe are either in relegation or should be in relegation soon, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think this definitely is a team that can put a lot of fear, into you. So I think that Nouns showing up and kind of being able to comfortably put them down, and really have a great performance coming through from Nyx is just such a positive sign from them that they can keep up a very strong level.
No question, as we're just waiting to get everyone into the server. Should be there soon, guys. But, now that we have a little bit of a break, I want to talk about something. I want to talk about Train, Cole, and what you think about it. Did you have a chance to go through it? What map do you think is going to replace it? Give me your thoughts.
So I think Vertigo obviously is as a massive fan of Vertigo in the past, I think it just needs to go. Unfortunately, it's just like a little too chaotic now. I think there's no really like comfortable, strong Vertigo teams like there could have been in the past or used to be. There's no like specialists on that map. It just is too awkward, too clunky. Neither side it feels super comfortable on a consistent basis. I think there's a couple teams that are good at it, and those are Complexity and NIP. They're solid on that map. They know how to play it pretty well, but they put a lot of work, I'd imagine, into being very good. Unfortunately, I think it's just going to get removed here pretty soon after the major, I'd imagine. And I guess for Train, I'm not a big fan of like all the changes that Train has right now. Whoa, what is this? We got pink overload CJ.
Did he turn on like all of his pink lights? Like, does he have RGB set to pink on all of his RGB lights? Or is this just some sort of weird camera filter? I don't know.
I think it's a weird camera filter.
This is.
But I don't know. We've seen his room before. He's got the.
I think it's his like sister's PC or something in the background. So, or girlfriend or something along those lines.
Yeah.
One of those two, and they might like the pink lights. So he's just saying, you know what? I got the pink lights. I got the teddy bears in the background. All good. But yeah, no. Back to Train. It's funny because Darth Mike always accuses me of being averse to change, which is not true, because I actually embrace the changes on Train very well. Like I play the map, I'm like, you know what? Having played Train so many times, all the way back to like the early betas when it was first released in Counter-Strike. Yes, I'm old. Let's not talk about it. I actually like that there's less of a risk for the CTs in certain positionings, like especially near that A bomb site. Like you don't have to worry as much about certain angles because they've closed them off in a couple of the train tunnels. I think you can only really be seen from train tunnel 2 and 3 now, and there's even like a few areas that are being blocked off. So it's like you can focus more into that Ivy fight as opposed to worrying about what's happening on the bomb site itself. So it creates more isolated fights on the map and certain choke points without having to necessarily worry about other elements coming at you. But it's still, that's still that concern. But for me, I like it. I want to see more Train. I want to play more Train. It's a lot of fun. So that's me. Now I feel I'm not sad about Vertigo leaving either, Cole. I do not like Vertigo. For me, it's not unfortunately, it is fortunately that Vertigo will be gone if it happens. Anyway, that's Enough said about that. We are into the action. We got Nouns up against Boss. Ancient is the first map of play, and both teams love to be here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how these teams fare up. They're already CJ looking pretty strong out of the gates, beeping, popping off with the dual Berettas as well, and Fruit Cup, as good as he might be here for this squad, is going to have a difficult time breaking through all these pistol players. Closing out on him there. Everyone ready to collapse at this point. Little 5-man swing. Their rush will close it. And the pink man himself there, CJ, having a great start to that pistol and a great start to this map.
You know, it's funny because I think CJ was on the chopping block a couple of times earlier on in 2023 and even 2022, but he somehow just continues to find a way to stay on the squad, whether it be surprise pickups, players leaving the roster or something like that. And every time that we're like, okay, well, is this the last we're going to see of CJ on Nouns? He actually performs really well, and you're like, he makes it really hard for the team to cut him, I would say.
Oh, I 100% agree with that. We've seen some really good pop-off, like, errors of CJ's career. There's a nice round, though, from Nick to light it up. In the early goings, Junior going to be chasing down the finishing kill there on the Slight. And yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. It just feels like, you know, there maybe is... In that case, it could feel like maybe motivation
Yeah.
be kind of a big factor. You know, once you realize, okay, I really need to set my focus now. Teammates are looking at me to, you know, level up the performance, and I'm just not there at that moment. Yeah, it definitely could be that. But it is always refreshing to see that level up, and I'm open to see it. If it is going to be like a long-term thing for Nouns to hold on to him.
Absolutely. We're going to round number 3. These first two have been blisteringly fast. Nouns taking care of business, but Boss going to get onto the rifles now. 3 AKs, 2 Galils. Junior and Rush hanging around Jaguar. Closer to Cave than Jag. What do you do if you're Boss here? I mean, you got the positioning on lane. Cryptic's watching mid. Oh, Slight hangs around for a little bit too long. Rush gets one and the follow-up too with the MP9 against the rifles. This is just a bonus round for Nouns, but it's turning into a significant advantage in the 5v3. They don't want to chase down the rifles just yet because anyone could be around those corners, and they are. But man, oh man, that is a torrid start for them.
Yeah, Rush didn't even take a lot of damage for what he just did. 2 kills, and we're looking at, you know, 2 Molotovs and a smoke left. There's no flashes to entry forward. These MP9s just play the numbers game. You still got a close range duel to deal with, and now a close range duel to run through the smoke with. That just feels like the nail in the coffin, I feel like. I mean, Rush maybe with that smoke alone could have won the round outright. Still have some little crawling effort rolling on through from Freshy. And a little bit of intensity up the ramp as well, but there's another back turn, and there might not be a single death for Nouns in this round. In fact, even minimal damage taken. They're going to go grab upgrades on the guns as well. 2 players get on to AKs and Galils instead of MP9s, and Rush's setup in this round, all the way from the double kill to the smoke and cave, get them comfortably through it.
This is as good as it gets for Nouns. Not only no deaths in that round, Cole, but no deaths at all in the first 3 rounds. It is as clean as can be, and everyone's getting in on the mix. It's not one player who's popping off. It's every single one for Nouns that's playing their position very well. Boss going to have to settle for an eco round. They're going to just try and send the Tech 9s towards the A site. Junior's waiting for it, gets one, falls back. Smoke pop there. Nyx, his visibility's opened up. It is all Nouns again. And still no frags to speak of for Boss. Nyx is close to death, and there we go. Finally, the team goose egg is cracked there in terms of frags by Cryptic, but he quickly falls afterwards, so it is a footnote in a round that's dominated by Nouns.
So well handled, rolling on out there, finally getting a kill, but it starts to feel like, you know, if you're Boss, you are still playing the same old Nouns that, you know, takes you down every single time you play them, which is terrifying. I mean, the lack of kills alone is that fresh reminder of this is still that same team. Conquering your demons is not an easy task. Getting blasted out of this one here. They got to figure out a way to, just start getting on the board here. It's Cryptic finally finds an entry. We know he's capable of being such a excellent aggressive rifler, but yeah, I looked through the history, and the last time that we actually saw Boss win a series versus Nouns was December 6, 2023.
Oh my god. Has it really been that long?
It's been that long, and it might continue.
They can't chase away their demons here, Cole. It's just unbelievable how dominant Nouns have been, and they're getting aggressive into their faces. They're not even giving them a chance to set up, as Slight and Fruit Cup are the last two standing. And it's only, it was only 20 seconds, not even into the round, when all those frags came through. Slight peeking around here in towards A main. No one is home there. In fact, the only player near A is Nyx at 10 HP. But the Boss are trying to slip through towards the B side. Fruit Cup spots a player, but he gets spotted in turn, so he needs to be careful about how he approaches this, especially considering that he's not even set up for a trade. All right. Slight.
Play that forces him off immediately. And there's another one. I mean, at this point, if you're grasping at straws, you're thinking, that's nice, that's extra $600 they have to spend. But if you'd like them to need to spend a whole lot more, Peeping, who is such a pristine positioned player, is going to deny any of that. And Boss just getting blasted out of another round here. It's Nyx that lines up a double. Fighting through so much adversity there as well. The flashes were well placed. You did a lot of what you had to do there if you're Boss. But still, you come up empty-handed.
I mean, I also have to highlight, Nouns lost 4 BO3s, make that 3 BO3s in a row coming into this NA Revival series. Against Legacy, it was close, but then it ended up being a blowout on Ancient. I think it was in the first map, it was 4-13, and just such strange results. And they lost 0-13 on Mirage against the Party Astronauts. Ended up being a close series again, but those are the types of things that were happening. Even against Crew, they lost 4-13 twice, but now it's just unbelievable. 2 roster changes, and they're a different team. Cryptic manages to get 1-2, I think, here in the round, but it will be only that as CJ gets the last laugh. 4 for him, 7-0 for CJ and Nyx. And I mean, it's just been so dominant. I guess that's just the point I wanted to emphasize, is that they really have made things turn on their heads with that addition of Nyx and Peeping and Rush doing the calling now.
I mean, that's a really cool story as well for Rush to turn into an IGL.
Yeah.
Before, joining this Nouns roster, spent some time out of the game, and they came back into it in a good form. So I'm excited to see him on his now IGL arc as a player. And Cryptic's the only one that's finding entries. Finally, someone else has offerage, but Nyx still always available to shut things down. There's Fruit Cup finding a kill as well. So we're starting to get players activated and on the board, but who's already lifted off in a big way is Nyx, who continues to dominate the mid-control game. And it looks like Nouns have struck gold in a player that continues to hold down the line in such a difficult position. Here's that great rotation coming through from Nyx as well. They still have an AWP in Junior inside of Cave. He'll finally fall for the first time in this map. But Junior still stands tall and close by inside of Cave. Gonna walk through that smoke. To look to bypass him, they could just run it towards A, I guess. That might be their best move here. So they're completely silent. Finally turn up the Jets, and I think Junior's maybe heard this, but still has a long transition in.
He's trying to be careful about his approach. He's got the AK now. I think Cryptic's going to hear this. So, yep, there it is. Cryptic sprays him down, and Cryptic's celebrating a little bit, spinning around there. Finally, Boss are on the board. He's trying to build up a little energy for his squad because those first 6 rounds left a lot to be desired. And even here, he got pretty back and forth thanks to Nyx. but eventually they get the answer against the newcomer on Nouns. And I mean, Nyx has always been a solid player. I mean, throughout the times I've been watching him and all the teams he's played on, but overlooked oftentimes. And I think it was a good decision for him to take a step away from Timberman very quickly, because then it gives him the opportunity to play with Nouns, which is a much more serious team to potentially be on there. But that's just good news for him that he's performing this well as well and making a case for himself to be signed. CJ is going to get 1, but 2 right on back for Boss. Peeping going to have to pop off here, and he gets the first, knows that a second could be close by. Did he see the foot? I think he does now. There it is. Peeping finds it. In the meantime, his teammate does go down. Offer Jr. is gone, and Cryptic gets a critical one onto Peeping. Does he know Rush is here? This is what Rush has been playing for the entirety of the half. And I think they're calming that, saying he's probably a Jaguar, guys. Cryptic very low. Needs to be cautious, and they're pincering him in. This is such a good play. Great call from Cryptic. It'll probably go their way, but now the noise has been made. It's intentional to bait him out in that direction, and Fruit Cup deals the killing blow. Boss, get 2 in a row.
And again, it's just more of this ability from Cryptic to crack things open. He's on 5 HP, but he still manages to have so much impact staying alive as well. And he's really had to brute force his team into a position where the rest of the squad can start to land some kills and back it up. But on the other side of the coin here, we're seeing another big change in the roles here for Peeping now as well. Rush over there towards Cave. Feels super comfortable. I think one of the better maps that he actually plays out is Ancient on an individual front, because of how active he can be inside that cave position. So it is always fun to watch him play out, but that's where Peeping used to play back when he was on PA for that short period of time. Now seemingly over towards middle a lot more here for Nouns, but still looking good in that defense. So again, a guy who's had to switch it up so often, but seemingly always comfortable wherever you place him.
Well, let's see how comfortable Nouns are going to be here. They got to buy up again because they built up so much economy, not having anyone die pretty much for 3-4 rounds. It's going to run out soon if they can't get back to their winning ways. Tons of util being tossed here towards mid, and you see the smokes are good for Boss. They've pushed Nouns back, although 2 players still remain here in Donut. That's Nixon Jr. And Junior's got his op locked on here. Darty's probably dead to rights. Junior will probably just flick down. There it is. Yep. First frag for Nouns again. Nate sails through to pop open the smoke. Peeping. Oh, almost gets fragged there over in Red Room. And Junior dropped by Freshy. Turns things around immensely for Boss. And yes, Cryptic will find Peeping. Although the trade comes through for Rush, we're down to a 3v3. And the bad news for Nouns is that they're very spread out. Each player is in a one and done position. Brew Cup finds CJ looking the wrong way, and Rush tries to get something as well, but he can't. Freshy drops him, and Boss are making all the right moves right now.
Yeah, just a grinding halt down to this round. Fruit Cup, though, he goes down. The transfer almost coming through from Nyx. Bringing life into this round here. Rush still Slight is a little removed from the situation. Or rather, that's Freshy that's removed.
What?
Oh my god! Nyx just spams him, and Slight doesn't get to see anybody! He finds the last one as well.
No.
Freshy does not know what hit him, and Nyx is stone cold as he clutches up for Nouns and rips the round away from Boss.
How do you not sign this guy after that, Nouns? How do you not sign him after that? That is ridiculous. That's an insane 3K. I mean, just the realization that to go for that panel spam, the second one saying, okay, he probably went to Cubby. Beautiful. Then he finishes off what he started. If there's 5 more bullets in the magazine for the A1S as there used to be, then maybe he gets the second one as well here on the transfer as he runs out of ammo. But wow. And then isolates the last fight as well. Beautifully done from Nyx. Now it's up to 7 when it looked like Boss. We're going to fully come back into this and research into Ancient. Nyx pops off with a ridiculous play. Boss will still have the guns here. Not as much util maybe as they'd like, but it's certainly serviceable. Man, oh man. What a play from Nyx. That's one of those situations where I don't think Boss did anything wrong. It's just that Nyx played ridiculously.
Yeah, I mean, especially when he's just landing shots through the wall, or
Yeah.
he swings and you don't even get a chance to fire a bullet. In that 1v3, I think the only like person that actually saw his opponent got a chance to pop a shot off was the cave push, and then after that, there's just no chance. It's already too late. You've let Nyx build this confidence up 12-2. That confidence is so deadly here. Peeping, blowing open that smoke. It turns two players' attention over. Darty and Cryptic back each other up there. Darty flies through the smoke for another entry. Darty going for maybe some more info. He will eventually be bested by Rush, but it sure flushes him out of position. Look at Rush go, though. As he runs away with his life, he goes for a re-peek there. Freshie will eventually be able to finish the dinner, but so much damage done. And it's still Nyx alive in the server alongside a player he knows good in the clutch and Junior.
And Junior's got the dualies out looking for fights here. Cryptic and Slight are both very low. And you have Junior's nade, which could make a difference if it's thrown in the right spot. And we also have Nyx's rifle, which we saw can be exceptionally effective. Oh, look in the right direction, but Slight just too quick on the trigger with the headshot, and that sends Junior packing away. So Boss this time will not allow Nyx to have any heroics. Junior spotted out as well, so they're probably going to chase him. And he knows it, so he has to get at least one fight. Perfect shot. Junior's so good at keeping this op alive. I imagine that Boss will just want to keep their guns. Their money's not exactly insane. And they find that third round eventually. My goodness. That was a great start, too, from Darty. Finding those opening two frags. Rush tried to pull it back, but, I mean, just Slight playing a perfect angle to deny Nyx any chance at all from coming through and doing more damage. All right, we go into round number 11 here, Cole, as Boss are trying to recover.
I mean, still a good chance to give them some T rounds as well. They started off the first 4 or 5 rounds with a single kill for the whole team. Now they're starting to find some entries. And it feels like that early fear's over. Look to change the pace in a big way, but they walk right into Junior's up head first, and he swings for a second and rips 2 kills away here. Peeping, backing it up as well. One quick one with that 5-7 and a great flashbang coming through from Rush. Setting his teammates up for success, long range. Now a 1v2 for Slight. He's been great in the clutch all event. He's had so many of these 1v2s, but can he add another one to the tally versus a whole new team? And Nouns here. Trying to run away, his back's turned, and Nyx will not let that slide. As Nouns will close it out here. Junior, the tip of the spear with that AWP. And a closing statement coming through from Nyx.
Yeah, I can't believe he hits that second one, right? Because you thought he would just split the difference because both players peeked out at the same time, but he has the wherewithal to flick around and get that second before he falls. And Nyx, I believe he heard the player Slight coming out of Jaguar because I think Slight was just taking a gamble, given the time left on the clock that he could run. Didn't realize that Nyx would be in that position, and it was done. So Nouns trying to close this out with a 9-3 lead, and Boss, I mean, they're just getting whatever they can. It's going to be Mac 10, Tech 9, 2 pistols, and an AK. Cryptic, pretty solid with this Tech 9 previously. Maybe could catch off Peeping. I don't know. Peeping going through the smoke, back in towards Jaguar at the perfect time. Gets 2, pulls up the pistol, can't find the last. So that's an M4 upgrade for Freshie. Excuse me, Mac 10 upgrade? Alright, anyway, CJ is going to get Fruit Cup. Rush finds Freshie. It doesn't really matter anyway. Slight the last one standing, and he does manage to get a headshot onto Nyx and still has the bomb on his back. Do not count him out just yet.
There's a serious chance he can make this happen. Looking to keep it level-headed at the moment. But as soon as you start that conversation for Clutch, you know he gets loud. Make the quick cutting of noise as he moves through middle at the moment. Very quiet at taking this control and rolling on up towards Red Room here. This is an interesting position to find yourself in, but look at this reaction from Rush. I think he's really looking to cover all the bases here. It comes down to a game of timing in which maybe Slight is just nailed. I think he's actually just missed the crosshair for a split second of Rush. They still got Junior to worry about inside of A main, but I tell you all what, there's a real chance that he can make something happen here. Getting onto this bomb site free of charge. Junior turns his attention back towards the site, though. That's a smart reposition. He looks at the clock. That internal clock starts ticking. And Nouns will deny any sort of access.
Well, I mean, Peeping was in a pretty tough spot here. I thought he might fall after moving back through that smoke, but he still managed to get a couple. So well done from Nouns. They look really tough to play against right now, and Boss are feeling that with only 3 rounds on their T sides. They switch over to the opposite end to defend now.
So they can't make it this CT side. Gave themselves 3 rounds after such a scary start. You know,
Yeah.
It felt like a failure to launch out of the gates. Just the lack of kills alone was really nerve-wracking for Boss, but they come out at least something to work with here. Now some hopeful spam through the smoke. Close on the line, but nothing really connecting. So a 5v5 and a post plant retake in order here for Boss. They do have that smoke and kit, though, which is very common for these retakes.
Junior tapping away with the pistol. He's not going to get anything, but Rush does. Capitalize on some damage done. Lots of players low here on both sides, and it looks like we're going to end up in a 3v3 as the retake is on. All 3 CTs on the site. There's a Molotov thrown at a timely moment right onto the bomb, leaving only Slight, and he's going to get flanked out by who else but Nyx. 10-3 in favor of Nouns. This pistol round victory could spell the end of Boss here on Ancient.
I want to see the replays because the kill feed showed, I think, a little bit different than usual. A Molotov impact kill?
That was an impact. You're right.
I think
that's an impact kill because it would have shown up as flames otherwise.
Yeah. So that's fun. I don't know. We didn't even see it in the replay, but that is funny that is how it wound up there. Molotov kill. Not in the way you'd think. That bottle, those glass shards, they gotta hurt a little bit.
Peeping. Tossing the molly in. Boss going for the full-on eco. They don't even want to try for the force buy. They're gambling, right? Stacking the site. Not sure it's going to make a difference. And it doesn't. Darty and Fruit Cup just waiting for death to be delivered to them. And there it is. 11-3 in favor of Nouns. They are 2 rounds away from taking map number 1.
In a pretty comfortable fashion here. Putting the pressure on Boss in the series overall because, as highlighted, Mirage is up next. And while it is a map that I think is in development for Boss, you know, how much work have they been able to do on it? For a map that I did notice they were more consistently challenging themselves with. Only got an opportunity to play a single time in the RMRs.
Yeah. I think the tough thing for Boss here is they're going to be on the gun round now. Oh, Nouns are already on the site, but they're all gone! Whoa. 3 players just evaporate there as they work their way towards A. Junior and Peeping taking a ton of damage. All 5 Boss players pretty much in the same angle, and 3 disappear for Boss as well! What is this round? Peeping and Junior alive barely with 3 and 39 HP respectively, and now it's just the 3 HP Peeping that's left. Bomb is down, so you have to imagine that this is over, but wow. Boss do manage to win it. They would have liked it to be cleaner, especially after that start, but Junior and Peeping deal out at least the economic damage. What? I've never seen 3 frags happen that quickly in succession. That was pretty much simultaneous.
I mean, 3 in favor of Boss, and then 3 taken right on back from Nouns. So that quick back and forth felt like was a game changer that ends up still being a Boss round, though. The ones that started it off successful will close it just in a more concerning fashion. Here's some great utility to try and keep Rush at bay from this early cave aggression. But some good utility sent back from Rush, and there's some peek and Fruit Cup playing confident on that ramp duel right there. Just swinging out for a couple pre-fire shots, ends up coming up with a big duel up against Junior.
For Boss to find Pressure on, but Cryptic gonna get dropped by Russian Nyx, who double peeked into Cave, and that could give them B control. I mean, you see Boss kind of backing off here, expecting the flashes and the smokes to come through, and they don't want to aggress too much, because if they get caught out, then the chances of a retake become less and less in terms of being successful. Bomb going to be planted here by Peeping. They were waiting to see if any spam would come through Cave, but they do have Cave control, so they're okay. I don't even know. I don't think that was an issue at all, in fact. Darty and the rest of Boss. Ooh, this is a problem, Cole. They're all coming from the same angle.
Yeah, it's a one-way street on this retake here. CJ's got a really nice off angle to back it up, and before the flashes, before the retake even lifts off, he steps out for a kill. And Shrewd Cup in response, a little something. Take the edge off of this retake here, but still getting broken down with some excellent contact game from Nouns. And Slight left with a timer ticking against him. He has a kid at the very least and a quick kill to back it up, but it certainly isn't enough time. Those numbers continue to tick up against him. Rush will go down with the ship as any good captain, and Slight will be able to make the escape with an AK, but 8 opportunities on the other end to close this map out.
Wow. And that felt like Boss were in the advantageous situation, right? But they just decided that falling off of that B site was the better call. I'm not sure if it was. Maybe it would have been better for them to try and take those fights early. But instead, now Nouns are staring down at 8 opportunities to close out this map, which is Boss's map pick, and then go onto their own of Mirage. All right. Slight, along with Cryptic. Oh, Slight gets caught immediately by Nyx, who's been absolutely on fire. So is Peeping, the 2 new additions, looking incredible for Nouns. And, I mean, look at what Boss has here, Cole. They've got nothing, pretty much. A couple of MP9s, 2 pistols. I think Slight had a rifle, but, I mean, that's not the easiest to recover. This is really tough.
Out of the field of play at the moment. The recovery would be difficult. Off angle maintained. There's one player with utility out. There's Cryptic with the MP9. He wants more. And it's only Nyx that can eventually put him to rest here. Looking for follow-ups, but he takes a lot of damage in the meantime. There's another kill to back it up there from Freshie. And the advantage goes sideways for Nouns. Cryptic's the leader of it. But yeah, like you said here, Junior waiting patiently on this play. He's never really activated, never shown his position. But eventually he will have to, and you have to wonder, is he going to be this diligent on the clear?
You have to imagine he needs to be ahead of CJ a little bit as well, given there's only 30 seconds left on the clock, but he's trying to make the spacing as tight as possible here. And eventually, he will have to step forward. In fact, no, they're going to wait down to the 20-second mark before even trying to see if they're going to get map control. Fruit Cup lines up the shot and hits a couple. Not the headshot he needed, though. It makes it a 2v2, but with so little time left, I feel like Freshie's just going to have to. And he... Oh, no! Freshie, you can't miss that! Junior's at 12 HP. 1 bullet would have been enough, but he can't get it. Now Darty, at risk, goes around, does finish off Junior, but he can't get the last, and Nouns will in fact win it. 13-4 in their favor. That was tough. Boss, whenever they had an advantage, it felt like they let it slip through their fingers.
I mean, it's just devastating the way it gets closed out there. Having big MP9 opportunity there with Cryptic starting it off, but that long-range duel again going sour. Junior just being very patient, as we highlighted. I thought that patience was going to, like you said, just be enough to create enough time pressure to, kind of force some missteps. But Nouns just played a really diligent game. And I tell you what, this is the best possible look you could ask out of these 2 new guys that are showing up here, is that you show up versus a team. And at one point, you've just had such a good handle on all throughout this year. And again, you show that same sort of poise.
Absolutely. And I mean, like, look, it's surprising, honestly, for me, for Boss to be dominated in that way. Like, I think they have faced off against Nouns. It hasn't been great over their past few appearances, but I felt like they were on the up and up coming into this matchup, and that they'd be able to deal more of a blow to Nouns, but it just never happened at all. Cryptic at the top of the scoreboard with 12 isn't really much to speak of for all these players. I mean, Slight not having the greatest Ancient today. Fruit Cup as well looked really sharp with the Deagle yesterday, but you saw there missing the shot on Junior. Even the crosshair placement, a little questionable on his side. but it happens, right? Everyone's going to have their off games. Unfortunately for Boss, it felt like everyone was in that position. It wasn't just one player versus Nouns, where it was everyone looking fantastic. Nyx and Peeping in particular at the top of the board with 17 frags apiece, Cole. I feel like they are going to connect on their prize pick kill estimates if this type of play continues.
Yeah, I mean, connecting in the server as well, it feels like. It looks like they were really good at joining forces in that mid hold so many different times. We saw that the positivity that they were able to bring in that defense, man. I'm definitely excited to see that consistency for Rush as well, to be able to kind of get these guys into gear. I think there's a lot of responsibility on what is going to be a fresh set of eyes for an IGL. Not that much experience, but not really showing that lack of experience right now. So a lot of excitement for this Nouns roster as they look to continue to show up versus this team. Obviously, Boss, like you said, I think it's a different story. We've been talking about Boss like this is a really difficult matchup. In the past, it has been. You mentioned it. They've been on the rise consistently. They've been beating teams that have got massive win streaks against them. NRG was in that same stead. They had like a 9-map win streak up against this Boss team, and they got bested in a best of 3. So this isn't exactly the same form we've seen out of Boss, but it seems like they still have these demons flaring up when it comes to Nouns.
For whatever reason. But look, we still got some Counter-Strike left to play here. Boss are not out of this yet, guys. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be here with Mirage, Nouns' map pick.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, we're back here at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4, Nouns versus Boss, and that first map was complete and total domination by Nouns. Boss only salvaging 4 rounds before Nouns took it away with a 13-4 victory. Now we go on to Mirage, which was close the last time these two teams played here on the previous NA Revival Series. Ended up going overtime with Nouns winning 16-14, but after that first map, I don't know how I feel, Cole.
Yeah, it definitely felt like early on they were kind of just shocked by, the early performance coming through from Nouns. It maybe felt like it's still the same lingering feelings of a team that's really tough to beat for you. You got to look into this Mirage as a fresh set of eyes, another map where you hope that Nouns is going through a period of adjustment as well with the new players on their team. We'll see if that's the case though in the server, as you hope to see Boss and all the work that they've been putting into this map will show up here versus a really good Mirage team in Nouns, or at least who has been a good Mirage team. We'll see if that's the case in practice here. I like it. Double boosting, one in towards apps and one on top of that bomb site box. I like the idea here. Slight's got to get quickly out of position though. Darty already revealed here. Hard cleared for Slight. What? Now how much can Fruit Cup get? Only a single before getting blasted. And Nouns getting a bomb plant out, getting a boost of their own. Great swing off the contact of Rush's early play. Double swing going in towards Freshy's location. He's tagged down and finished by Peeping. And well, the new guy on the squad here already coming up with a 3K on the pistol.
Yeah, Peeping not missing a beat at all going on from that previous map. Already on fire here in just the pistol round with that 3K. And I mean, those 2 entries were not that easy, right? There were 3 boss players stacked up together, and Peeping gets a couple of them, leaving one isolated, and then even finds the 3rd afterwards. So Nouns getting exactly what they want here to kick off their T side, and Boss on the other end are going to go for a force buy here. Slight has the scout, everyone else on the pistols. A couple of those Deagles, the other 2 5.7s. Slight is watching here towards A main. It's the right idea, but the util's going to make it a little bit tougher to connect on shots, and there it is, already smoked off. Nouns are going to flood on in, and that means that Boss are probably just going to fade off and go for a retake. They might have a peek from CT before the bomb gets planted. Rush, ready for that. Oh, we spotted a player. No one's there. Manages to get nothing, in fact. Cryptic, the headshot, and not even that much damage done. And there's still a rifle available for them. These pistols looking lethal. CJ and Junior having to come out big, and so does Peeping. Fruit Cup and Slight, the last 2 standing. This is still scary. Fruit Cup's good with that Deagle, and he manages to connect on the headshot. Junior and CJ looking to hold their ground up against 2 low players. They've got the advantage in every way, and they just have to hold their nerve, and they do. At least CJ does. On to Fruit Cup. Slight, pretty much done. He's probably just going to fade off, and he does. Looking for some exits, perhaps. Takes one more shot and says, all right, I'm out of here. Going to save this scout for the next round. 2-0 for Nouns, but it got scary.
It's always nice to have a scout in your back pocket, although he almost goes down. That's that armor. Looking for maybe a rifle to pick up there. Can't quite find one. But Nouns power through a tough A side.
Oh.
Not the ticks out of date. You
got
to make sure to update your ticks.
Yeah. You need the latest Delta ticks here in CS2.
I don't know. What is that?
I don't know either.
What are the Delta? Is that the new sub tick right there? We've got Delta tick now?
Yeah. It's no longer sub tick,
right?
Yeah. Oh, man. Anyway, I don't know if we want to get into that discussion because, like, I'm very sour about it. But let's continue here.
It's okay. We've got Delta tick now. So.
Yeah, Delta tick. It's the next generation of sub tick.
Next generation of Nouns here. Next up, looking fantastic for Peeping and Nyx. And Peeping already taking charge. Here's that 5-7 singing there in the backlines for Darty, but. It is that new gen that's taking over charge of this bomb site. Full control gathered. Rush on the lurk. Presence out towards this B side being made here successful. Here Cryptic as well in a bit of a interesting spot. Never revealed in ladder position. Hoping that Rush will give him something to work off of. But he might have the element of surprise. I think he's spotted though.
Yeah, he is.
And that surprise is quickly dealt with.
Yeah, so great job from Nouns again. Another 3-0 lead to start off this second map. a little less clean than it was on Ancient. It was ridiculous how few players, in fact, no one died after 3 rounds on Ancient. This time, you know, Boss getting on the mix, making it difficult here and there, but Nouns still finding a way to victory each time. Now the guns will be out for Boss, 4 M4s and the AWP. You want to see more fight out of them, no question, especially if you're a Boss fan. I mean, even if you're just a Counter-Strike fan, you want to see something a little more competitive, right? And that first map didn't exactly deliver. Rush?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jumping up here? Yeah, go ahead.
Just felt like nothing really lifting off. You know, the Fruit Cup impact, which he did have a bit of a tougher Ancient up against Undone. But maybe that was only overshadowed because of how good he did in you know, map 1. He was just such a beast on Nuke in that quarterfinal. And now getting spammed through walls, Cryptic dealt with immediately. And there's that great wrap coming through from Rush. She's held onto that back 10 for so long, and now in this gun round continues to have impact. Darty trying to impact the round through Cat, but he can't quite help out on that A side because they've already converged every location, connector out a main, overwhelming that bomb site so effectively, and Nouns continue to show up here on Mirage.
Rush finally decides to upgrade to the M4, but with the way the MAC-10 was going, I don't know. But either way, it's look at the health bars, right? For Nouns, you got Junior at 3, Peeping at 1, and CJ at 45. Boss just cannot finish their food. Darty will finally get Peeping. If Darty goes down there and Peeping lives, it would have been completely ridiculous. Slight managed to take out Rush, so at least they're going to hang on to their guns, you'd think. I don't know if it's justified for Nouns to continue this chase. Maybe send one more player to look, and that's what they do. And they call CJ back and say, no, don't throw away that gun. Junior, too close to the bomb, and he will die from it. Didn't get away from it enough. So that's an AK loss. It doesn't really matter because they still win the round, but it will be another investment required, Cole.
We'll see if they've got the tools to do any damage in this round. I mean, still do have a lot of firepower being brought out for Boss. MP9, only the sacrifice for Freshie. Everyone else looking pretty comfortable. EG to open up the smoke here. At least fake it? I don't know. It seemed like he wanted to for a second and then just bailed. Just trying to keep attention drawn in towards window potentially, as really, I mean, you can see the setup for Slight inside of Palace. He's got this deep positioning, but Nyx never overexposes at all, and you can see the window of opportunity starting to open for him as well. This timing could be brutal if he's not careful, and it's the case there. He hits it perfectly. Fruit Cup walks in a bit lackadaisical towards Palace and right into an AK.
And that's such a good play to make, right? You get that frag, you draw more attention, rotations back to the A site when the actual hit is going B. And there's only one player here that's in position to deny them right now, and it's Darty, and he's all the way up towards App, so he won't really be able to see players coming from Cat. You'll see Peeping. Cryptic has realized that something might be up, so at least they have a potential crossfire set up. Darty. Waiting. He's got Cryptic watching to make sure people don't, to make sure no one comes up here on Cat to surprise him. Here's the duel, and it will be won by Darty, who was not expected by Peeping at all. That said, we go back and forth here. Darty continues to win fights. Finally, will lose one, and his teammate does as well simultaneously. It's all up to Slight, who cannot clutch it out. Nyx wins the day, as he's got a 3-piece in the round, and Nouns have got 5 on the board.
I mean, just as Nyx wins the day, it feels like Nouns are doing just the same.
Yeah.
I mean, they feel like winners watching this guy play round after round, the clutch going out just last map there, that 1v3 that he was put in, just showing how experienced he looks. And then now with the just the patience in the Palace to open up the round, and then being able to close it just the same. 5-0, another hot start for Nouns at the moment. Seems like a team that is incredibly difficult to cool off. Go back to slowing it down a little bit here, back to setting up on the default. One silver lining right now, I will say, is a nice stack on this A side setup. We got everyone here ready to go, and it is going to be an A side finish. Oh, there's Fruit Cup Steagle!
Whoa!
There's Fruit Cup Steagle again! Oh my god. It is unbelievable what this man can do with a D. And now it's going to set up the round for success. Junior gets blasted by the 5-7. They might have had a stack, but it looked like they only needed one man to get the job done.
Oh my goodness, Fruit Cup. That's the Fruit Cup we know and love with that Deagle. Unreal stuff. 3 beauties. And Nouns just shaking their heads thinking, why? How? Well, Fruit Cup is how.
Why and how? Just the desperation.
Yeah. First round on the board for Boss, unless Nyx pulls off something ridiculous, but he won't. Doesn't have the bomb. Just wants to save the AK. Round is done, Cole.
Incredible sequence right there from Fruit Cup. Makes it just look easy. I mean, he makes the Deagle look so easy every time it's in his hands, without question. And finding that first kill as quick as can be, following it up with the following two that looked to trade him. They wanted to. But you've got to be so quick if you want to get past that Deagle. A sequence. And what a way to come alive here potentially for Boss. I think that's the key detail here, is that is a excellent lifeline that they've just been granted right there with a sort of round like that.
No question at all. Can they capitalize on it with a follow-up round victory? Because if you only get that one and then you don't follow up and get something more effective, it might not be enough. Although their money is really good because they only lost 1 player in that exchange and managed to upgrade. Uh-oh! 2 players lost immediately here, though. Slight manages to get 1 back. Cryptic could do the same. Yeah, nice exchange from him! He managed to get 2 before falling, so it is a 2v2 and now a 2v1. What a shot from Slight. From Junior. And Darty is going to get another one on back. So we have a 1v1 scenario here. Darty up against Junior, and Junior says, I don't want to go for the op. It is a rifle that's going to win me this round. Darty waiting patiently, and Junior's going to cycle all the way around, perhaps? I don't know. Maybe just hang around connector.
Get out of that field of view. I mean, right now you have Darty who has to plant out or diffuse out in the open. Tap. There's a swing, but now he's off it.
That's perfect.
And Junior, he almost eats that HE right there, enough to scare him off, but he can tank that health. Still close out the kill. Very smart clutch from Junior. Can't quite tank the bomb blast, but all is well. They're happy with the round, and as you highlighted coming into it, you know, that the great feelings that you get when Fruit Cup deletes 3 with the Deagle, it's going to be quickly nullified. It's a firm reminder of what you're up against when Nouns come swinging like that.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Boss, like I was mentioning as well, they still have enough money to buy up here, although first he has to settle for the MP9, but it's tough, you know, losing that round, although it was close. They wanted to find that follow-up to get 2 in a row. Nouns got an iron grip here on this match, it seems. Fruit Cup's going to get 1 and a second, maybe the 3rd as well. Junior down to 28. Fruit Cup escapes. Darty supports. What a mid-hold from Boss. There you go. Peeping the last one standing, who will get 1. But now his positioning being known, they should just be able to collapse on him with a double peek, and there it is. Boss win that one convincingly with solid mid-control.
The incredible collapse rolling through. Fruit Cup, the fact that he gets those kills and then gets out alive is pretty impressive. Because then that allows for Darty to sneak his way up Cat and take some more challenges. Up next. And Boss right back on it. As a Nouns timeout comes into full effect. And this Nouns timeout looks like it's leading into a force buy. We say buy Tech9's armor. Right now, it looks like there's a bit less utility. You can see that Nyx is looking to do the investment in util. So not only is he's sacrificing his armor so that he can buy an extra smoke. So it seems like he's good in the server. been unselfish in that sort of play. Seems like the full package right now. Also looking to back into this map right now. Dealing with this force, but I think it's the perfect way to do that.
Molotov going to burn away there. CJ waits it out, then charges in. Yeah, they're just going to go for a full-on steamroll here, aim towards the A side and hope it pans out. Slight gets the point first. The Tech-9 and Eagles are starting to slip through, but Freshie, along with Fruit Cup, shut them all down. Junior hits a pretty wicked shot, but I don't know if he's going to be able to convert more than that. He is pretty good with the Deagle himself, trying to match Fruit Cup's effort from a couple of rounds ago. And we'll get a second. Not a third. Yeah, they double swung him. It was close, right? If he gets Freshie there, then maybe we start talking about a clutch, but it didn't happen. So 6-3 in favor of Nouns, but they do the damage, at least to the economy a little bit.
Yeah, not a bad end to that one. I mean, even if he gets that extra kill right there, you can see he's splitting his attention. It's a great double swing, good reaction, but definitely the case there that he could have put a serious scare there. Now, Eco rolling on up, and we're going to have the conversation of Boss getting their heads into this map, which is a big deal. Starting to gather up some steam, especially for what is going to be largely a massive eco. Junior has a deagle at the very least, so not completely empty-handed. Can they do anything with it? Junior's set up there. Peeping's knocked down. There's a man advantage. Not as much damage taken either. Rifles to recover. CJ still holding on with his life. There's a great spot from Rush. Goes for the re-peek. Will fall. And there's a collapse coming through from the other riflers. You got to be careful, though. You don't want to lose anybody else. They still have a player position top of boxes as well. Peeping could have the element of surprise as Junior looks to hold down the flank, but he's the only one that gets surprised there. Peeping now. Anything extra? Not quite. Gets closed out on. A couple casualties is exactly what Nouns were looking for, but at one point had that round looking a lot more scary.
Yeah, interesting stuff with the Glocks and the pistols. I mean, we've seen it before, right? In the previous series with Glocks being the ones that won it out. That was for NRG. But that time, while it gets a little bit nerve-wracking for Boss, they still close it out pretty handily to find themselves a fourth. Now Nouns looking to get back to their winning ways. They got 4 AKs, the Galil out. Util is pretty strong as well. They used a lot of it already. 3 smokes, in fact, just to try and get that mid control, which they technically do have, and they've attracted a lot of attention that direction as a result, which means they can focus their efforts on this fight towards B. And Darty, who they know is in this position. Great flashbang throw. Forces Darty back, but he still manages to throw a fadeaway nade that gets Nyx down to half health. Rush pushing in, looking towards window. They don't realize Slight's right ahead of them, and Slight gets both Rush and CJ. Now he can look in towards the apartments where he knows the hit is going to come from. Great flashbang thrown, but Slight is just going to recover here and connect for a third. Can he hit a fourth? He's trying, misses one shot, knows that Junior's hanging out there in the window. And now, Nyx has managed to pull one back, but they still have Slight to worry about. Misses that one, finally ended, but Junior's lost his teammate, and now he's in a 1v2 clutch. The good news for him is that he has the bomb on his back. He's trying to get one more frag before he decides what to do, and what a shot! You gotta be kidding me, Junior! 2K for him on the round. Freshie frustrated that he can't close that out, and immediately Junior is going to get that bomb planted. He's got a 75 HP Cryptic up against his lone 14 HP. That's not much to work with, but he's in. Oh no, he was in the open. Cryptic at the perfect angle to shut him down. What an effort from Junior, but it will be a 5th for Boss.
Junior makes that flick look so easy as well. What a unbelievable shot. Straight there towards bench, right on to Freshie. Cryptic comes back with that really good late reposition though, and again it's Slight now doing what he definitely needs to here in this matchup, and that's show up with the AWP, bring that impact, show what he was doing yesterday with that op as well, man. Just consistent multi-kills, you know, re-peeking into these fights and coming out on top over and over again. Right there shows prime example of what he can do when he's hitting his stride. Got kept the glass cannon rolling for him this round. Armor to back it up, but looking to stay sharp. This rush lurks about towards middle here on a solo effort. Peeping will fall quickly, or rather
nice.
drop quickly. A kill on that A anchor. There goes Slight as well, and again, these new guys get the job done for Nouns to try and throw a wrench in the system of Boss.
Well, there's another one for CJ here. Who will get traded, but Cryptic's gone too, and that's the round. Nouns do take a lead into this second half, but what's great to see is that Boss were able to recover after that 5-0 deficit. They won 5 of the next 6 rounds, and you know, it's at least something compared to what we saw on Ancient, where it felt like there were no signs of life. Here, there definitely are, as they go over to their T side. Now, we'll see if it continues to the T side. Sometimes teams can't really put anything together on their offensive side of Mirage, but Boss are definitely going to need it. And if you look at the numbers here purely in terms of stats, their T side has been significantly weaker than their CT side, where they win almost 60% of their rounds on CT side and only 40% on T side. It's not trending well statistically, but that isn't always the story. Let's see if they can upset the apple cart here on their pistol round. The 2 players on A, Nyx, along with Peeping, the 2 newcomers, trying to play off of each other.
Headshot to scare him off a little bit, but those dual Berettas are great in the under balcony. Well, Peeping and Nyx both get dealt with here. They're planning for CT, so you'd imagine that's going to be CT control take, and it's going to be a head-on collision of these USPs versus Glocks, and the distance favors the USP here. Fruit Cup, rather, needs to close out here, but can't, as he gets chased down, and now CJ coming through with the 3K to close it. Give that pistol round in recovery, and that 3v3 that got a little scary for Nouns. He's the one that keeps it nice and safe.
Wow, that got close for a moment, and then, as you said, you know, Peeping managing to get a couple here is so huge, because it could have just been nothing doing at all with Nyx dropped immediately, and then Peeping had to connect on the shots. Otherwise, it's going to be a 5v3. Instead, he makes it a 3v3. Boss try to aggress into CT. They are denied by CJ. And then the round is pretty much over at that point in the 3v1. There's nothing the last player could do for Boss. That is not the way they were hoping to start their T side, but because they get the bomb plant, they will be forcing up here. They have a Galil. 3, make that 2 Mac-10s, the Tech 9, and Slight on the Scout again. Fruit Cup hovering around mid. He's got the bomb carrier by his side and Slight. It looks like they're trying to go for a pincer attack on mid. 2 underpass, 2 top mid.
Smoker cycle towards window. Ooh, Junior goes swinging. Managed to attract it. I wonder if he actually got vision on Fruit Cup. It felt like that smoke bloomed in time, but managed to do half his HP. One more peek there. You want to give that scout a go? The answer is yes. Peeping will just run right past that scope, though, and then run right into it there. Wins the duel. The HE eventually finished off Cryptic as well. In this force buy, it gets the opening duel, but that is it. Because 5 more get one out by Nouns quickly thereafter.
That's pretty much double digits guaranteed for Nouns at that point. Wow, look at that mid control. It was just so aggressive, and the nade as well was perfect onto Cryptic after he finds that opener. Love it. I mean, Nouns not ones to shy away from mid. They, like the Timbermen, are known for getting out to mid very quickly, especially when Carson was part of the roster, as Peeping is going to hit that PrizePicks check mark. More than 29 kills. And I mean, he lived up to all the hype, right, that we pumped out there at the beginning of the cast. As he is looking quite solid. Peeping, looking for more frags. Does the damage against Darty. Boss did upgrade their pistols with a bit of util. That nade's gonna hurt. Oh. Yeah, Darty's lucky to be alive, honestly, and now it might be a field day for Nouns as they try to get onto this site through Boss, and yep, indeed it is. Despite the good flashbang, you know, there's just too much to deal with between the MP9 and even the pistol now. Just the USB doing the job for Peeping. He's up to 18, leading the server and his team.
Yeah, well, whatever gets the job done right there, you'll take those quick USB kills there. The sidearm looks clean. No head Kevlar on Boss, so they'll tear right through him. And that is exactly what he has been doing throughout this series here for Peeping. 18 and 11. As you said, besting that PrizePicks estimated kill total and continuing to surpass expectations for me, at least. Plays so consistently well. Nyx has been right there alongside him with the confidence, and this is a very confident position, playing under window there in the underpass. Doesn't quite get it going though. This Cryptic will be able to handle business. Now he's got to deal with the pressure through apartments. So there's one pick there for Cryptic. Gets the molly off. TP's going to hunt him and will complete the kill. But there's so many resources spent flushing Cryptic out of position that now it leaves this A side open for taking. Junior will look to deny access, but good trade from Fruit Cup will at least give them that bomb plant.
Yeah, that's a fantastic play from Fruit Cup, honestly. And you're going to see Peeping try to get this frag. Oh, misses the spray, and that was probably the round. We'll see if he can still pull it off. Good nade. Oh no, not a good nade. Didn't do any damage. I thought it was right on the money. I guess Slate or Fruit Cup managed to avoid it, and then Fruit Cup finishes the job. On to Peeping. That'll be a 6th round for Boss, who are on the board here in this second half after Now's converted 3 rounds off the pistol.
And if you're super used to how Nouns like to play, especially on these kind of bonusy rounds here where maybe they don't have all the tools at their disposal just yet, they get super aggressive there, jump in towards underpass, double push in through apartments. I like that the aggression is coordinated. It's just that Cryptic does such a good job of dismantling that. There's someone, again, available for a reply here from Boss. Having some impact. This time, Junior's AWP up against Slight. Slight walks right into the angle. That quick swing is such a good idea, but Junior's crosshair was where it needed to be.
Yeah, that's perfect from Junior. Nyx above the smoke. I think this is a good spot for Nyx. Great one. Yep, gets Dart. He might get the second as well. He finds it. 2K for Nyx. Cryptic, the last one standing. In a 5v1. Oh my goodness. This is pretty much curtains in the round. And you're looking at the money situation for Boss. It's also not great. No bomb plant to help them this time. A full minute left for Cryptic to try and think about what to do. But there's only so much that he can achieve. 2 players around the corner. Should be done. It is. No one falls for Nouns. Economy builds up even further. And they've got an 11-6 lead. 2 rounds away from closing this one out. And, I mean, looking at the money for Boss, they might have to just go for a half buy here. They could risk it, but if they do, that means that if they lose this round, it'll be done. Oof.
Yeah, lots to think about here. You can see.
Yeah.
Laser focused on all these Boss members. Who they face once again is such a tough opponent for them. And for anybody, it looks like at this joint here. Because the way that I'm seeing Peeping and Nyx play the game here just feels so comfortable. Peeping still being super active. I mean, you can see 20 and 12 at the moment. Nyx getting the impact kills he needs. That double up there as well, just fighting forward inside of connector. Just excellent stuff so far. Can understand the difficulties. We do have Junior, Regent. Those PrizePicks estimated totals for more than 31.5 kills, as he's been playing great alongside it.
Yeah, we told you guys. He's good for it. Pretty much every single time. Once again delivering. I mean, himself and Peeping have been phenomenal. Nyx was absolutely fantastic on map number 1. Still good here on map 2. Certainly not the meteoric numbers he had on the first map on Ancient, but yeah. See if he can do some damage here. He's in a good spot to do so. Only gets 1. Traded out by Fruit Cup, but Peeping manages to capitalize on the Slight, and he can peek around, maybe find himself a second here, and there it is. Indeed, a second, a third. No, that is a bridge too far, but he does get the trade from his captain, and CJ will find the last. That looked pretty straightforward for Nouns, and now Boss, having invested in that round and taken the chance, don't have that much money left in the tank to work with here with their map and series on the line.
This is such a incredible round because the CT side, and just about every duel they took in that one, it always had a trade available, you know, some sort of reaction. So just continuing to press the issue in that mid defense, but always having that next piece of the puzzle. 6 opportunities to close. This one should be the easiest up against this lacking investment. And a quick play out of Palace is being hard to watch by CJ. And this is a guy that you know can lock down that A-bomb site. You know is going to bring you that efficiency. He's not going to be caught surprised. And there's a prime example of it. It's Peeping, covering both top, middle, and underpass with that play. That is unbelievable.
Just 24 frags. Peeping is ridiculous. The man is on fire.
Turn his back towards top mid like that.
It's crazy. And now he's charging up top mid. And he gets the other one on Slate. He's just unstoppable. Darty, last one. Peeping. You're going to wrap it up with a pretty bow. He does. The 4-piece Peeping, finishing with an insane play. And I think hitting 26 frags, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 26 for Peeping. 2.0 KDR. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. Nouns look absolutely insane right now. They win the series 2-0, made it look easy throughout the entire process. Aside from that first half when we saw the resurgence from Boss, I mentioned it, Cole, sometimes you switch that T side and nothing works, and unfortunately for Boss, that was the case.
146 ADR for Peeping, finding that sort of efficiency round after round. I can understand why nothing worked out in that second half there. They had to deal with that combo of Junior, Peeping, Nyx, all playing towards the middle, all collapsing, you know, crucial map control that you would love to have at some point on a T side. And would you love to use that to take it into these bomb sites, but never really given the opportunity with how efficient these players are playing. And a very exciting look here for what is going to make for a incredibly exciting final. You know, Nouns showing this amount of level this early on. As we've highlighted, Nick's kind of on trial to see how he's going to perform with this sort of roster at this level. And I say, man, every time we've seen him, I feel like he's making good decisions. He's making the right plays. He's making great moves. He's bringing big clutches. What more could you ask?
No, definitely. I mean, surprisingly, doesn't hit the estimated frag total, but I mean, he hit our expectations for sure. So that's fantastic for Nyx. Peeping crushed expectations with 43 frags, and Junior is always that consistent piece that Nouns have been able to rely on game in and game out with 32 frags and hitting the PrizePicks estimated frag total. So yeah, I mean, for Nouns, there's only things to celebrate here. And on the Boss side, it's unfortunate because I thought that something was going to materialize, you know, when they started to come back in that first half, but the second half, Peeping just took control. Like you said, I mean, that was pretty much it. And by the way, guys, we're going to get a rematch of Any Revival Series number 3 with Nouns up against NRG in the grand final again. Last time it was NRG who just kind of took care of business against Nouns, but maybe that'll be different here with the roster changes. Before we get to that discussion, though, yeah, let's look at those Boss stats again. First map was rough. Second map was a little better. I mean, we saw Cryptic be pretty consistent there, but the supporting cast outside of what was a ridiculous 3K from the Deagle from Fruit Cup, it was a far cry from the effort we saw in his first BO3.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like maybe a big systems breakdown, and I think this roster still has some hurdles to jump through at this point in time in terms of challenging this sort of competition. It has to be in some sort of, you know, mental block for this team. As I've highlighted, there's been so many map losses. They're 1 win this year, and that's in maps total. So best of ones included in this mix. Maps in series included in this mix is Vertigo 13-11. I believe they were up like 11-1 at one point, and they closed it out 13-11 as well in that map. So this has just been a team that Balls have consistently struggled up against, even though it's a different iteration of Nouns. You look at the top of your screen, and it still says that same opponent's name. And I think there's some sort of mental battle that Boss just can't get past here.
Yeah, it seems like it. I feel like they just need to keep cracking away at it. I think this
Yeah.
roster still has a ton of potential, and you can't just look at this result and get down on yourselves. I don't think they do, though. I think that they've had a lot of tough losses. So for them, it's just another demo review that they need to do. Guys, grand finals are coming up next, though. We've got Nouns and NRG rematch of NA Revival Series number 3. NRG are going for the three-peat. Nouns want to get their first NA Revival Series championship under their belts. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Before we hit the break, though, we got some thank yous to dish out. The NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts, forget about it. They're gone. Banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months, guys. We're going to hit that break. When we come back, it's the grand final of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
good night. Hi, welcome. It is the Perfect World America's RMR. We are kick-starting day 1 of 4 to find out which teams from the region are going to be making it.
Ospit spots nobody on the drive. Flashbang in and Floppy will collect. Oh, a second flash. Everyone blinded. What a move from Complexity. Just shut this round down immediately. Drive-by shot from the tech. Have they got the technique to close it? That's the question. Leash phases through the smoke. The spray's good. Even hits the head. Luchov lopped off. And Hauser for the final killing blow. The uppercut of Complexity. Oh, a Liege, man. So smooth on the movement, Vince, but it's the fact he gets both of them as well. Even 2, that could be it. That could be the mistake that cost them everything. Oh, that might be the final cog turning, but they look to still try and fight back. It's all on one now. Nasty Naz in the back of the bomb site, throwing out bullets, low on ammunition, switches to the USP, but it's just a tag, it's no frag, and off the back of that, they might be known as Complexity, but it was simple for their opening win.
And now we move into the final 2 best of ones of the day here on the A stream. And it is Complexity up against Boss now.
Grim has a go. Grim finds Darty. JT down on Dart. This is awkward. Elijah's been overlooked. A double kill. Fruit Cup finds him, but it's not enough. Grim and Elige with the multi-kill.
Wow, I think he could get a dilute.
Look at this second shot, bro. This is dreamy. Bang.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what you need. Hauser with 2 impactful rounds in a row. But Complexity have gotten the read on Boss in these last 2. This is where they need to really switch that mental on, because the opportunity for them to bounce back into this game lickety-split, you watch how quick this is going to happen.
Throughout our first half commentary, we discussed how nightmarish it can be to anchor A and how difficult it can be to defend B.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, legit. This is a lovely
handling. Pro League season, right? And it was like, well, thanks for coming. Yeah. See you later.
In and out, revolving door. Man, the energy must be absolutely electric in that room right now for Boss. It's not done. The job is not done. Slight gets his eye to the scope early, so he can have the element of surprise here. Oh, big, important, finds Floppy, humbles him, and now up to Halzerg. Maneuvers into heaven to be safe from main. Cam's still occupied. He's not got any idea as to where Freshy's coming from now. Perhaps a sound cue given. Yep, Halzerg, he can win this. This would be a disruptive 1 versus 2 clutch on the defuse. His back is exposed, and yeah, too easy, too comfortable. A nonchalant 1v2 coming in from Halzerg. Look at the plant, it's perfect for the clutch up. Halzerg denies a chance for Boss to get on the CT board early. They smoke dark as well. Now this HE is everything. And there's not much time. Not much time! If he could have just connected, gets him off the bomb. It's not easy. Gotta run him down. Gotta run him down. Gotta be fast. He can't get the bullet. One more bullet could have done it. Cole survived the underdog test, and a test it was.
There are only 6 spots remaining in the Perfect World Shanghai Major for the Americas region. Is about to be claimed either by the North American Dream Team Complexity or the Brazilians MIBR. We're about to find out how that goes down.
Floppy's going to get tested here, only with the MP9 as well. Plays the drop down straight away. Elige, is he often going to see him here? That first port of call, that first rotate in. Puts Elige back on the ramp room, and then Floppy goes ham on the SMG. Feet awaits on Nuke. MIBR. Their map pick, their CT side, clean as hell.
Oh dear, it's done. Get us out of here. MIBR, take it in style.
JT has got a lot of support here to defend this B site. Brim's Dooley's last seen over on the catwalk, fire off up close. And so Complexity breathe a little easier here, as guaranteed here for MIBR. The plant should be locked in.
Oh no.
7 seconds left. Exit.
Stick it.
Stuck around for the fight, but now he's got a plant. Halzerg swinging out, tries to put a stop to this, and that's when Safe arrives. It's just Elige, and he can't manage it. MIBR, they can rely on Safe. They can rely on Exit.
2 spots were taken in the Americas RMRs yesterday, and day number 3 kicking off today. What's up, gents? How are you doing this morning?
Look at me, Sammy! Look at me! We can't really get too into it because we have got the game on our screen.
Finish them, Alex!
Oh, they will.
That's the Jason Lake.
Yeah.
You did the Lake, I did the Jason. Sorry, guys, the game's live.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll be back. See you guys.
When you have lost the map twice to a team and now they're picking it into you. one looked tidy, didn't it?
Yeah, like I don't know who that favors, right?
I
like
think it shows the confidence of M80 against Complexity.
like we can do it again.
Exactly.
Which will be the late piece.
Looking for the heaven fight.
Ooh, this is big. Hauzak has to hard clear this and do so well. Swisher, distinct disadvantage with the FAMAS. Lake nails an instant headshot onto JT. Hang on. No smoke, but still pressure onto Hauzak. Can he do what Floppy couldn't? Looks like he's set himself up for success. And Hauzak does his best. Clutches up triple kill and top fragging now for Complexity. It's not looking good. M80 hanging on by a thread. A single nerve ending, and there it is. A 13-8 scoreline. Anubis. It's Complexities.
3 heading towards B. Floppy for more.
You boost this, you are playing a...
Oh, down Q's, boys!
Boys. 5 alive, 5 alive! The MP9 ace for Flop Dog! Denied by Elige. Hoover up those AKs if you can, boys. We get, what, Galil, AK, yep. Could have been very nice. Elige looks like he's been completely overlooked. Why are we not worried about Elige? You should be. Double kill. More could be coming his way. Supportive flash, but he's not going to overplay. He's happy to sit. They don't have the util to flush him out. His existence alone delays them. And now Grim can pick up the pieces. Sin, the 1v5 demanded of him, baits out the shot from the AWP, which is nice. But he's for the repeak. He's still looking. Doesn't want to die after time. Wants to go down. Grim provides. Okay, we've got our Complexity 2 rounds away from the major.
You've got to feel like it's done at this point, don't
I'm
you?
starting to. 1 minute. And 5 Complexity frags away from the major. From stickers. And knowing you can go to bed happy. Go to bed knowing your name will once again be in the game. And you will be attending the last event of the year. Grim does deliver the first. Lake provides the trade. M80 stubborn here, heading in towards the B site. JT and Floppy once again to be tested. JT, does he swing through? Does choose to isolate, but Swisher this time bests him. This is a fast flank from Elige. This could be enough. They're not ready for him. Elige tames the spray. It's only Lake left to play, and Complexity securing the perfect world. Shanghai Major, it's in. It's theirs. 2-0 as they slay their demon. The rivals fall into that final 2-2 bucket. Complexity best M80 convincingly.
Yeah, I'd say everyone is really happy to make the major, and yeah, we were trying to give it our all in that game. Make the energy needed, and lose some dumb rounds, win some more, and just bring the hype. And yeah, everyone's happy.
All right, anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home, Grim?
Thank you for supporting us during such turbulent times sometimes, but hopefully we made you happy today and can continue to do that going into the major. And thank you again.
There we go, everybody. Complexity making it through to the opening stage.
Hey, what's up guys, this is Elige and I'm here with the Complexity CSGO team and we are going to be doing the Whisper Challenge today. If you ain't first, you're last.
Every word looks the same. If you can't flash, hold that. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, but every word looks the same.
I'm trying my best.
I just see your teeth moving. I don't know what's going on.
If you ain't first, you're last.
If you can't hold that. Well, that's my final answer.
Final answer?
If you can't hold that. Did every word look the same? I'm probably completely wrong.
You're completely off.
If you can't hold that.
If you can't hold upper.
If you can't hold
If you
that.
can't hold sight.
If you can't hold that.
If you can't hold flank. I feel like I'm getting it except the last word. One more time.
If you can't hold that.
If you can't hold sight. I don't know. That's my final answer. If you can't hold sight.
Team Fortress 2?
If you can't hold sight.
Team Fortress 2? I don't know.
If you can't hold sight.
Inferno?
If you can't hold sight.
Go again.
If you can't hold sight.
If I die? Okay, I think I have it. Go again.
If you can't hold sight.
If I get AIDS? I don't know.
That's not YouTube short friendly.
Okay, I have the first part. If I get?
If you can't hold sight.
Just the last part. If I get
sight.
If I get sex, I actually have no idea.
If you can't hold sight.
If I get flashbanged, I don't know. That's my final guess.
If you ain't first, you're last.
Dude, that wasn't even close.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
Close.
What did you say?
If you can't hold that.
And then I said, if you
Can't
can't
hold
hold sight.
What would you do for CS2?
I'm already lost. Hold on, let's go slower.
Okay. What
What
would you
would you
do
do
for
for
CS2?
Dust 2 or
CS2.
Sex 2? What would you do for
CS2.
CS2? I got it. I think what would you do for CS2? That's my final answer.
You need to use your lips this time.
I did. What would you do for CS2?
What would you do for C2?
CS2.
Sensual.
From the top. What would you do for CS2?
I don't want to say what I think you're saying. What would you do for? What would you do for?
CS2.
What would you do for sex tube? That's what I think you're saying. But that's not. I don't know. What would you do for YouTube?
Let's go with that one. I like that one.
That's my answer. What would you do for YouTube?
What would you do for YouTube?
What would you do for YouTube?
What would you do for YouTube? That's my
Is that
final
your
answer.
final
I don't
answer?
know. That's like.
The first phrase was, what would you do for CS2?
CS2.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying sex tube the whole time. I was like, there's no way he's saying that.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
Go again.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
I don't know a single word.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
Just say it slower.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
The AWP is the best gun in the game.
The P250 is
The
the best gun
P250 is the
in
best
game.
gun in the game. That's my final answer. The P250 is the best gun in the game.
Sounds like the pizza is the best gun in the game.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
The P2K is the best gun in the game.
Oh.
My man.
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
The P250 is the best gun in the game. Final answer. That's it. The P250 is the best gun
How long, my boy?
in
You
the game.
fucking sing a whole rap verse. Like, what's going on?
The P250 is the best gun in the game.
The P250 is the best gun in the game. I think I'm pretty confident with that. So my final answer is P250 is the best gun in the game.
That was it.
That was it?
Yeah,
That's it.
we all
let's
got
go.
it.
That was easy.
That's what it is actually.
Sally sells seashells at the seashore.
This is some seashell shit. Wait, what?
Sally sells seashells at the
Oh, you're not even moving you're not moving your mouth.
I can't say it. I can't say it.
There's
At
nothing
the
I can. There's
seashore.
no words I can.
Every word's the same.
No, there's no words. You're not even moving your mouth.
Like Sally sells seashells at the
I
seashore.
don't even have. I have 0 words.
Sally sells seashells at the.
I can see seashells in there, but I don't know the phrase. I don't know the phrase. I know like there's some Pete seashells have seashells on his shell. I don't know.
Sally sells.
Seashell on the seashell on the seashell. That's my final answer.
Sally sells seashells
Seashell on the seashell on the seashell. I mean that's my final answer.
What's so damn funny? Why are you guys smiling, huh?
Seashell on the seashell on the seashell.
Wow. All right. Say it slower.
Seashell.
Chase the chicken?
Seashell on the seashell on the seashell.
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. I have no idea. I actually have no idea.
Seashell on the seashell on the seashell.
Clean up all the cheesecake. Like, bro, I don't know.
Seashell on the seashell on the seashell.
T side or CT side? I don't know. I literally, I
Final
can't
answer?
tell. That's my final answer. T side or CT side? T side or CT side?
Something T side.
T side or CT side?
CT or T side.
T side or CT side?
CS is going to bed. I don't know, man. Try it again.
T side or CT side?
CSGO is
T side or CT side?
That's it. Final answer. T side or CT side?
Sadie sells seashells on the seashore.
Oh, it's that thing.
See,
yeah.
Sadie sells seashells on the seashore.
Yeah,
but he had no idea what
yeah,
I
he
said.
doesn't.
But he said seashells, seashells, seashells or something.
Yeah,
That actually won't be too
because I know the phrase, I know about it, but I don't know how it goes.
Fortnite is better than Counter-Strike.
48 is better than Counter-Strike.
Fortnite
is better than Counter-Strike.
Fortnite is better than Counter-Strike.
Fortnite is better than Counter-Strike. That's my final answer. Fortnite is better than Counter-Strike. Try to kiss me. Fortnite is better than Counter-Strike.
Oh, Fortnite is better than Counter-Strike. That's my final answer. Fortnite is better than...
Your lips are not even moving, bro.
Fortnite is better.
14 seconds and the bomb explode.
I didn't even say
I
that.
pulled that out of my ass. I don't even know.
Fortnite is better.
14 seconds.
Fortnite is
4 guys running. There's something about 4 or 14.
Fortnite is better than Counter-Strike.
4 days.
Fortnite is better.
40 days.
Yeah. Fortnite.
40 days. 40 days.
40 days until Counter-Strike.
Until CS2 comes out. 40 days until CS2 comes out.
Yeah.
Fortnite is better than Counter-Strike.
Fortnite is better than Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's what I said as well.
Oh, I had 4. 4 was correct.
You couldn't get the... You kept
40
saying
days
14.
until
40 days. I heard something about 4.
Fortnite.
We're back with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4 Grand Finals. Nouns versus NRG. This one should be great. It's a rematch of the previous Revival Series. And I mean, Cole, last time it was kind of one-sided in favor of NRG. Do you think we're going to get the same thing here?
It's tough to really find out. You know, you've got two teams in very different positions cutting into this one. And I think surpassing my expectations in a big way is Nouns already with the roster that they've been able to bring. They're hitting their stride with these two new players. So, I mean, a trial situation for one, and then I think more of a long-term solution for the other. But both of them playing so incredibly well, and between Peeping and Nyx, that you can be excited about these pickups versus NRG, who make a slam dunk addition in George and you'll take it straight from Nouns. So it feels like it'll be a really interesting matchup where I'm excited to see these two battle it out of the gates, man. We get to see this matchup so early and talk about how George is out to try and take down his former team already.
Yeah. I was just going to say, yeah, George getting that rematch with his old team. And not like he left in bad spirits. I mean, he was picked up by NRG, so I don't know if it's going to necessarily be like a negative thing, but certainly that's something to keep an eye out for. We're heading right into the PrizePicks analyst segment here to talk about Breeze and the rest of NRG. And for me, I think we have some numbers here to go over, Cole, in terms of the changes between the previous BO3 and this one.
Yeah. I mean, some changes there that I feel like make a little bit of sense here. I think already we're going to be looking to keep our eye out on some players that are, I think, individually playing very good so far this event, and partially like kind of a responsible for those changes. OC in particular, I think, rising
to
31. Yeah, I mean that's the biggest point of interest for me because he has been playing with that intensity, with that, inspiration, as I highlighted it. It just feels like he's back into a form, at least throughout this event so far, that we can definitely be excited. If he can keep this form up, it's just exactly what we've seen from him in the past.
Yeah, I mean, OC throughout the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4, plus 29 kill to death differential, a 1.52 KDR, and a 1.39 rating. Yeah, he's honestly been that good. I've been so impressed with him. If you talk about frag totals, 85 frags, firepower rating of a full 100 throughout this series. He has been insane. 95 ADR. I mean, I could go on and on, but OC is your man to watch in these grand finals. Another player who did well, in most of the maps that he played is George, I would say. And I think there was also an increase to his numbers. Yes, he was at 32.5 previously, now up by 1 to 33.5. Didn't have the best of Mirage maps, I think it was, but at the same time, it didn't really matter. He had his impact when he needed to. So for me, I would say OC and George are my two to watch.
Yeah, no question about it. I'm right there with you. Those two can power up. I think, alongside that, Hex could also have himself a pop-off map. I think he's been capable of that. He also got a little slight increase of just one more kill for the estimated total. So very exciting for him as well. But yeah, I mean, moving on to the opposition here and what Nouns are bringing to the table at the moment. Junior, who is going to be one of those head-to-heads that I'm really looking forward to. If we got an inform OC and Junior, who's already looked very good in that last series, it's going to be incredibly exciting to see these two battle it out and see like a really high-level op head-to-head in between those two players. And Junior's been bringing that high level, showing up in clutch moments, breaking down early rounds as well. So really looking forward to seeing if he can keep that up.
Yeah, Junior 1.40 rating, 1.23 impact, 95 firepower rating, so slightly below OC. But yeah, it's really been the oppers that have told a lot of the story throughout both the BO3s that each of these teams have played, which doesn't happen as often anymore with Counter-Strike 2, so it's kind of cool to see. But at the top of it is Nyx, right? He had a 1.54 rating over both BO3s. It's been incredible for him. 71 frags. The numbers are nuts, honestly, on his side as well. So these are your two guys on the Noun side for sure. But we can't forget the third, Peeping. Peeping is just so good on a consistent level that you cannot overlook him. He has joined up with this Nouns roster. I feel like every single addition has fit in perfectly for both squads.
That's a really positive sign. I think, at the end of the day, Your Nouns, you're definitely needing some new energy. If you're Rush, you're looking to create a new identity for this team, and getting new players, injecting some younger talent is exactly what you would like to see, versus the other side of things, where if you're NRG, you kind of witness automatic in these really important roles, maybe not popping off like he once was, at the beginning or end rather of 2023. I feel like there's some really positive changes here that NRG and Nouns have both made. And that's going to lead to a very exciting best of 3.
Yeah, and just one more note before we get to the veto. Peeping, his estimated frag total went up from 29 to 31.5. So yeah, that's how well he played, and deservedly so, honestly. All right, so now let's get into the veto. Both teams have pretty similar map pools, so I have a feeling that we're going to see, aside from Anubis, I think that's the only one that NRG might have an edge on over Nouns. But so yeah, there you go. And Nouns picking into Ancient. This is very comfortable territory for NRG as well. So I don't know how that one's going to go. I feel like NRG maybe have the edge there, Cole, but going on to Anubis, that's where I feel like NRG have so many more reps on that map that it's almost a certainty that a win condition here for Nouns is taking map number 1 to me.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think Mirage has just looked like NRG's bread and butter at this point here. They have had so much comfort on this map. He just feels like Nouns will have to start off hot, but it's still, both of these teams, I think, and we've seen this actually play out in the veto throughout this entire series. I think Dust 2 was the only semifinal map that wasn't these 3 maps from the semifinal on. So we've seen a whole lot of Ancient, Anubis, and Mirage in the vetoes, some iteration of those vetoes, which is really interesting to see. But I mean, these are, if you're talking about like top ECL teams, the maps that you have to master if you're going to be a good ECL roster. Otherwise, you're going to be bested by rosters like NRG, rosters like Nouns. So I really do feel like if you have individuals feeling comfortable, if you have another one of those early leads, like what Nouns was able to get off versus Boss in both maps, very hot starts, this could be something that's hard to deal with for NRG.
No, absolutely. And I think it's interesting that you mentioned the maps that we haven't seen. Like Vertigo has been invisible. Inferno, actually, I don't know that we certainly didn't cast at one time, but it hasn't really been visible at all. Nuke, we got one. Dust 2, I don't think we had any either.
Don't think so.
It's been Mirage, Anubis, and Ancient for the most
These are
part.
the classics.
Yeah, I mean, they are. And it just goes to show you that I would argue in the current map pool, there's room to remove not only one map, but maybe 2. Valve's never done this before, but I would say that perhaps Train and Overpass come back in and you take out Vertigo, maybe Mirage. I don't know.
Whoa.
You know, hey, look, I know I'm calling for something that's crazy, right? Because Mirage has been in the pool forever. It's never been removed one time, and it's a classic, but I mean, that would disrupt things pretty significantly, right? Like that would be a crazy curveball for a lot of teams to deal with. And I think that's what makes things exciting. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, new game, new new scenes there. Well, sure, I could see it, but yeah, for the most part, I think just like the NA classic maps of Mirage, I guess maybe even less so Mirage, but like Ancient and Anubis. If you're talking about like the best teams at the top level of ECL, there's those 2 maps in particular. If you look at like best of 1 history in ECL, I'm not sure if the stats back this one up, but I feel like you're going to be seeing so many of those 2 maps consistently pop up. It's just really interesting to see that NA has really gravitated to those 2 maps. I mean, it makes some sense if you look at like the theory of those maps. Ancient and Anubis. If you're talking about Ancient, you got to get off to a really good early positioning on the T or CT side. You want to take space early on. That's usually a winning formula. Same is true on the CT side of Anubis. You got to constantly be moving. You're never sitting still. You're always active on that defense for the most part. So those very active maps where I guess you maybe have to rely less on setups usually are good for NA teams, and those are exactly those 2. So it's interesting to see how much we've taken a liking to those maps.
Absolutely. I mean, no question at all. So we're still waiting for everyone to join up on the server here, guys. But I mean, look, I think this one for me leans towards NRG. I think that given the fact that they're going for the 3-peat right now, they won the previous 2 NA Revival series. They want to get a 3rd in a row, and they already bested Nouns previously in Revival Cup number 3. that I just feel like NRG is bolstered as well by the addition of George. It feels like a team that's revitalized, a team that has a lot to prove. Not that Nouns doesn't, because they've also been struggling lately. So I think they have a lot to prove as well, but NRG even more so, just because of how unfortunately disappointing 2024 was for them. It wasn't at all what we expected once this team was formed. So I think leading into 2025, both of these rosters are expecting a lot more than they've achieved here in this year.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's going to be a big talk about how Rush can create this identity as a caller, kind of develop over time. I think it is going to take a little bit more time. By the way, Rush has a sweet mustache going on right now. I just now noticed. I couldn't really tell from the past. There it is. He's showing it off right there. Very nice mustache. But yeah, I mean,
I saw that.
It is going to be cool to see maybe that mustache a part of their new identity there. Maybe it's more of a guns blazing style there. He's got the combo that I often talk about here when Carson was IGLing, but I just think that the coaching and the support that Nouns have is very key. You've got a Dren back there who I think is an incredibly hard worker who's going to put a lot of resources and effort into making sure that they've got a good, you've got a good tactic or game plan to rest on it here if you're Rush. And I think he's certainly set up for success as a caller long term for a player who is so good at setting up his teammates to turn into someone who can do it from the get-go. He can support his teammates from the start of a round with his calls.
Yeah, no, I think Rush is the right decision to bring in as the IGL because he's the veteran. He's, in the latter part of his career while still performing really well, which is fantastic as a veteran to be in that position. And we saw that at the beginning because I believe it was the last few BO3s that he started to call in place of Carson. There were some bumps on the road, a lot of bumps on the road, but I feel like that's quickly been ironed out. And with the changes in the roster, it's getting even better than before. I mean, just like we saw. So I think that overall Rush is certainly the correct one to have been thrust into that role. And it's great for, I think in general, that Nouns had that option to have Rush go into that role because you don't want to have to look for an IGL in North America. It's very difficult, let's say that, right? Because there aren't many options available.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned earlier that they talked to Cryptic as well.
They did, yes.
If I'm not mistaken. So
I think that was the right decision, but yeah.
There's that point of interest that they were certainly hunting for that sort of leadership. But I mean, long term, yeah, I think Rush makes a lot of sense. I mean, they initially picked him up to look for his leadership, and maybe not necessarily in like an IGL sense, but in terms of that veteran status that he brings to the table, I think that's exactly right there. That Nouns can create something brand new with this leadership aspect. So I'm really excited to see how that kind of arc for him develops, and hoping to see if Nix and Peeping can be a part of that arc.
Absolutely. And let's see if Nouns can make it. Oh, a TK immediately here in the pistol round by NRG, and CJ and Peeping farm away for 3 frags there. Nitro, the last one standing, and that is just a collapse on the NRG side. Nitro does manage to collect 1 scalp on Peeping. Now he's going to peek around this corner and hope that he can get something else, but it's not going to be easy for him to fight his way back into this round. The second kill helps, certainly. And now, Nouns have to be careful how far they chase. Tags Junior down to 68. The dualies have a ton of bullets available to him, but he cannot get it done. Junior ends him, and Nouns get that pistol round. Just to talk a little bit more about Ancient, as I mentioned just a moment ago, it would be the 5th round victory in a row for Nouns. If they can get it here, they beat the Party Astronauts crew, Akimbo and Boss on the way here. Akimbo and Boss, of course, right here in the Revival series. And then if you look over on the other side for NRG, they've won 3 of their last 4, including a victory right here against Revenge Nation. The other 2 were against Legacy and the Party Astronauts. Only lost to M80, but M80 are a great Ancient team, and that was quite a dominant performance from M80, 3-13. But I think overall, both these squads are coming in feeling very good about their Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, again, looking to top the charts. There's always M80 that you have to worry about when it comes to Ancient, but, the side of NRG have been super strong on this map as well. A lot of pressure being put early towards Cave. Look at where Hex is positioned inside of the smoke, trying to work within it. As the scout tags continue to pop off, and Hex slides through it eventually. OC's scout there rattles off for a couple of kills to back it up, and a 2v1 now, putting Junior on clutch watch early. And he's making all the right decisions already. Interestingly enough, there is a kit for Breeze, which is a surprise. So that makes this round a lot more winnable in the 2v1. And I think Junior, again, the big issue is this reposition is just so incredible. Smart to take this space towards CT spawn. As the timer continues to tick, they got to figure out where on earth he's located. They're loud about their positioning now. The flash smoke goes on top of the bomb, but Breeze is the one that needs to get the defuse, and he's taken down early. That's the kill he needed to get. Now Hex picks up the kit. There's going to be a bit of time pressure here. It's going to come down to the wire, but I think he's got it either way. He certainly does. So all 10 fall in the server, but the round's still closed out by Junior.
Well, I mean, that's still a good job from NRG on the force buy to get all those frags, but yeah, fantastic job by Junior repositioning in a 1v2 that certainly wasn't the most straightforward. Yeah, that's
Oh my
crazy.
God.
OC's ridiculous right now, like, let's be honest, and good to see that hasn't changed. Even with the scout in his hands, he's still making it work. As Nouns do have the lead, and NRG, they cannot justify a force buy here, of course, even though Nouns had to fully invest down to below $500 across the board. It's just, you gotta have a full buy eventually. Looks like Keeping is just gonna farm a little bit of money. Does go down to George. Nyx, so solid in the previous 2 BO3s. He's looking to collect some eco frags. Tasty ecos coming through, and he does get one. Rush finds another, and then he will get the last one as well. So Nouns cruise to a 3, I shouldn't say cruise. They get a 3-0 lead because that previous round was pretty crazy.
And this is around where, you know, after they get past the force buy, this should be the time where you get to actually farm up some economy. It's exactly what they do. They don't lose too many players. They're up against the USPs. No big deal getting past it. And I think this is something NRG fell into a bit of a trap on Anubis versus Timberman, where they got caught with a lot of force buys in that first half of Anubis.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe learning their lesson pretty quickly here in Ancient and the next best of 3. You can do damage, but that T side, even if you do damage, usually going to bring out another good buy, no matter what the case is.
Come the nades from Nouns, doesn't really do much damage. Hex down to 94, he's not too fussed at all. Nitro, along with OC, playing in Cave. And Nouns are just biding their time right here, outside of Jaguar B ramp. Looks like they might want to put pressure on mid, but NRG are actually giving them that space. Surprising to see them not challenge a little bit more. Oftentimes, you know, seems like to put the pressure on, but this could still work out for them. Oh, OC burning alive in the Molotov, and then Nitro falls quickly afterwards. Now just looking unbelievable here. The pressure they're applying to these defenders is suffocating, and George and Breeze are the last two standing on the opposite side. They are not even going to get involved in this round at all. Don't even fire a shot, as Nouns are going to get a 4th.
I mean, that right there's just, again, checking all the boxes for Nouns in terms of what they want in a successful round. You take that space with the Molotov. The way that they scale with their flashes as well is so perfect. I mean, you're talking about every player on NRG, you know, OC's first at bat, gets fully blinded up while sitting in a molly. You're not going to be able to win that fight 9 times out of 10. Best is a trade. And then next up there, another player inside of Cave. Great clear from Rush, who is so comfortable in that Cave position. You follow it up with one last flash, and now you follow it up with some pressure being placed on the 2 saving rifles. They get away with nothing, and Nouns lose nothing for it. It's a complete wash of a round. They blank NRG. And look at all the blind players that they're peeking into.
I mean, it was just a utility clinic coming through. And yeah, this timeout absolutely needs to be called. NRG need to talk things over because nothing is really working for them. See Hex doing some talking here. I imagine Nitro's going to do the same. Just getting their voices heard. But that's not the way they envisioned this one kicking off without question. Nouns just have the hot hand right here. They're feeling super comfortable on Ancient. looking at NRG money-wise, I mean, you can justify a little bit of an investment perhaps, but not too far. Nitro's down to an MP9, down to 1350 with an MP9 and a bit of util, so they are going to go for a light buy, featuring some upgraded pistols in the MP9, but they will save up enough money to have a proper buy up in the following round thanks to the full $3,400 loss bonus. Hex just going to charge down ramp, and that's going to be heard. See, I love this decision from Nouns, right? We've seen their patience on the previous map in exactly the same spot, and again, they do it here. They get all that information knowing that players have run right on past them, and they're just going to wait and see if NRG decide to aggress in their direction. Eventually, I imagine they're going to pop out here with some flashes and really make life difficult for Nitro.
This is going to be an incredibly tough position. They're so diligent about the utility already. They flush out the first Hex, though.
Oh,
the
no.
5-7 is next here. 3 quick kills out of his 5-7. And it's just one man that will break down the trio. Nitro gets burnt out of his spot, but Hex is still standing tall. You didn't deal with him. Junior now looking to. There's a couple of players around that corner that they have to deal with, but they've been smoked off. And guess what's now smoked off as well is that bomb. It's going to be a whole mission to try and recover that as rifles start to be recovered on the defense. A little late lurk from CJ. We'll see if this bears any fruit to try and bail him out, but no, now spotted out. No casualties taken for the info. One player's position revealed. 25 seconds left. They're running short on time. I think this is a done deal as NRG off of one man's shoulders get their first round.
Wow, just what an effort from Hex. That's unbelievable stuff. 3K from the 5-7. Nouns didn't flash. I mean, I thought they'd throw their flashes out more effective than that, but no. They died with a ton of utility on their belts still. Strange decision-making there, but great for NRG to finally get a round on the board. And they will get some free upgrades as well. So that's great, not only for getting that round, but also their economy. As 3, probably 4 guns are going to be picked up. Not sure if they managed to retrieve another one, but either way, it's right here. That was the difference.
Just a great sequence right there from Hex. I mean, that 5-7 close range can be a nightmare, but as you highlighted, there's tools that I thought they were going to use and have used in the past to try and break those positions out. I mean, at the end of the day, though, you just hope that you can land that quick trade onto Hex. That's just the power that he brings. There's a great reaction coming through. Rush, look at how he is playing over towards this B side. He's taking everyone down. A complete breakdown here and trying to match some of the energy that Hex brings. As Rush finds kills on all fronts, dealing with both that cave pressure and down the ramp. That's the round. And Nouns will respond to the call of NRG.
That's insane. What on earth? Rush just charging out immediately and getting 3 in a row. 1 down lane, the other 2 while charging up the ramp. And I mean, yes, NRG were expecting Nouns to slow it down again, but that just didn't happen at all. And they were out of double doors before NRG could even think. Junior wraps it up with 2 op frags, and Nouns right back to their winning ways. As mentioned, though, there were free upgrades for NRG in that previous round, so it will be another buy-up for them. But still, this is not the way you want to lose that round. Great flashbangs, though. Got to give credit to Peeping and Nyx. Forgot about that one because they absolutely helped Rush get that 3K.
Absolutely. I mean, and I sort of back up there, you know, usually you expect Rush to be the one to be supporting the squad, but showing some of that firepower he's been, you know, bringing to the table here for Nouns all throughout this campaign. I really do think, you know, that little break from Counter-Strike, he's come back so much stronger. It's good to see that amount of effort being put in, being rewarded there in an individual front. Calling a good game as well. Seems like the game plan here working wonders for Nouns in the early stages.
Lots of mid-control being gained here by Nouns, being given away for free by NRG, and again, I have to question their decision to not really challenge that much. I think Ancient, as with Anubis on your CT side, it's important to take some aggressive positioning, in particular towards mid. but it's not happening. NRG just hanging back. Nitro seeing all this util finds direction. I love that Molotov, by the way, and it's being thrown by Nouns here. Kind of blocks off retreat from Cave, and yeah, Rush deletes Nitro. Hex managed to get a trade with the FAMAS. Pretty clean as well, so Nyx has to be careful with how he approaches this. Maybe they get the read that everyone's towards the B site, and yeah, now they definitely will with Peeping going down here. Nyx manages to get an important trade to bring it down to a 3v3. His teammates are working their way towards the A site. He will fall, but the A site should be mostly clear. George has realized that something's happening here, perhaps all his time playing on the roster, saying they're probably going to go to A, and George spams down Junior. That leaves CJ in a 1v3 clutch attempt. He's going to fake the plant, go for the frag, gets nothing. George delivers a 3K against his former team.
I mean, great presence of mind. That rotation's coming through from NRG. It felt a little maybe overzealous, but you do like that they're staying coordinated. But look at how George, in the middle of that rotate, is going to turn around, set his sights towards Red Room, make sure that there's no lurking presence that they have to worry about on a B-side play. But after he finds that kill, you know the gears and Noun's head are starting to turn towards that A side. And he's right where he needs to be in time. That's a tough feeling of a player you let go. And gone now is Peeping, looking to trade it out, and there's a player you gained. Taking him down very quickly. It's still Nitro, though, keeping the pressure on. So he looks to take charge up that Cave side. Eventually falling back, though, and we'll settle in the 4v4.
OC peering around from Donuts. CJ hiding behind boxes at mid. Maybe catches OC off guard if the timing is right, but 3 players aggressing. Oh, this is so bad for CJ if they clear this left corner. Oh my goodness, they're not doing it. Timing's good. Rush supporting. They don't know CJ's here. No, CJ pulls out util. Oh no, catastrophic for Nouns. OC gets the nade frag onto Rush. Nitro flicks around, gets some damage on a Peeping, takes some himself, but he's got the information that Nouns are going towards this B site. Could be a plant. I don't know if they're going to try and chase Nitro down. They do, and it works! That's such a good decision from Peeping. Turns it from a 3v2 to a 2v2, and now they're going to get some gun upgrades. Gun swapped. AWP given to Peeping, as he's the low HP player, and Junior grabbing the AK, which he is very solid with. Hext, along with OC, trying to make their way back into this bomb site, but time is already ticking away.
Time running low now. It's a good Molotov to lure them on in. OC trying to get some sort of angle. Nothing given. Junior instant on that rifle, and then Peeping will follow it up off the op. Nothing given in the 2v3. Peeping and Junior, the exact pieces you would like to see in that sort of position. Being able to fight through that adversity early on. Deal with Nitro eventually in that very strong position.
Honestly, I felt like things were falling apart after that little mix-up towards mid from Nouns, but Peeping pulling it back, as you mentioned, going toe-to-toe with the player he replaced. But man, he is happy to have delivered that beautiful clutch. I think Peeping deserves a lot of the credit too, because he chased after Nitro, right, in towards long B, and I think that was the difference maker, bringing it down to 2v2. Then they just tuck, they trade guns, they give the AWP to the low HP player, and then it absolutely works out. Junior was clinical with the AK headshot, then Peeping hits the op shot, so it couldn't have gone better for Nouns in that situation, as it will be 6-2 in their favor.
I love the vision there. I mean, there's a player that knows that he's got to get more active there. In the 2v3, you want to try and even out the odds before the post plant really kicks off. And you're not really prepared for that level of aggression from a player who's pretty low. But Peeping's confident in these duels. There's been no shortage of confidence from what I've seen out of his play so far. Look at this here. George trying to play throughout the smoke. Can they get it done with 5-7s once again? It was Hex that brought that 3K for one of the NRG 2 rounds.
Yeah, which actually is a little concerning, right? Because one of your 2-round victories came with a heroic effort from Hex, but outside of that, you haven't been able to really get any wins. CJ will get one. Hex the trade and Hex another. Okay, maybe we'll get another heroic effort from Hex. And hey, if he can continue to deliver like that, I guess it's fine, right? Nouns will get a free and clear bomb site on the B site. So that is going to be a bomb plant, almost certainly. NRG weighing their options. Player coming in from T-spawn on a flank. The other two are charging down mid, so I imagine it's going to be a heavy presence from Cave along with B ramp, and hoping that Breeze can strike at the right time with the lone pistol. But everyone has rifle upgrades now for NRG except for Breeze.
It's not going to come down to a game of timing here. Breeze might be that last point of contact here. Looking to catch him by surprise. I like the idea of that. The rush. I like the idea of taking some heads clean off, and he continues to fight forward. Breeze trying to activate finally, but Junior will chase him down with the dual Berettas, and another big three-piece coming through from Rush, man. Performing incredibly well. 144 ADR at the moment, 14 kills, I believe. And as we said, trying to get past some of the heroics that Hex is bringing to the table. They're able to do it right there.
I mean, Rush hasn't been bad. He's been very good. Generally, throughout the Enemy Revival series with a 1.11 rating, I believe. Oh, excuse me. That's for opening kills, which makes sense too because he's been quite good in that. But he's bad. It's a 1.13 rating and a 1.008 KDR. But this map is just unbelievable from him. I mean, it's way above those stats in terms of how much he's contributing. He's calling as well. 13 on the board, leads the server. What more can you ask for from him? And NRG are left scratching their heads time after time. I mean, that round, it felt like they were going to be able to shake things up. They had the rifle upgrades, but Rush and Junior were the ones to close it out once more. Ay, ay, ay.
Unfortunately for them, they've also chewed through their second timeout already as well for this first half. I mean, no question that you would need those timeouts here early on. You've got to be calling them if you're finding yourself in this sort of deficit with the lack of rounds that they've been able to pick up. But see if that leads to any sort of recovery, or if Nouns just keep on trekking forward, trekking into the A bomb site, and an instant trade is exactly what you need. You sacrifice the MAC-10 for the opening of this A bomb site, and they sure do have an opening. Numbers are already punched in, and your timeout is now a retake so quickly. No respect given by Nouns here. You'd imagine the cogs were turning in the minds of NRG as to how they line up their defense, all for Nouns to just rush A as fast as possible. And they're not even going to start the conversation for a retake here.
This is something that CJ was phenomenal at when that Peeker's advantage was even more ridiculous when CS2 was first released. He was taking entries like it was nobody's business. He looked like a star player was forming for this Noun squad. And yeah, he slowed down immensely since that point, but very capable of taking opening duels. And that's exactly what he does there against both George and Breeze. Helps Nouns get to an 8th round victory. We're heading to the second to last round of this first half, and NRG, I mean, they got the 3-man save, so they'll be able to reinvest into this round, but Nouns appear a step ahead every single time.
I mean, the quickness in which he finds those entries is what's so impressive, man. You'd like to be able to have a chance for a spray transfer, something of that nature. No, not at all. And there's pure conviction in this Nouns roster to try and get him across the way here. Low HP early for Rush, but he heads head first into Nitro, who doesn't really stick around too long to find out what Rush can do. So while he just sacrificed a lot of HP, you know, Nitro does quickly concede some crucial map control at the moment.
Rush gonna move in towards mid with the rest of his squad, and again, NRG not really challenging mid. Feels like they haven't really tried to change things up too much. Like they're sticking to their guns and hoping it'll work with the setups that they've employed. Oh, here, yep, it will work. OC finding one, not the second. It felt like he had the lineup, but he got tagged a little bit, and I think that threw off his aim just a touch, or enough anyway. George, oh my goodness, catches peeping, who wasn't aware of the fact that Donut was a possibility, I would say. I think he thought it was still smoked off or something. So Nick's going to move in here and gets two through the smoke. I thought he would get one, not both. OC manages to trade one out, but this gives the space to Nouns to again potentially clutch this one out. This time it's CJ and Rush left in a post-plant hold. Oh, what a nade from Breeze. That'll make things a little bit easier. 1v3 clutch required from CJ. He's holding B long. 2 players B short. There's the first. Looking for the second. Not going to happen. Breeze shuts him down. And finally, NRG have the answer and get a third.
I mean, fantastic recovery effort. Really set up for success by the start of that round for NRG. 2 opening duels goes a long way. I mean, essentially 2 sides turned. Both, deaths as well for Nouns looked like they were as a result of expecting smokes to still be up and no longer the case. But there's a smoke that goes down, and Rush certainly wasn't prepared for that result. And either way, NRG going to build up a little bit of cushion to start a comeback, potentially. Still a long road to try and level that out, but that's a good start. And there's an even better back up there. OC through the smoke. Maybe H-Eat as well, but he still finds the early access in George now. Might get set up with some aggression through that smoke.
Peeping. Ooh, could get caught here, and he does. George going to find him, but George does get traded immediately, and Nouns once more are trying to work their way into the B site. Nitro's ready, so is Hex. They got a good setup. Nitro's not really looking this direction. Now he will be, and he hits the headshot on a junior. Rush doesn't know which way to look. He gets one, but Hex is right there for the trade. So well played on the defense here for NRG. And CJ is the last one standing. Another 1v3 required, this time without the bomb being planted just yet, so it actually gives him a little more space to maneuver. He knows that Hex is here, so he'll probably try for that frag first. Gun barrel. Oh, and doesn't win the fight despite the advantage that he had. NRG cap off the first half with 2 rounds in a row. Make it look a lot better at an 8-4 scoreline. Still quite good for Nouns, but NRG feels like they're getting something together.
That does. Great aggression towards middle once again, setting them up. It does feel like there could have been some vulnerabilities. Last round it was, not quite exposed in the same way as just 2 rounds prior, but holding on steady. Those timeouts, maybe they're worth it here if they can just muster up 4 rounds. Try and get them a little bit on the board. So that if things do go wrong, if you make a mistake here or there on a T side that you have momentum with, you're not looking at defeat that quickly. See a lot of emphasis on this A side hold. Nouns have so many players ready to go. That's going to be a big problem. They're walking into the stack. They're walking into the meat grinder. And so ready and prepared. OC still tracks a couple of kills, though. So not the end of the world for NRG.
Surprised he got that. Oh, George has a chance to capitalize here. Gets the gush onto Nyx, but it's not enough for the frag. Oh, and then he finally finds Peeping. That's so much damage from George, and he's got both players by his side. Nouns kind of reeling a little bit. This is not a good look on the pistol for them. What do you do? I mean, they're gambling towards B, but Nyx at 8 HP is not long for this world. NRG going to get a free plant.
Yeah, they're going to realize this a little late. Rotations in. I mean, you got Nyx who's low. You got Rush who doesn't have armor. So paint a pretty picture for this retake. Let's see, what do you got for us here? Flashbang maybe to just lock it in. George doesn't overstay though. And another flashbang to buy another couple seconds off. They'll give it a go. Running on in, but headshots will do just nicely here for George, who picks off 1 by 1 his former teammates. Maybe some guys he hasn't played with yet.
Indeed. Still beautifully done. OC getting 2 there on the fadeaway helped immensely, and then George just lurking around mid gets 1 right after doing so much damage to Nyx, and he finishes the job he started at the end of the round. 5 for NRG, and this could quickly end up being a tied scoreline between these 2 squads. And as we mentioned, I mean, it feels like this map is certainly required for Nouns as a win condition, because after this, it just feels like an NRG lean going on to the last 2 maps of Anubis and Mirage. All right. Well, Hext waiting outside of Jaguar. Unbeknownst to him, there are 4 players waiting to greet him. I don't think that's good news for him, but he will use the Molotov well. Charging in, getting 1, 2, 3, and not even fussed at all. Rush. Unit lasting standing, and that won't last long. 6th for NRG.
Turns out 4 players in cave was great news for Hex, who could just farm up some ecos. As long as that Zeus didn't get too close from peeping. So he's quite happy with that. Still playing very consistent for this energy squad, and looking towards trying to close that distance fairly quickly. Now the pistol round conversion, they were after only 2 rounds of deficit. This gun round missing a lot of pieces as well. So much utility kind of missing at the moment, and AWP is a glass cannon. For Nouns, there could be a lot of problems, especially if you start losing numbers here. It's Rush that is alone on B at the moment. Quick rotation through the fire for peeping, though. That could be a heroic move, as he does catch players with utility out. At least 2 kills for him to level the playing field and increase the chances of a late round play. There's George that goes down, getting caught by Nyx, and all of a sudden, a man advantage now picked up by Nouns.
I thought Nyx had the advantage in that situation, peeking around that corner, but not to be. 3v2 in favor of Nouns, but time is ticking away on this bomb. Is there a kit? There is. Rush has that. He's the one coming in on the flank from ramp. Nitro's watching forward, and Nitro knows he simultaneously dropped 2. That's it. Junior's gone. Nouns, despite the man advantage, can't make it work, and NRG get a 7th on the board. Luckily for Junior, he gets to save the AWP. But things have gone from bad to worse here at the beginning of this first half for Nouns.
I mean, crucially, holding on to that AWP is really nice, but watching, again, this ease of access, walking up the B side there, a little bit off guard is CJ, peeping, flying through smokes to try and save this round, but there's some stability in the post plant. I was with you, though, that George lurk coming through felt like the deal sealer for NRG. It wasn't quite that, but fortunately for him, he has teammates that will lock it down in the post plant, not make any mistakes. Got a half, I guess, kind of a half by. A lot of money invested for peeping. AWP still held on to. Smoke ignored, though. Nitro will fly by it, and that's going to set them up for success.
Oh
Disrupting the mid setup completely.
I mean, this is just... yeah. Obviously, a little bit of an investment here. Not a full one from Nouns as they're waiting for the next round to buy up. But Junior might already want to try and find a safe place to save the AWP, because that was just absolute erasure of everyone on Nouns for NRG towards mid. CJ just peering around here from Red Room, hoping to spot someone, but it's not the best position for him to be in at this stage. NRG biding their time, waiting for Nouns to perhaps get aggressive once more into this mid position, but eventually going to grab that bomb and likely head towards the B site.
Still being very careful about not giving any access to Junior. I mean, I think there are some operators that would be constantly pressing the issue rate in this situation. Others that will like to kind of hang back and be careful. Junior definitely in that latter camp there of liking to hold on to his op. Hope the play that comes to him. If it doesn't, you can just call it a save. CJ still seems interested in this attempt, as he lands himself a kill. 5-7 onto an AK now. Does have Junior somewhat close by, but don't get given anything too quickly enough to call that save eventually. Nouns will bail, and NRG will knot this game up at 8s at this point, and kind of taking that momentum, the wind out of the sails now of Nouns.
No, absolutely. I mean, look, Nouns, it's going to be 4 losses in a row here to kick off this second half, and not forgetting that it was 8-2 in their favor, or 8-1 even in their favor at one point in time, and now NRG winning 7. Actually 7 in a row. I need to go check that because I think I'm losing my mind a little bit. But certainly a lot of rounds in a row for NRG. Probably 6. It just hasn't looked great for Nouns after a hot start, is my point. There we go. Yes, 6 rounds in a row. Thank you, Ches, our observer here. So NRG looking phenomenal, and Nouns have to end this win streak eventually if they hope to find success on this map. It is their map pick again, guys. Some aggression down mid. Breeze gonna get the opener though, and he's looking for more. I think he realizes a couple of players might have slipped in. Now he saw the shadow. Player confirmed. Flashbang gonna be thrown here. CJ comes out, wins the duel with 1. George will find another in the trade, but it is Nyx to even out the numbers at a 3v3. NRG throw a smoker. Actually, no, that smoke was thrown by Nouns, so OC's going to use that to get all the way up into Red Room. Rush is watching for this, Cole.
Really good off angle against OC on the rifle here. They're waiting again for that next point of contact. OC turning around. It just becomes a game of timing here in which OC will win. Nyx looking to collapse in as well through Donut. But OC's playing this one to perfection. Look at that. Turns around here. Now starts to anticipate a potential re-aggro from Nyx as the B play comes on through. Nyx might walk right into this trap. He certainly will. Will he come out on top here? He won't. OC still available. Junior through the smoke. He's going to give this clutch a go. And he might just close it as he charges forward, and it is going to be Junior and OC up against each other to see who comes out on top. So OC slides away from middle and in towards cave. He has to rethink this one, but Junior's just got the vision right where it needs to be. 2020 it seems here as he looks to claim OC. Can he find it? Reposition though eventually from Junior. Just as OC slides on out there, sneaky move. He's still got to figure out a way to comfortably punch in those digits. He's going to go all in on this plant. And that'll be safe and sound, but Junior reposts on the angle and delivers in the clutch. In the chaos of that B-side play, Junior comes out on top.
A little unnecessary, Junior, there, but okay. Throwing the bomb on, throwing the nade on the bodies there next to the bomb. I'm guessing there was a nade down somewhere
there
else.
It is. Yeah, he found it.
I figured as much. Like, that's just a, hey, I can do this, so I will. Nouns get a round victory off of Junior's heroics. Pure and simple. It looked like NRG had that one. It was a 1v3. Just strafing across the USP, comes around, gets the op frag onto Hex, and then bides his time. Yes, he gives up a bomb plant, but it's worth it for him to get a 9th round victory. Timeout going to be called from Nouns off of that to talk things over because that's an important round victory that they got. It was a heavy reinvestment required, which means that, you know, this next round also critical for them, but still. Finally, they cracked that goose egg on that second half, and they end the 6th round run for NRG.
It's such a massive victory. It is a round that can swing momentum in your favor. You know, Junior building up some energy for the squad with a clutch like that. And you want to see the rest of the team follow up off the back of it. See if you can't continuously find ways to succeed in the early game as opposed to having to bring it forward in the late. Set up for OC, who's been playing well all event. And we might see Junior and OC battle it out once again. Instead, it's Hex that falls to the op first. Junior so good at this position. Again in the chaos. This time he does split the goalpost though, and this time it costs him his life. As Breeze doubles down, Peeping collapses through cave, and again, another 3v3, but Peeping, he spams through the wall. He's doing his best Nyx impression to take that kill and cause some discomfort in the post plant here. George still making that proactive move, but I think he might have been spotted there in transition. Still the patience being played out as Breeze dives through the smoke there. Such a crazy move there, and it gets punished by Peeping. George now left into another clutch situation here. Another 1v3 asked for these NRG players. Well, can George come out on top of this?
Oh, man. It's not going to be easy, but bomb taken away, actually. He's in a pretty good spot. Goes around long B, wins the fight against CJ, can flick around, try and spam the bomb diffuser, but no, Peeping does the job he has to. Perfect at it, finds himself his 4th frag on the round, and he's the hero this time. Nouns have 2 in a row, and now they are finally getting into a position where they can consider the possibility of themselves closing out this map after a resurgence from NRG. I like the idea from Breeze, by the way, but I think he was spotted a little bit around the edge of that smoke, and then the spam does him in. But Peeping, fantastic for Nouns. Another buy-up coming through here from NRG. Cole, it's going to be 3 AKs. Make that 2 AKs of Galil and 2 Mac 10s. But they're kind of getting into a tough spot now.
I mean, again, caught in these situations where the early round is setting them up well. They get the entries on towards that B side. But closing out's a whole nother story, and it seems like right now Nouns have individuals on the team that can flip the switch. When the going gets tough. Peeping in that last round, Junior just before it. Even if it's a tough way to finish, scrappy as it can be, Nouns are coming out consistently on top of those.
Breeze about to have an engagement on his hands, and he loses it. Nicks the headshot onto him. And that's one of the key rifles out of the round for NRG, and unrecoverable for the most part at this point, unless George decides to double back, but he doesn't need to. He has the AK, and he's got the space. Junior could be in trouble. He misses the shot, doesn't realize that George is behind him. Uh-oh, this is a problem. Junior's trapped. He still gets a frag in that situation, which is impressive given all the pressure that was being applied. So he maintains that man advantage for his squad, and Nix goes past the Molotov into the catacombs, which will catch NRG off guard if he's able to pop out at the right time. And he absolutely is. Here we go. Keeps the man advantage again, or restores it anyway. 4 Nouns, but Hex, the back and forth continues. Yeah, he ran out of bullets. Went on to a reload, and George, last one standing over an A main. Bomb ticking away. George gets the headshot. It's him versus CJ. CJ fakes the defusal. George, bold in the hop, and then gets the last as well. The 1v2 clutch goes to him, and NRG are right back into it.
I mean, what a clutch right there. You can see the relief on George's face. I mean, this is definitely a match and a best of 3 that means so much to him. It means the world. He's made this decision, and obviously it'll take a long time for us to figure out if it's the right one, but going forward, you want to be winning it out early. You want to win this move early. And being tested like that in a clutch and playing with that level of confidence, just complete relief on his face as he closes it out. Now both scared off for now for this mid control. George will step back forward instead. This will start to shift up a little bit. Just a half buy. This is so scary still from the side of Nouns. You cannot take these MP9s lightly. Just about everyone knows that. What a shot there. That's Lucy playing clean as can be. That is quick.
I think people's looking here, and they don't. George going to ventilate him with the AK. No one left on the A site. Junior could try to pop out here, but they're watching that too. They're watching everything. I mean, Energy's got this on lockdown. Nothing doing at all for Nouns. It will be 10-10 here unless Junior gets 5-1 Deegs and a ridiculous clutch, probably defusal as well would be needed in this situation. But I think he's done. Yep.
Tied up now at 10. Don't think we've seen NRG available to take the lead just yet, despite the big string of rounds that they went on. It's always been that wake-up call there when the score is tied up. This right here might be their opportunity. They're not careful, and Noun's going to be starting their timeout. Rolling on through. I believe they're second called. Both teams having these highs and lows, it seems. But you want to, at this point, hit that wave just at the right time. Get a couple of rounds in a row if you can get back on track. I mean, the lost rounds from NRG in this half do feel like they came down to some pretty tough clutches. You know, 1v3 from Junior is one of those rounds as well. And then a 3v3 post plant that peeping wasn't so heroic. Could have gone either way.
Who will be the hero this time? Nitro? Waiting for this Molotov to disappear. Oh, there's going to be a fight there at mid. I believe. No, excuse me. There isn't. What am I saying? I'm getting crossed up now. Flashbang going to get tossed though for NRG to try and get a peek going. Or at least fend off Nouns if they were deciding to push down that ramp, which they're not. Very passive here. Not much of aggression towards mid. Junior misses the shot there on the attempted engagement towards A main. And now Nouns are going to get aggressive down the ramp. There's one spotted. CJ deletes Hext. So that means lane control has been gained here. NRG heading down mid and not spawning anyone means that Nouns, especially Junior, should be ready, but he doesn't win the duel against OC. Nyx dodges the flash, gets the headshot. So there's the both offers deleted for both sides. Peeping will manage to spray down George, and then Nyx finds Nitro with the off picked up off the ground. He won't get a second, but I mean the damage has been done. Breeze is in a 1v3 clutch, and I don't think it's going to happen. Look, Peeping is right around the corner. He will finish this off. Nouns back on the board.
What a big win right there. I mean, you see that OC entry. He tries to run it down, though. There's always, and there has been this consistent factor of Nouns putting a lot of resources around Donut. They've really liked to stack that up, so you can see OC getting that kill, thinking it was going to be his win condition to take charge. And we talk oftentimes about how valuable a post plant can be containing Donut control on that T side, but Nyx is there quickly in transition to shut that play down from NRG. And from that point forward, I think when OC goes down, it does set a lot of panic in for the rest of NRG. Can't close in the late. And it is Nouns who have not conceded a deficit in this map just yet, despite NRG keeping it close. Nouns will not give up on that lead.
Double off is certainly going to be interesting. We don't see it often in regulation. Usually that's an overtime tactic, but Nouns are bringing it out because they could. They got one off the ground, right? Rush. Oh, Junior hits the shot, but it's a leg shot. Nade, will it finish off Nitro? No, but it does additional damage to Hex and Breeze. Rush trying to finish the job that Junior started, but CJ is going to be the one to deliver the 2K. George, can he have an impact here? There's one, but only one. Junior trades him out. OC, the last one standing, gets the headshot, looking for the follow-up, won't find it. Peeping gets the last. The double op setup works, and Nouns have got two opportunities to close out their map pick.
An incredible damage done early from Junior. Look at how low these HP bars are. CJ runs on in and rotates through. It's quick kills that can come out of the A1S because of the HE damage, because of the op shot that rattles off. It makes that defense all the more easy, and it definitely is nightmare scenario here. You've got to fight for your life for the remainder of this map with lesser weaponry, and it looks like that Nouns win streak is going to continue here on Ancient.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's so unlikely, Cole, with 3 techs and a Deagle and a P250 for NRG to pull this off. It would take something special for sure. Nyx watching with the incendiary. Oh, get overloaded here. Yeah, that's tough. What? He still gets one and then traded out by Nitro, but Junior pitches in for 2. Oh, they're putting things right in their back pockets here in terms of this map. Nitro and OC, last 2 standing. Nitro throws the smoke, trying to secure the bomb plant. Not while Junior's here. He finds his frag, I think 3rd frag of the round, and that will do it. Nouns take their map pick 13-10. Impressively done on their side. Honestly, it felt like NRG were going to make the resurgence, but as you aptly pointed out, Cole, Nouns never gave up that lead. They never allowed NRG to get into a position where they would threaten them.
And that's what's super impressive here. You got a young team here. I finally thought we were going to see one of those kind of rookie mistakes coming through from Nyx on this Nouns roster where he looked like he was getting overrun in Donut. You're kind of shuffling with utility. You're a little nervous about how you're going to close it. He still finds a kill. He even gets Junior to back him up, and it ends up being a good play to hold off that A-side rush and that's one of those things right there where if you're reacting quickly enough, you can quickly transition what could have been a rough play to a good one. And that's what Nyx just did right there. These 2 new additions look fantastic. As for NRG, we still have more to look forward to for them. I think these last 2 maps are definitely going to be things that they can work with here, that they can play off of, especially Anubis coming up next. But no question in my mind that Nouns just have to feel so confident taking a win like that versus again, I think a very key piece in George being taken from into NRG.
I mean, he was plucked away from them, and you're right. I mean, he had those key rounds, a couple of them where he was able to clutch up for his squad, looking cool, calm, and collected the whole way, especially in that 1v2. I mean, look, 1v1 situation that he brought down after getting that frag and then jumps up against CJ over the wall to try and get a one-tap mid-air headshot. I mean, the confidence and the balls to go for that is ridiculous. And then he comes around the corner and wins the duel anyway head on. So well done from George and the rest of Nouns. From George to win that duel, but Nouns are the one who end up getting the win at the end of it. So it's just been great back and forth overall here, Cole. And I think one other thing for Nouns to celebrate is this is the first map they've gotten over the last 3 BO3s they've played against NRG. Obviously, this being the third one, because in the previous 2, it was 2 quick 2-0s in favor of NRG. So that's another thing for them to be happy about.
Yeah, I mean, the back and forth here on Ancient definitely felt like Nouns we're keeping up pace. They're all the way through. Let NRG take a little bit of momentum from them, but they figured out ways off the back of timeouts in some occasions as well. I've highlighted, the ability that Adren brings to this team, the identity that now Adren and Rush are going to build together. Those timeouts looked super valuable for Nouns because they kept Nouns in the lead all the way through.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at those stats in just a little bit for you guys to tell you the story of how that one went down and how close each player is to those PrizePicks NA Revivals series frag estimates. But until we get there, I mean, we can talk about the next map, which is going to be on Anubis. This is a map that, I mean, look, it hasn't been great for Nouns, Cole. It's just that they do have this new roster that could potentially make a difference on this map. And I mean, they have had their close engagements on Anubis. It's just that when you look on the other side, the amount of reps, the amount of times NRG have played this map, they've got so much more experience under their belts. So it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is actually it felt like it was still kind of an adaptation period there. It was kind of like a transition period for George, who comes from Nouns, to get used to how NRG play Anubis, how you win Anubis, right? And I think, while Nouns do play this map every once in a while, they're not very bad at it. I think, we have seen like top Anubis teams be the likes of NRG, the likes of, M80 in the scene. Those are teams that have kind of mastered this map a lot more. So interesting to see that. We'll take a look at some of the scoreboards here and see how things are faring up. It is another monster map, though, from Peeping, who's rolling through with 21 kills, looking to gather that PrizePicks estimated kill total and getting closer to it.
Honestly, yeah. And I mean, like, it went up by 2 overall in the estimated frag total there for Peeping, and you can understand why with a 21 frag performance on map number 1 in his favor. Everyone else looking good too. I would say even CJ making a case for himself to stick with this squad. If he's putting up the numbers and helping his team find victories, honestly, I don't know if there's a reason for them to continue looking for a replacement on his side. I think they still are because they want to make that change, but I would argue that it would take a pretty big player to be brought over to replace CJ at this stage. And let's check over on NRG side. There were some great performances here. OC continues to look ridiculous. George as well. It could have gone either way, really, here on map number 1. It's just, it became a momentum game, and Nouns were able to get it off of Junior's clutch. That's what carried them forward here and allowed them to get to victory.
Yeah, I mean, that 1v3 there was just monumental there. You got to look forward to more of that from Junior. We saw a lot of exciting head-to-heads in between that duo there, OC and Junior, that I'm looking forward to seeing carry forward. Hope this is a series that has some legs to it, to be honest with you, because I want to see a whole lot more of what we just saw in that last map.
Well, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see how long this matchup is going to last here, guys. We'll be back after this break for map number 2 on Anubis.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, we're back here. Map number 2 of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4 Grand Final. Nouns winning their map pick of Ancient 13-10 against NRG. Now we go to Anubis, Cole. And this is a map these two have played against each other. It was quite some time ago, back in September at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 3. It did get won by NRG, but it was actually the closer of the two maps they played. It was only a 13-10 victory. And then after that, again, over a month ago is the last time Nouns have played here, but it was a win against the Party Astronauts 13-5. When you look over at the NRG side, they obviously have a lot more reps. We already talked about it before, Cole. But Nouns did win map number 1, so maybe they can carry some momentum forward. And with with those two new players on their roster of Peeping and Nyx, perhaps that could be enough to turn things around here on this map.
Yeah, I'm just consistently excited to see how these players can continue to transition into some of these newer maps and see if they can keep up these performances, because they sure have throughout this entire event. Now you kind of challenge yourself on Anubis here versus a very good Anubis team. So can Nyx and Peeping continue to play off each other as well as they have been, which is going to be a tough task versus NRG. They're going to be challenged out of the gates, but I fully anticipate that they'll show us some strength here on Anubis because of the sort of players they are. I think Nouns might get a little bit of a buff even from how they play out this map here if they can continue to show what they've been able to work on. So for me, I'm just surprised to see that Nouns are so well coordinated, given that they did get some big roster changes, what feels like massive shifts throughout the last couple of months, if you consider Rush IGLing to now these two new player changes.
No, absolutely. And I think Peeping is a player that's already been signed to my knowledge, so he's on the team permanently. Nyx is making a case for himself without a question in my mind. It feels like he should absolutely be a permanent addition to this roster. Win or lose here in this grand final, and they have the edge, so a win may very well be on the cards, and they'd end that win streak for NRG, who already have the previous 2 Revival Series under their belt. And I mean, they've been in every single grand final, so they're always the defending team, it seems, here. And we're going to see this player who's going to be important, Hext, over on NRG. We need to see a lot from him coming on to Anubis. And I imagine that given that this is the map pick for NRG, that Nouns are going to want to start on the T side to gain as much of an edge as possible. And that is the side that they typically win the majority of their rounds on. 57% of their round victories come on T side, which is to be expected on a map like Anubis. But when you look over on the other side for NRG, they're comfortable on both sides of the map. It's almost 50-50, right, Cole, in terms of the rounds, one on each side. So I think that, again, we talked about this at the beginning. This is a veto that leans in NRG's favor. So Nouns winning their map pick is super critical. I feel like it will take a very strong effort again from Nouns to avoid getting to a map number 3.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's going to take some individual level ups to try and challenge it. We saw, I mean, even when NRG had a slow start versus Timmerman, couldn't quite get the rounds rolling, that they were still able to get enough in that first half to stabilize in the second, where their T-side rolled around and they just became a bit of a force to be reckoned with. That game went into OT, but you could kind of feel like NRG were keeping up all the way through. And I think that's what they do very well on this map here is they can sometimes just do enough. Their T sides can be so strong that you don't really require a lot on those defenses. And I actually think that Nouns are picked into CT side, at least from the graphics. So it'll be interesting to see NRG start off on maybe a side that they're looking forward to.
All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see actually which side is each team is starting off on. And we're going to see Rush's mustache again, man. Those mustaches are certainly.
I didn't know he had it like that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I was not familiar with his mustache game.
Well, now you are. Rush, I don't know. It's just like, for some reason, I'm getting Chuck Norris vibes. I don't know.
Yeah.
For real, right?
I can see it.
It's not just me. I think that is actually the case here. And
Chuck Norris would be scared of that mustache.
Yeah. There'd be some fear instilled in Chuck Norris.
Wow. For the first time ever.
Yes. And we're still waiting for everyone to get in here. Nouns are starting T side, NRG are starting CT side. Okay, so that is confirmed here. Looks like we're good, and we're going to get started in just a few seconds. There it is. We are in the server here. Oh, I like that transition. That was pretty slick. All right, Rob giving us a special treat there as we are into round number 1 of map number 2. Nouns going for the clean sweep here.
I mean, most crucially, it gives you time to get more of a look at that mustache.
Yes.
So, shout out to Rob for that one. He's just trying to give that one as much airtime. Right as I say it, though, swapped away. Crazy. But George, definitely a player of interest right now as he has to hold down this mid pressure. Already taking off the line there with that headshot. Good enough to scare just about anyone off. Flashes on in towards his ace side. There's a pretty heavy defense that haven't taken contact just yet. Still, though, Rush able to chew through it. It's Nitro doing so much heavy lifting from that heaven position. And Georgia Breeze coming through on this retake. Nyx is a little bit removed from his teammate, but at least gets himself in a good position to stay alive here and buy time.
How does Nitro do that so cleanly? 3 headshots in a row and makes this much more viable for his team. Although, you know, you have Breeze who's now going to be low. George as well. They do get 1 and the second too. What a recovery from NRG, and George again with a critical frag to help his team get this pistol round and the defusal. Nouns with that bomb plant though will be buying up in this next round almost assuredly. As NRG, I mean, that's a great way to start off your CT side. Doesn't get better.
That is. Excellent retake right there with the quickness. Especially with George down low. That's a very difficult one. But get the job done. Nitro starting it off as good as you can imagine. Those 3 quick kills. I like the way that NRG played into that one. I feel like if you're Nouns for so long, you're in that round thinking it's going to be a B-side stack because of how little contact you saw early on. And then finally, the collapse comes through. It's just Nitro that's the one that's so sharp with the USP all the way through. And the force buy in response from Nouns off the back of that bomb plant. We'll see if that brings him anything.
Bit of a pause in the action here. Nouns. Decent amount of util available to them. Everyone has head armor on the Nouns side. That should help. George, was that a missed piece of util? I'm not sure. Either way, great flashbang thrown in support of George, who will capitalize off of it eventually, getting the frag onto CJ. Tons of damage taken on his side, so he's going to completely retreat from that position. That means mid control will be gained by Nouns. But OC's hung around a little bit longer. What has he got? A FAMAS? Is that enough against Nyx's Galil? Nyx pulls out the util. And he doesn't even clear the corner. OC's getting free shots and 3 damage here. Hex capitalizes on that to get a couple in his name. And Peeping is the last one standing. Oh my goodness. That just completely fell apart for Nouns.
Sliding on in. Jeez. There's Nitro to close it off as well. Perfect finish. Around with minimal casualties. It's exactly what you want to see. If you're on the side of NRG, keeping things nice and contained. Quick sip right there. A lot of mugs in action today, I've noticed. I don't know about you, but maybe tea in the mugs at this point in time. If I'm drinking coffee, I'm staying up all night.
Yeah, no, coffee's too much at this point. I don't drink it at all, to be honest with you, Cole. I'm purely a tea drinker.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, Nitro's gonna get 1 here, and a 3K, in fact. CJ, Rush, and Nyx are gone. It is just an anti-eco, but still, well done to hold down the fort here by Nitro. And George gets the last. NRG looking like a different team now on this map.
Looking just like a lockdown right now. Complete denial of access between OC and Nitro. Nitro continuously playing good around by round 7-1 at the moment. So a fantastic kickoff. And this is a bit of a different story at the moment as well. For a team that has had a bit of a tough time in the early stages on Anubis throughout this event. Getting off to a much better start here and now. 3-0. building up that CT economy. We could get to see NRG thrive in the early game.
Charging out here. Now's their first chance with guns in their hands. Boost over the smoke, it works! Nick's gonna get the opener onto George. He takes a lot of damage in the engagement, but they got what they wanted out of it. 5v4 in their favor. NRG, oh, they're going aggressive out of B main, and they lose one. Nitro gets the trade, could get another. No! Clothesline by CJ's AK. 4v2 in favor of Nouns, and now they got a free B site to go into and get a bomb plant. They're going to be playing it safe here, using that util. I think one piece misses. The other one comes through successfully. There's the Molotov. That'll deny the space from Osi. The bullets do the same, and he's gone. Hext, last one standing, just going to save the M4. Nouns are finally on the board, and in convincing fashion, Cole.
Absolutely. I mean, that just looks perfect on the default there all the way through. Finding themselves dealing with any sort of aggression. The boost setup for Nyx early on. Fantastic. Sometimes you'll see that play not go as smoothly. Lead to an opening death if things aren't well rehearsed, but looks like they've got things ready to go. Heck's going to hold on to his A1S here at this point in time, and with how good NRG have been, they'll still be able to bring out every tool at their disposal. But now you are going to look to see how consistent these defaults will hold up. Can they continue to punish the activity that NRG are looking to go away with? Now maybe more activity here because of kind of a bonus E situation.
Maybe.
But as you can see, they hold it together very well.
It was still like really good rifles. I mean, they had 4 M4s and the FAMAS. That's not really even a bonus at a certain point. I mean, yes, they had the money to reinvest here in this round, but still. That was a good win from Nouns, and we'll see if they can follow up. The only difference here is OC has the op now. That's a big difference because of how hot OC has been throughout this NA Revival series. See if Nouns can shut them down quickly here and get themselves a second. It looks like NRG want to get active outside of B main again. You have Breeze right around the corner of the entry point to that site. Nitro dips his toes into an incendiary. Did an audio cue there. George getting some damage to the smoke, not confirmed. But neither team too worse for the wear here, I would say, in terms of the HP bars. Nouns shuffling themselves around. Looks like they want to end up towards this B site. Oh, maybe A, actually.
Got a couple different options. Bomb kind of posted outside of A, though, so definitely could be the case. That smoke hinting that is going to be the case here. And now it comes down to a very separated 1 and 4 here. Hex and George needing to lock it down. There's a big way to do so, dealing with that A main presence early on. There's still another that they have to keep an eye towards here, but Hex seemingly doing that effectively. The pressure also collapses in from camera, and now Nitro looks to play spoiler in heaven. Rush joining forces here. Those two leaders, those two veterans.
Oh my god.
Looking to play around the smoke right next to each other. It's a sacrifice for CJ, but Rush will at least land the trade and contain some very crucial map control to play off of here in the late round. 2v2 now, rotating on in. OC and Breeze looking to recover. OC with that AWP has to be careful. Steps forward with a very quick shot on the Rush. It's now Junior that trades it out. Another opportunity in this head-to-head between OC and Junior. And this time it's OC that comes out on top. The kit recovered, and the round is going to be won here for NRG.
Great comms coming through there from NRG, and I think it was Nitro saying, I know I got him low. He's probably below 30 health, so OC immediately swaps to the pistol, and it is more than enough to get that frag in a 4th round for NRG. It looked a little bit scary at one point, especially once Rush pushes through there and then gets the trade onto Nitro. But OC settles things down with a great op shot and then clutches out the round for his squad. So NRG right back to their winning ways here. And again, this is 4 on CT side. Timbermen were very effective, in fact, in how they played out against NRG on their T side, but Nouns unable to find that success, at least early on. buy under their belts. George jumping down, or jumping around here, I should say, around the double doors. Nyx, just to slip in to that smoke. Is George aware of the possibility? Yeah, but he's going to have to lock in here, and now he's getting spammed through the door, which might distract him a little bit. Watching the smoke, waiting to click around, doesn't get it. Nyx wins the duel, 5v4 in favor of Nouns. Hex hoping to come out here and get a timing trade, but that's really not going to happen now because Nouns have completely retreated off of mid, which isn't a bad idea because NRG are reinforcing it, and they have a little bit of space gained into A main.
This is, yeah, so much control being taken, but that's a great reaggression there from Hex. It is going to speed up the A play, though. As you can see, the ground gain with the swiftness on that A side. So another post plant going to activate. This time, though, a 4v4. This time with such effective positioning. Junior going to take that first contact towards camera. That's a great flashbang to force him off, though. And now he's got to readjust his crosshair.
Rush engaging here. Hex gonna win the duel. NRG on for the retake. Hex gets another one. Peeping and Junior gonna have to do a lot, and they will get a couple. Do they get the third? Yes, Peeping dropping Hex, and Junior gets OC as well. This time, NRG are unable to get the retake. Nouns hang on. Junior with 3 HP, but that's all he needed to get those frags. Second round found for Nouns. Great job on their side by fighting their way back in towards their T side of Anubis.
Such composure coming through from Junior and Peeping, playing off of each other in what was kind of a 2v4, maybe 2v3 with the trades, but getting away with a big play in holding down behind that pillar. There's so much value in staying alive for just an extra second. Gives Junior more comfort in his shot. Make sure that OC can't close out on that angle. And a much needed clutch coming through this time in the post plant for Nouns, because it breaks down the energy economy quickly. Full USP or 1 PT50. Actually, I'm gonna spin a little, give myself something nice.
The gamble here from NRG will not pay off. It's gonna end up at the B site for Nouns, which means that the round is probably over. Maybe NRG can get some exit frags. Hex has the P250, but once Nouns methodically move their way in towards B, this will be a third round secured for them. So looking at the money here for NRG, it's not too bad. I mean, they're going to have, I think, a proper buy up in the next round. They could also opt for a light buy and then wait for the full investment to come through in another round, but yeah, I guess with the 4-3 edge, it wouldn't necessarily be out of the realm of possibility. Nyx waiting here, knows they're all at B. Rack 10, farm and frags. There's $1,200 just like that with the snap of his fingers. Buddy will eventually go down, so that's a Mac 10 upgrade for OC. And OC actually decides to stick with the P250 and gives Nitro, the full HP player, the Mac 10 instead. I think they're probably going to have to engage with the rifle here in CJ, and CJ will be happy to deliver. Probably 2 more frags, maybe the third as well, and indeed CJ is good for all 3 on the anti-eco. Speaking of 3, that's what Nouns have as well.
Keep on climbing on up here in this matchup. Nouns, again, eager to get as good a T-side as you could ask for here. Got that well-placed structure. There's that pink room slowly fading away.
Rob's having too much fun now.
He loves that room.
Yeah, with that transition too. It's a cool room. Oh,
okay. I thought there was some weird thing going on with the smoke getting stuck, but it goes out eventually, and well, either way, the end result is a casualty for Peeping. Not in the flames, but in the firepower of Nitro there instead. A sacrifice of 1 player and E-box control. It's very manageable to make something happen here.
Yeah, there isn't much presence on B right now for NRG. You just have Breeze, so I mean, it feels like a good smoke here could be enough to get them onto this site, and they're going to get exactly that. So, A site clear. Probably going to see a plant here because there's no one really to support. Maybe the Palace player can come through. Breeze is trying to keep them at bay with spam through the smoke, and that will give the Palace player enough time to come through. That is Nitro, who manages to connect through the smoke onto Rush. Still a bomb plant will be secured here, but it's a two-man edge for NRG that Nouns are going to have to find a way to chip down in terms of the numbers. Junior peers around with the AWP, doesn't see anything. Good flashbang toss. CJ's lost. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, there's just no way, right? Right? Junior only gets one and then is shut down. NRG right back to the W column here with a 5th round.
I mean, the best way to make sure Junior doesn't come away with that one is a complete collapse.
Yeah.
Rolling on through. And that is exactly what they do. 4v1. Punish all the riflers. Set themselves up nicely. There's some nice spam from Nitro. Now 11 and 5 at the moment. Hasn't really taken his foot off the pedal just yet. Stood fully pressed to the floor. We'll keep on charging forward here for NRG on this defense. Again, peeping right back up to his antics here, trying to claim this E-box control. Getting his boots wet right now. Close proximity to that fire there in E-box might warm it up a little bit, and into this round they go. There's a big surprise. They don't expect it to be that far facing. Nitro now left a little overexposed as well, and a quick 1-for-1 will open up this bomb site just a tad.
Hex hoping to do some damage here. Oh, great Molotov. That puts so much pressure on Hex, and he has to peer around that left side. CJ punishes him immediately. OC and George, last two standing. Money, not great. So a save might be a good call here on their side. Flashbang right in George's face, but he holds his nerve. CJ thinking about peeking it. Oh yeah, George is giving away now, so he's just going to triple peek it, and that is the right call. He only gets one before being completely deleted. And now OC says, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. Backs off and is going to save the AWP.
Smart decision. There's some great pathing right there rolling on out from Nouns to, again, get that early E-box control. Big priority for just about everybody. Then you follow that up with a little bit of pressure out that B side. Still doing their due diligence with that utility again with the advantages that they have. It's actually a rush that comes through from main with the entry, but it's that pressure provided from E-box that goes a whole lot. And that's just something that NRG may be overlooking in this round in particular. Are right back into a situation where, despite the op being brought into this one, can't really make much of a case to get an aggressive purchase going.
Yep. So OC gonna have to be careful where he plays this. They want to set up a buddy system for sure, and they are, so that if he dies, then they can get the op picked up immediately. Thing is, though, even if NRG lose out, right, and it's 7-5 for Nouns at the half, that's still a really good CT side half, getting 5 rounds. So, I mean, I think they've done enough this stage to ensure a chance at victory on this map, but Hex is going to even get one onto Nick, so he picks up a Mac 10 upgrade. Peepings onto the A site, bomb going to be planted, and I would imagine that OC is just going to fall back and try to save and leave everything else to the pistol players. Hex gives the Mac 10 to Nitro because he's down to 14 HP, and he's probably just going to risk it, going for some exit frags up close and personal while the rest of his team saves what they've got.
Nice to see as much as possible from Nitro. He even tossed his molly towards OC. So they can hold on to that, but they're losing a lot here.
Oh, geez, OC.
OC a little close for comfort, but
yeah,
should be able to make an escape at this point here. Not too much of a chase going forward, and we're going to be all tied up here once again. As now Nouns are chasing that lead that NRG have been able to nurse so far. I mean, as highlighted, nursing that lead on the CT side is certainly something you'll be kind of happy to do.
Absolutely. I'm just surprised OC was even involved in that fight. I thought he was just going to tuck away on the other side of the map and not even get anywhere close to it. But, I mean, if he misses that shot, he could be dead. So he does hit it. It's okay, and he retreats back towards T-spawn. It's a little risky there. Either way, look, the AWP is up. They got 3 M4s and the FAMAS. The score is tied up at 5. Nouns want to try and take the lead. And that's going to help. CJ, a headshot, and the follow-up on the George. Finally, he is traded out. There's so many bodies here, just not expected by Nouns. Breeze gets 2. Now they charge it on the other side. Finally, Breeze, after a 3K, is dropped to dirt. And it is up to Hex in a 1v2 to try and clutch this one out. Junior peering around the corner. Hex gained the edge, but no, Junior just too quick on the flick. And it will be a lead gained for Nouns, 6-5, heading into the final round of play of this first half.
Just gonna rip that lead clean away. Just quick inches rolling on out there. Junior so capable of closing out when those rounds get late as well. A beautiful finish to knock this one down. Nouns at least grab themselves onto a 6. Chance to take the lead here heading into that second. That'd be a nice surprise given the position that they found themselves in. Down early, NRG hot to start with the pistol round, and Nitro playing very good out of the gates. This time pressure being put on Hex, but that's a great flashbang set up from George. Over there from the mid side. Lands the opening duel there, a little ticks in the flame, but they get out successful.
Oh no, I thought Breeze had that, Cole. Nyx was lined up, but he's just so quick. Instant shot to the head of Breeze. Now George is trying to retake this space, but the flashbang is good. Rush finds another one after CJ does, and that'll give him the man edge. Hext likely going to eat the nade, and he does. Goes down to 67 HP. And now he's going to have to commit towards the A site. They can fall back here.
Gonna get loud, full steam ahead, right into the 5-7. And Nitro will clothesline the first, but the follow-up, the trade needed is certainly there. They find themselves getting a 1v2, another one for, this time, Hex in this late round. No fights given. They back up, try and play the bomb. 10-second defuse ahead of Hex. There's not a pretty prospect. On top of that, there's still a Molotov. There you go. Free back turn for Rush as he claims the killing blow. Nouns, you know, a bit slow to start there with the back and forth early on, but they really hit their groove when they're able to consistently bring those rifles out. And there's some more of that impact coming through from Nyx at the moment here, who ends the half in a fantastic fashion.
Yeah, but still, I would say that NRG getting 5 is pretty solid on the CT side. Let's see if they can build off of that, as they did against the Timbermen, when Timbermen were up actually 8-4 heading to the half, and then NRG were able to send it to overtime. This time it's Nouns switching up, and not as big of a lead to work with, so this pistol round becomes more important. There is Rush finding the PrizePicks check mark. I think our first one in this series with 28.5 kills. More than 23.5 kills. Hex, deleted. Nyx gets the headshot. Then another one. CJ helping him out. This B defense is beautiful. Only OC left, and this pistol round looks like it will not be going to NRG at all, as Peeping delivers the last 8th for Nouns. Checking out that scoreboard, it's actually pretty even distribution for Nouns across the top 3. CJ, Nyx, and Rush taking care of business there.
That did feel like a full team effort.
Yeah.
Well, the only big disparity that I saw was a little bit of, you know, less deaths from Junior, which is as to be expected. But everyone having their moments here on Nouns. We'll see if that carries forward. Pistols all abound. Ready to start collapsing in on this A side. That's going to be a nice AG right there. Certainly is. Peeping, looking for all the kills. Farming up the economy with the MP9s. Fantastic way to start off the second half, and onto a 9-5 lead now.
This is This is not looking good for NRG, let's be honest. I mean, obviously that was just an anti-eco, and they're going to bring out the guns, but they lose the pistol. Nouns up to 9-5, the lead extended to 4. This becomes an absolutely critical round victory for NRG to get. And it is a bonus round on the Noun side, so it is a ripe opportunity for NRG to try to pick this up. 3 MP9s and 2 A1Ss to go up against. We'll see how Nouns decide to play this. Maybe some aggression with those MP9s to try and get some close fights, close range fights, which give them the advantage, but it doesn't look like it. Oh yeah, actually they do. Just as I say that, they're charging out B main, looking for information, realizing no one's there. So we're probably going to see a heavy rotation towards mid and A.
It's going to be tricky to comfortably hold down this defense, win a lot of tough fights with these MP9s. Might expect some activity here soon. It's going to be a close range fight, but yeah, as you can see, X not fearful at all of those MP9s around the corner. Blast 2 quick headshots. That AK reigns supreme. And the A-bomb site pretty much open for the taking here. They got the bomb close by. I imagine that's just going to be the end goal. Still pretty patient, surprisingly, but
yeah,
you gotta go A, right?
I mean, I figured they would already. I'm not sure what they're stalling out for. Nouns have already decided that it's B or bust. George slipping through here, gets caught by Junior.
That'll be the kill.
Now they gotta go, right?
Yeah. That's a smart game plan. I like the idea because you're kind of waiting out a little bit there for a play to be made. If there's any sort of stacking presence, George on the other side of the map can go and find that out for you, and then that provides a lot more comfort in your A-side play that you're not walking into a potential stack.
Yeah, and I mean, no heroics required from Nouns here. In fact, they get an upgrade to an AK, which is really good, because then they walk into the next round, which this was a bonus, right? So they go into the next one, which would have been their buy anyway, with 3 rifles. So only 2 players need to buy up. It keeps their economy healthy, which is super important on any map, especially, though, on Anubis. So overall, intelligently played by Nouns, and good job by Hex to making those 2 frags look easy. I love Breeze just looking back and forth between the 2 bodies. Like, what happened here? What did I miss? He missed Hex being an animal.
Classic. Definitely is one of those duels where I think a lot of players could find themselves a bit uncomfortable, but, you know, Hex aims so high that those MP9s are not too much of a challenge for him pretty often. Very well handled for him. As you said, I mean, not the end of the world for Nouns on the other end. You know, they only lose those 2 MP9s and gain an AK.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's a trade deal you'll take any day of the week.
Yeah, not to mention they still have that 3-round lead, right? So they're not feeling too stressed right now. Oh, beautiful entry there from Hex into A main, peeping, deleted without even really getting a chance to fight back. And then the smoke comes through. Nitro gets counter-smoked. So mid isn't really an option just yet. Energy going to have to slow things down a little bit more. Oh, look at this read. This is beautiful from Nouns. I don't know what tipped them off, but they got 3 players waiting to read NRG coming towards his B side. Junior hits the first shot. Nitro gets the immediate trade. Nyx here can't do anything either, but Junior is trying to do it all himself. He can't. CJ drops down in towards Canal, manages to make it a 1v2, which he's going to try and clutch out in the nade. It does a decent amount of damage, so he's not too healthy at this point and will be taken care of by Nitro. 7th round found for NRG. This one delivering pretty much nothing for Nouns aside from a couple of nice ones by Junior.
Yeah, great attempt there. As you said, the read was looking good. You have all the pieces of the puzzle on the reaction there for Nouns. Does feel like there is a big opportunity to pick that one up, but the rifles behind it couldn't quite hold up. Ends up being an NRG round, despite Junior's hopping being as good as it was. Now we get a half bind. So this is exactly the sort of way that NRG got back into it here. This time just in a different fashion, losing the pistol, but following it up here. But Junior's Deagle, they run head first into it. And a couple heads come flying off. As OC, Breeze, and Hex now look to pick up the pieces, but that is 2 quick kills. They're gonna run a shiver down your spine here if you're NRG.
Yeah, that's problematic. And the only good news is that Nouns can't retrieve those guns. But I don't know how much solace that's going to give NRG, because they're down in a 5v3 scenario. 1 minute and 3 seconds left on the clock, so they are going to move in and try to take some mid-control. CJ jiggling back and forth with Nyx by his side playing anti-flash. CJ, if he gets one, he can't. Nyx can't either. All right, numbers even. Junior's still standing with the Deagle, but he's towards the B site. Only one at A, and it's peeping with the USP. Are they going to overlook this position? They do! He gets one! Oh, I thought he had the second lined up as well, but Breeze only takes damage and does manage to even things out. Guns perhaps available if Nouns reroute themselves towards top mid. I don't know if they want to. Do they have the kit? It could just be a call of like, hey, let's save the AKs and forget about the round. And there's an AWP.
Yeah, I think most importantly, you know, that recycled smoke towards camera that just bloomed is probably the biggest encouragement you can imagine for that just to be a save.
It's still such a good round for Nouns despite losing, right? They do all that damage. Junior gets a free op, so the economy is bolstered for him and Rush with the AK picked up, and they can support their teammates with drops if they need to, which, I mean, I don't even know if that's necessary heading into this round. Maybe Junior drops an A1S or something, but either way, this looked like a possibly one round with Junior hitting those shots in the beginning of it. But Breeze and Hex, once they take care of 2 players there, and also Peeping, who made it scary, it's done. Only 1 round separating these 2 teams, and a timeout called by Nouns to talk things over heading into round number 18.
Downs need to find a way to get back on track here. As highlighted, you know, this team has done such a good job of keeping themselves in a good position. When they have those leads, calling in these timeouts has then led to, you know, some follow-up rounds. So I'd like to see that carry forward here if you're Nouns, to see if that's at all a trend that we can keep an eye out for. Got OC who last round, you know, kind of dismissed his op. Dropped it for a rifle after the 2 Deagle shots rolled on out. And he didn't reinvest into one after, you know, you could probably drop over an AK to a teammate. Just an interesting note there, because Junior on the other end does have that cannon.
Curious why he made that decision. Either way, that nade is going to deal out a decent chunk of damage to Breeze. Charges for it. They overlook Nyx. Nope, they don't. Rush is able to get 1, not a second. Good job by George and Nitro to get the openers in towards the B site. Now still have CJ over from CT, who's going to try spamming that smoke, but the timing is a little bit off. The smoke, the nade to pop the smoke does do damage to Nitro, but it's not enough to frag him. And at this stage, it's not looking great for Nouns. I think they might have to pull the plug.
Just a great call right there from NRG. Fast B play. They throw their own smoke that they pop through as well, which is becoming, I mean, a very common game plan. At this point, you know, I don't really oftentimes see teams almost ever smoke B main because of how effective what we just saw can take place. You know, just popping through that smoke with a good flashbang and a couple Molotovs is a very viable way to take that B side. So a lot of teams are just throwing smokes there themselves, so that they can then pop through it and keep that element of surprise. Even the diligence here. This is the way that George entries the round, by the way. Fully inside the smoke. There's no vision. It's just protocol.
Yep. Just spamming the common angle, like, and knowing where it is while he's in that smoke. So it works out, unfortunately for Nyx. And we are all tied up at 9, 4 in a row for NRG. Just when you thought that Nouns might have an edge, NRG are roaring back and trying to retake the lead that they had for quite some time in that first half of action. But here come the guns once more for both sides. Junior with the big green in his hands, 4 A1Ss around him. And on the other side, it's the same, just to replace the A1Ss with the AKs. Peeping. Gonna have contact here very shortly. NRG going for another quick play. There's the nade. Is it enough to do damage? It's still not. Look, Hexton George with the entries. Junior manages to collect one, maybe a second. Ooh, it was so close against OC. This duel is intense, but OC and Junior can't get it done. Nyx is the one to get one, and the follow-up onto OC. What a big play by one of the newest additions to Nouns. Nitro, the last one standing. 3v1, doesn't have the bomb, and Nouns have everyone watching from every angle they could possibly want.
All eyes turned where they need to be. It felt like that battle between Junior and OC was never going to end.
Yeah.
Just keep on rattling off shots over and over again. Nyx said enough is enough. Put that one to rest. Now Nitro looking to give anything here to this clutch. There's Nyx, who falls to the hands of Nitro, and at least that's the information revealed, and he does do damage before he falls as well. So difficult clutch at hand here. Nice little bounce on that Molotov. I don't know if it quite got enough distance though, so Junior still posted. Now it's still win the round. They get themselves onto double digits, and you know, as is consistent, NRG can claw back in these comebacks, but Nouns being able to maintain these leads, it's a very impressive part of their game so far.
Yeah, and I think Junior attracting so much attention there, right? Like the movement was so strong and the shots were just barely missing. And both players were very focused on him. So he opened up that space for Nyx to come through from camera and get that 2K. So, I mean, Junior, the type of assists that you don't see on the scoreboard, right? In terms of the attention attracted by his opponents. All right, well, let's see what's going to happen here as Nouns called a timeout to talk things over. They finally ended that 4-round win streak for NRG. And NRG, they've still got plenty of cash to reinvest here. It's going to be 4 AKs in the op once more, so they're going to do it all again. 13 seconds left until we get started with round number 20. Five more rounds, including this one left in regulation, for us to potentially decide a winner. And there is another check mark coming through. It's Nitro with the PrizePicks check mark, more than 28.5 frags. I mean, look, Nitro consistently impresses us with his fragging ability. I didn't think that he would be able to channel that energy that he had from his earlier days in CS, but he absolutely has, and it's been a joy to watch. CJ, very aggressively outside of A main here, looking for some fights. I don't see anyone yet, but that doesn't mean that players might not be lurking around the corner.
Yeah, I know that's actually a likelihood here. Really don't have a lot of map control anymore. They feign that presence towards canals, and that's always really nice. He went all the way through canals into A main from E-Box, so he went on quite the journey here. Perfect
good
flash though. Wow. That's got to be a hard position to nail right there, but Junior gets blinded up by it. Lineup you work on for quite some time until you get it absolutely perfect. And Junior doesn't get to see his first opponent, but Breeze certainly sees his. Peeping, blasted out of the round. Finally, Junior gets some sort of vision on the opposition. There's a play from Rush. He didn't register Breeze, maybe, or didn't at least track him. Thought he might have been overlooked. But there's Breeze getting a second entry. The smokes are already in, and the call is off from Nouns, it seems, to escape this one with the guns that they can hold on to, as many as possible.
Yeah, Rush had to have been convinced he was overlooked there, because there's no reason for him not to try and take that fight and spam through the smoke if he thinks he's spotted, but I guess he felt like he wasn't. He just wanted to hide there for a little bit longer. Wasn't the right decision. Because once he's gone, like, Nouns don't have any other presence on the site itself and just have to fade away and go for the save, which is what they're going to do. So we go on and fight again, tied up 10-10. There will be a reinvestment from Nouns. Guns will be dropped if they need to be. And we got another gun v gun round, which I cannot say is disappointing given the way this one has been playing out.
I'll take it all day of the week there.
Absolutely.
See, another good reaction from NRG. Patient outside of that early play from Nouns to try and take Canals. It is interesting to see them. You know, you can't hang around Canals for forever if you don't have the resources. You know, if you don't have smokes recycled towards stairs, there's a lot of things that you have to button up in those sort of positions. But sometimes you'll try and keep a sneaky player, make sure that no one ever really reaggresses. And I think Nouns spent a lot of early resources in gathering that space, but the lack of sticking around there is what comes back, I think, to bite them in the end. Really good protocols from NRG. They're not giving them any duels that are easy. You got to work for these fights. Even if you throw the proper utility, you press on the extremity, they're going to chase you down. We do have another that has gathered the prize picks. Estimated kill totals for more than 27.5 for CJ. Been playing good all day here. OC makes that look easy right there. A little snappy flick. There goes Junior down early in the round. The head-to-head rears its head again.
That is a beautiful shot from OC, which he needs, obviously, with how Junior is playing. Nouns looking to reaggress outside of B main, and Nyx does manage to connect for one frag before he falls, but that still retains the man advantage in favor of NRG, and CJ, with that happening, decides to fade off a little bit from mid, perhaps rejoin his teammate in the A site. Are they going to gamble B? Yeah, it looks like it. Maybe leave Rush, or excuse me, peeping behind around mid, but 2 players on B, and this is the correct read again. The question is, can Nouns capitalize this time off of the read? When they had 3 players here last time, in a similar situation, NRG were able to take care of business. This time, Rush has the AWP, picked up off the ground. Junior not alive to help him out. Here come the smokes.
Sometimes numbers don't matter all that much, as again, the smokes just seem to betray Rush there. Major trying to scale forward as well. There's a nice lineup though. Peeping, able to peek off the contact of CJ. Both players spotted and identified. There's not a lot of time left to plant the bomb.
Oh.
Finding the kills will do you just well. And they do close it out through eliminations. Get the job done. A lot of pressure being put on there, but Nouns, again, sometimes gambling this B side, it's a good idea. But these setups just getting consistently broken down. This is NRG's strength being really shown here at the moment.
They got really close, though, in terms of time. It's just that the positioning was too strong for NRG. Even with only 7 seconds left, they took care of both Nouns players. But yeah, I mean, I agree. It's just that they're getting the reads, but the utility and the movement from NRG is getting the best of them every single time. Now they have to settle for a half buy with the map on the line. Well, not quite yet, but I mean 12th round potentially on the line here for NRG. 3 MP9s, a Deagle, and a 5.7 available for Nouns. They got 3 players again over on B. There's the first for Rush. Trade comes through from George, and again, the pressure being applied here from B is so well done from NRG, and the timing is fantastic. Junior, in a 1 with the Deagle, looking for a follow-up. Is he gonna get it? Oh, so close, but no cigar. Peeping is the last one, and he will fall as well. So NRG do find 12 here and have 2 opportunities to close out their map pick and send us to Mirage.
They just got unbelievable entry pathing on this B side. It feels unstoppable at this point. NRG chewing through this B defense round and round again. It's got to be frustrating because there is a lot of cases of numbers being where they need to be, but the hold's not stabilizing. And I mean, to be honest, that is one of the bigger challenges of Ancient, or Anubis rather. And here's one more B play, looking to close it out with. Smoke seemingly stuck to Nyx's hand. There's a second one that will go in to try and at least keep them early off this bomb site. maybe that's mission accomplished. But the entries are still found on the other side of the map there. Middle and A both get punished as a reaction. Nouns looking to re-aggress off the back of the pressure they feel towards B. And in doing so, they get blasted.
Oh boy. Well, this one feels like it's done. Peeping and Rush. Last two standing, opposite sides of the map. What a T side from NRG. This was a 7-5 half in favor of Nouns. And NRG just stormed past them with a very impressive B hit. Even when Nouns had the numbers stacked up, it felt like there was nothing they could do. Pathing just too good from NRG. Rush trying to hide between the smokes. Gets one. And a second. Not a third. Peeping. 1v3 required. 2 low players, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, but everyone is tucked behind corners, and Peeping doesn't have any utility to really help him out at all. Sometimes that's better, so you just stick to the gun. But in this case, no. Not going to happen. NRG take their map pick by a score of 13-10.
Fantastic right there. I mean, every B-side take that NRG went for, they won. Only losing the pistol, the following, full eco. And then a good, junior Nyx hold that helped out that A side. But, that B bomb site was a continued pressure point here for this Nouns defense. And you would expect for there to be some struggles there in that defense. This is a team that is still, despite how good they look in the server throughout this entire event, trying to figure out how they get these guys involved more consistently, how you get, Nyx involved more consistently. So I got to say, a very exciting look for NRG and closing out on that T side. But, obviously, I think some things that Nouns can very easily patch up as well in the future.
No question. And, now we're going to go to Mirage, right? And we'll have a look at the score lines first before we get there. And, Junior, so close, man. 31, whereas estimated frag count was 31.5. And then you see Nyx also 1 or 2 away. Peeping the same. Who hit it? It was just CJ and Rush, right? That got the check marks here. That's, that's as close as it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. It's wild to see that. I mean, so many opportunities, and Rush really capitalizing, I feel like, throughout the entirety of this best of 3 so far, but obviously missing out from some of those, key stars. I still feel like, that such even spread, it is going to make it difficult to reach those PrizePicks estimated totals because you expect some of these guys, especially if it's Rush and CJ, that are actually like the anchoring players on the opposite sides of the map that are taking all these kills. It is interesting how that works. But NRG on the other side of things, a great turn up in map number 2. You can see, I think Hex actually in that last round reached PrizePicks estimated total for more than 32.5. And George, just the same. Nitro as well, all of them checking that box as they set their sights towards what is going to be a very exciting third map.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an all-out brawl for the most part. I think Nouns have looked much better on Mirage since, getting these 2 changes made to their roster, because when Carson was here, things were just looking absolutely miserable on a map that they were dominating previously. I think it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 losses out of 9 that happened for them before they got to the PrizePicks Inner Revival Series over the last 3 months. And then against Akimbo and Boss, it was dominant. 13-4 and 13-6 on the map. And on the other side, well, it's even better for NRG. 8 of the last 9 victories for them on the map. Cole, it's just looking quite great, I'd say, for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot to be excited about. I'm looking forward to seeing how things close out in this best of 3 and in the series. And I think a very exciting, kind of map to do it on as well. Looking forward to seeing how these 2 Titans meet up on Mirage. It's going to mean a lot to both these rosters to try and close this one out.
Look, it's going to be our final map play, guys. We're going to get it for you right after this break.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, this is it, the final map of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4. We get a nice view of Ches there, but we're back with our beautiful faces, getting ready for what will be an all-out brawl here on Mirage, Cole.
Yeah, so excited to see how this thing ends up here between two incredibly good Mirage rosters heading into this matchup once again. Looking at this best of 3, looking at how things are going to end right here on this map. It should be a very, very competitive affair. I mean, Nouns have shown so much of what they're capable of so early on. We're still liking how George is playing, how active he's been playing. We talked about the coordination in between Hex and George on this map as well. So there's so much to look forward to in terms of the stories of these two teams and the trajectory that they're bringing to the table.
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm excited that the roster changes have already borne fruit for both of these squads, and to see Nouns not just get completely wiped out by NRG as they did in the previous Revival series in 2 maps is already quite promising. And you see George, it hurts for Nouns because they wanted to keep George. They didn't want to lose him, right? But the fact of the matter is, NRG obviously had an offer that he couldn't refuse, so he decided to join up there. But we're into it. Round number 1. Nouns winning the knife round, so they decide to choose to start on CT side, and NRG go to T side as a result. Who will win out? Will NRG pull off the 3-peat here, or can Nouns get their first crown?
Be so important for that first place finish as well. I think Nouns are a team that is so good at making it into finals, and then sometimes just falling short when it gets to that point, right? So finally being able to get a first place prize as a team, it would be really promising with this early iteration of this roster that they're bringing. So far, the first kill of the round going in favor of NRG. Doesn't matter too long though, because Nyx goes and chases it down in return. It's a weird standstill for the remainder though. They get all those rotations out. I think they got a lot of what they wanted here. Maybe not though. The regression through window. OC can't connect, and George sacrifices his life because of it. Nitro now collapsing in on this one, but the quick reaction from Junior. The dual Berettas, 2 guns versus 2. And it's going to be Junior that comes out on top here in the 1v1.
Wow.
As it's a 3K for him in total, and a Nouns pistol round recovery.
Junior is such an asset for this Nouns roster, honestly. Like, he keeps them, he's the foundation, honestly, and really helps them in all those tough situations, make sure that he's there to deliver frag after frag. And right there, it's just the pistol round, I know, but it's a 3K that's so critical. He loves those dualies in pistol rounds. He helps Nouns get that 1-0 edge. Next, thinking about charging through. It's actually a force buy coming through from NRG despite not getting the bomb plant. That's an interesting call. George, the smoke's up. Oh, that nade. A couple of nades, I think, in fact. Very chonky against NRG. Peeping, farming away with the MP9. So is Rush. Only Nyx is lost. George might have seen Junior as the smoke was fading. I'm not sure. He's wary of someone being in the window position at the very least. Now he's looking around. Oh, overlooks it at this point, and it should be perhaps George getting dropped here. He's trying to tap with the Tech 9, but it does finally come through. Peeping the 3rd frag of the round, and Rush with the jumping MP9 ends the round in style.
That's one way to do it right there. Not quite the jumping off, but jumping MP9. It's all right too. That'll work. As well as that defense, the MP9s hold off against a scary purchase. Rolling on out. That force buy at the Deagles, the Tech 9s. But all the way through, you can see that Nouns keep their distance effectively. Gonna close out that round with some confidence. There's a nice HE to start it off. Deals with OC towards the ramp side early. That's about as good as could have asked for. The rest of the squad going to walk right into these MP9s once again. We'll see if it's rough timing for Rush. If they moved out now, it could be. But there's some bars in those windows you just can't break through. You can't get past Rush and Junior on this play. So going to see 3-0 before NRG get their first gun round in.
Yeah, pretty straightforward Antico coming through there. And like you said, Junior and Rush each getting a couple. We'll wrap that round up with a pretty bow. Now the real rounds start, though. Here come the rifles for NRG. AKs across the board for them. Now, so I say real rounds, so we still have a bonus here. 3 MP9s and 2 A1Ss. This is when NRG came to life on the previous map in a similar situation. Or I should say maybe 2 maps ago. Anyway, whatever. It's all a big blur to me at this point. Next. Going to go with George into underpass. Peeping and Junior. Charging out at Cat. And they're going to go for the boost. Hex gets the opener onto Rush, so that will help gain some space into those apartments. We'll see how Nouns react, and it's pretty much a default set up by NRG. Oh, George uses the battle with Nyx afterwards. Nyx manages to escape as well to keep the numbers even. I think the only thing that would have made that better is if he's able to grab the AK off the ground, but that was just a step too far. Nitro backing off of mid as well as NRG are regrouping towards an A site hit.
Ready to jump on this play here. 4v4, these A-side aggressions catch you off guard. Not a bad idea when you don't have the best weaponry, but the trade's still favoring the T's at the moment. Junior always available to change that fact, though, and now evens out the playing field. HE makes it even harder to get through. Steps forward and towards the top of stairs. He has a quick rotate and peeping. Those flashes have kept peeping off from peeking. And there's a Molotov HE combo. Oh, that's just brilliant utility.
Oh, wow.
That's going to chunk some damage on off. Junior capitalizes off the back of it. A great reposition dancing around that smoke here. Fully anticipated by Junior, who reads it like a book and closes the round in rotation. Peeping, throwing that good utility for Junior to knock down those quick kills.
I think one thing that's been impressive for Junior in his time on Nouns, it feels like his rifling has gotten better and better to the point where it doesn't seem to matter if he's got the AWP, the AK, or the M4. Each of them are very lethal in his hands, as you saw there. And that is the bonus round picked up by Nouns here, where they just had those 3 MP9s and the 2 A1Ss, but this is just clinical from Junior and Peeping. You talked about it, that utility, an incendiary and a nade being thrown simultaneously, and then Junior popping out to do the damage with the bullets. NRG not feeling too great after that one, but they will have enough in the tank thanks to the bomb plant to get another AK buy up through. Quick incendiary thrown to try and fend off a quick push from NRG, but it doesn't come through just yet. They got 2 players posted up at A ramp.
Oh man, the mid control as well. These protocols getting broken down. George has to flee from the top of boxes. And there is a devastating start to this round. NRG, it's a non-starter. As they get blasted towards middle, they get punished out A. Nitro and Breeze left to pick up the pieces. You likely know Breeze is going to try and lurk out of Palace at some point in this round as well. He's forced to shake it up, and I don't even know what you do from this point without bombing your control, and you can see Nitro knows just to shake it off at this point.
I mean, NRG were slowed up a little bit. I figured they wanted to go fast out of ramp, but they had to wait because the incendiary was thrown. Then they try to push out, and Junior, along with Peeping, deny them at every turn. In fact, it's just Junior on the A side. Peeping got that frag towards top mid. And, well, now Junior's, of course, switched to the AWP, and he looks just as sharp as ever. Breeze and Nitro, they're just trying to find frags. There's one. This is a save for all intents and purposes.
Well, time to maybe discuss things. Obviously, you still got to be pretty focused on what's going on in the round at the moment, making sure that you can hold on to this weaponry, but also setting up for what is going to be a tough discussion about how they start these rounds here, how do they get some opening duels, trying to give George some room to work towards middle, but there's Nouns that maybe know what George like to do. That's another underrated fact of this game, is there's a lot of familiarity, but watch your teammate make these plays. If you set your teammate up for these plays, I feel like there's a lot of, reading that Nouns can get away with in terms of a key component of NRG and their offense, and how to counteract that.
Yeah, and I mean, a timeout called here by NRG to talk things over and find a way to get through this defense. It's been lacking conviction in the early goings on Mirage, which is far from what we expected given Those first two maps being so close at 13-10 each. Well, we go again, and in this round it's going to be a lighter investment in terms of George, Osi, and Hex going upgraded pistols along with some body armor for a couple of them and util. Around the 2 AKs that were saved from the previous round. Could be enough. Even 1 AK is enough in a lot of cases. But the way Nouns are playing, I don't know. We'll see. Here come the smokes for mid-control. They're good. Molotov thrown for Khan. NRG should be able to charge out here, when in fact the main attack will likely come from A ramp, but it's just the mid players who need to gain some space, and one of those is the rifle of Nitro. By his side is George, who actually went for the Galil. Interesting.
So this thing works out. They are out A main already. One flashbang to send them on in. A quick 1-for-1 trade though, but CJ still waiting patiently. CJ fighting on all fronts. Doesn't quite anticipate George, but he has coverage, and CJ with the finishing blow. I mean, we've talked about how hard it can be to anchor this A bomb site, but I do think this is one of CJ's specialties and how efficient he can be on this bomb site, man. He's so comfortable on so many different facets of how he holds this A side. And as you can see, fighting on all fronts, dealing with the connector presence, punishing those A main players, landing the trade on the Knicks initially as well. And you can definitely feel as to why maybe we saw earlier Carson not super experienced in how to hold that A side, because he had him on his team in the past.
I mean, CJ's always been taking care of that over on the A side, and that's what we were mentioning. Carson was more focused on mid, but now he realizes what a difficult task that is playing with the Timberman. Like, it is not easy to hang on to that space, but it's so well played.
Swinging through a smoke and connector.
Yeah, yeah.
Take me back.
Hex, here's a fight. Rush
Wow,
wins it though.
Top?
I thought Hex was going to get that. I guess the high ground helping out there for Rush, but still, Hex had already snuck up so far, and NRG already in a man disadvantaged situation. Junior, he's good for it. He knows he's enough. Yeah, he already spotted the jiggle. There's the 5v3. Junior knows he doesn't have to hang around, so he's just going to fall back towards that B site. And Nouns, it feels like nothing can go wrong on their defensive side of Mirage right now.
Perfection in the opening stages of these rounds has really set them up for success. It's another big advantage. Junior does not fall off the line while flashed up. Will hold it patiently.
I thought he had it.
Finally. Went for that flashy flick. This time it doesn't connect. A rare miss from him so far in this matchup that I don't think will cost him too much as the cavalry arrives. The thieving comes through to support, to lift him up. Knicks will come through in the close as well. And Nouns onto a 7-0 spree of rounds. Unstoppable in the defense.
Junior still hasn't died. Like, that's how well he's playing.
Wow.
He got those first 2 frags. And then I honestly thought he had that flick. I think it was right before that. But either way, he just continues to distract, allows his teammates to come in on the flanks and take care of that last player. So 7-0 for Nouns, and NRG's money's kind of run out, so they're on to 4 techs and a P250. This is not at all the way we expected this map to start out as a decider in the grand final.
Slim pickings at the moment for any sort of opening success, trying to figure out a way where they can, start the conversation to crack things open. CJ, again, shifty as can be on this A side. So careful about how he plays it out. I mean, you can see now playing in a position where you can quickly get overexposed towards Sandwich, but then they make sure to recycle those smokes in towards Palace. So A play gonna come through. I think a missed stairs smoke.
Maybe. Let's see it. Yeah. I think you're right.
Landed inside of Sandwich, so maybe at least it gets CJ out of position, and finally a Junior death as well. So they got a chance, and still it seems like there's some sort of smoke down there, so maybe it was all intended. As they get the space they're looking for, Nyx is in between them in the smokes, and he's so elusive, they have no idea. Rush comes through in transition. Keeping right behind them, 8-0. It still remains flawless here for now as they don't lose a round.
That's actually really close, though. Nyx, despite being flashbang, just had the read to get the spray down, and that leads to this. Like, it easily actually could have gone towards NRG. It was trending that direction before Nyx finds the frag onto Breeze. So not too shabby for NRG, despite the quote-unquote miss smoke. Maybe intentional, I don't know. But it almost worked out for them. Now they'll be onto the rifles, and the thing is, even though Nouns take a lot of damage in that round, it doesn't matter. Their economy is absolutely ridiculous. So they reinvest with no problem at all. Rush puts up aggressively, gets one, but he's lost 2 teammates in the meantime. Can he get another? No. But Junior and Nyx do manage to connect. Nyx falls in the trade, but it makes it a 2v2. And Junior, he did finally find his first death in that previous round, but it hasn't really phased him at all. He will be in a 1v2 now. I think they know he's on A, so it's probably just going to be a B plant. You saw, I think Hex was fading, excuse me, OC was fading back a little bit, but Hex communicated to him that, yep, Junior's on A, go to B, we should be fine. They are still going to be wary because Junior could have rotated around to market, but not seeing him there. OC just drops the bomb for his teammate, and I mean, Junior doesn't have to save because of how much money they have, but it also doesn't necessarily hurt.
The thing about CT side economy is at any given moment in a half, unless you're like right at the edge of it, I mean, it can technically be broken. There's so much expense. He's still, you know, making an effort, but the cross map rotate makes me think this is more of an exit effort than a clutch attempt. And as he slows it down a little bit, he might be in a position to make it expensive for NRG instead. Head-to-head again for OC and Junior. Walks into the scope, though. And worth, I think, a shot there in terms of trying to do some damage. Drop that off from OC, but not going to happen here. NRG on the board. They get through what is, I guess, a bit of a messy round here overall. They have a pretty big advantage, but end up, you know, coming down to a 2v2 in the end of things. So back and forth as can be, but at least NRG able to come out on top. That's crucial.
Yeah, no question. Finally, a round on the board for NRG. They're going to need more than that, without question, to make this one competitive. And as mentioned, Nouns, like, even losing that op at the end, it doesn't matter. They have enough to even justify a double op. That's how much money is here for them. And even with the double op investment, they've still got a buy-up, a full buy-up in the bank. Maybe Rush is a little low in terms of money, but that doesn't really matter. So we'll see if Junior and Peeping can make this one work. I mean, that is also perhaps the argument to try and save the op a little bit for Junior instead of going aggressively hunting for some exit frags, even though I do understand the decision making as well, because of how low NRG's economy was. It would have been devastating for them to lose. I don't want to say devastating, but it would have been troubling for them to lose another gun. Anyway, here we go. Round number 10. Nouns. Junior very aggressively postured in towards underpass, and he goes right back to it after that flashbang fades away from his vision. There's another good one. And he keeps his movement strong. Like, he's not going to get caught out by that. Very well done from him. It's a great way to be aggressive without putting yourself at risk.
He's been playing very forward-facing in middle in some form or fashion. Trying to now scope up towards underpass. Have to shift up the setup, but, I mean, you're still 4-man strong close towards A. This defense has a lot of bite to it. We've seen the anchoring that can be done by CJ. As a credit to that double op setup, a lot of ticking from OC. Really turns the clock here a little bit for NRG as they have to step forward. Quick entry rolling on out though for Nitro. There's the site collapsing as the kills flow through for this T side. Junior trying to make magic happen with that AWP. But now it's just Peeping secondary that he has to work with, and it's blasted as well. Nitro rolling on up the red carpet for the rest of the roster to chase on down as well.
Yeah, George was fantastic on those entries too. They just overloaded A and it worked. So they get a second in a row. The double op does not do much of anything for Nouns, and Junior missing a very tough shot. That was not easy, you know, coming up from stairs and trying to get a quick flick. But because he doesn't, then NRG are able to explode outwards even further. And in into round 11 with NRG getting a little bit closer to this Noun squad. Still 6 rounds separating them from them. Nyx, this is pretty aggressive. We haven't really seen much of this so far in the half. He's right up against the smoke. I doubt NRG's going to expect it. It's just that they're playing pretty slowly, so if Nyx pushes through this, he's going to face off against 3 crosshairs. What a nade! George lands right at his feet. He waits for the smoke to fade. Does Nyx? He gets 2, maybe even the 3rd on the cards! He pulls out the pistol. Finally, George ends him, but it's a 3v2 advantage thanks to the effort of himself and Junior. Rush waiting towards the B site. Hex, I mean, if he pushed through that smoke, he was probably dead. So he falls back and waits for his teammate to join him. Wow.
That's an incredible showcase of Nick's ability.
Yeah.
Here's a bit of an awkward position, but it works out well. Rush tucking down. He's got to move the mouse very quickly to claim Hex, and he does just that. Fantastic work from him. As fast as can be. George looking to test the waters up against his quick rifle work. Same result.
Alrighty, well, not the greatest news for NRG. If Noun's getting to double digits, I don't know how I feel about NRG's chances. The 3rd round feels like almost a necessity. And they're bringing together whatever they can, which actually won't be too bad. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and a Deagle. Once more, going to try to fight towards mid. Junior has just had their number along with Nyx, but Nyx lucky to be alive in that situation. In fact, NRG's ratcheted up the pace the same way they did in their previous round victory. George, they're just sending him out, hoping that he can find some frags, but I mean, space definitely has been secured. But do they know there's a double stack here at Cat? They don't! Peeping gets 2, but Breeze gets 2 right on back. What a play from Breeze to give his team a chance at victory here. Here's Junior from market window with the AWP, flicks down and hits Breeze, even though he gets connected on for 80 damage. It was a leg shot from OC. Hexed. Coming out of the apartments, 2 very low players in market. Look where CJ is, perfect timing on the flank. Nouns can do no wrong. George, the last one standing, doesn't have the bomb. Might be able to get in on a surprise flank here, especially since Nyx is kind of low. Nyx is watching. 40 seconds left. George peering around, spots out the player, but because his position is known, they can just burn utility and force him to make the play because there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. George coming around, tapping away. They're just giving him nothing, and they don't have to. There it is, Junior, the last one, on to his former teammate. 10-2 for Nouns as we head to the second half of action. Wow.
I mean, such a statement right there where everybody on Nouns is available to get involved. We saw Nyx play some very aggressive, heroic Counter-Strike. Junior throughout the entirety of that half, getting 18 kills to his 3 deaths. And it just feels so devastating to see that sort of performance drop out over and over again, putting the pressure on now this defense to overcome a huge deficit. Junior's 18-3 right now is so tough to beat. We'll see how quick they can be to try and convert on this massive lead. Nitro playing some slim angles, trying to avoid maybe some flashbangs here in this position. He's got a lot of backup on Catwalk, but gets closed out on quickly. Number's going to be punched in. Retake starts here with fights on a lot of different fronts.
Junior, oh, beautiful. Wins the fight against George. No flank to worry about anymore. 2 players spotted at Cat, I believe. Hex, nice shot. 3v3, not done yet for NRG. Ooh, Hex getting gushed down to 5, and CJ finishes him off, and CJ gets them all! 3K for him. He's up to 10 now, 11-2 for Nouns. He's smiling. Everyone on Nouns is probably thrilled with that because it might be enough to send them across the finish line.
Punch their ticket to a first place prize, which this team is so eager to claim. They want to get this position so bad. They've struggled here. In finals in particular, you know, usually a team that is consistently getting to that point, but in the closing statements has some trouble. And I think, you know, being able to lock that in, you know, that would be such a big deal. Looking to flip the script.
Ooh, this is
an opportunity, but there's a nice start.
Yeah.
Not so easy up against this 4-spot.
Not at all. OC's got a tag onto CJ. Oh my goodness, but he gets completely demolished by CJ's AK. Rush finds the follow-up onto Hex. George trying to re-aggress here. Nitro coming from the apartments. And this is a 4-spot, and if it doesn't go the way of NRG, they're going to have sticks and stones to fight for their lives in round number 15. Nitro hoping to get a headshot here. Oh, now he's spotted, and it feels nigh impossible. Breeze, last one standing, an MP9 in the smoke, and Junior ends him. 21st and 22nd frag for Junior on the tail end there, as Nouns have a 12-2 lead.
The start of that round hints at what could have been a pretty devastating, scary punch from NRG, but the finish is nothing but swinging from Nouns. Junior adding to his tally, 22-3. We saw a smiling CJ earlier. It just appears to be that first place prize right around the corner. They're gonna charge forward into Peeping's crosshair. This new guy looking to step it up with his new team. And he has done so in a big way, but Junior is really just pushing them to the finish line.
I mean, he's like just dragging them along, saying, no, you're coming with me. We got to win this one. This has got to end right here. Nitro, 41 HP left after going into a duel. 4v3 for Nouns. There was a gun on the ground, an AK, and there it is. George is going to recover that, so that could help their chances of staying alive here. Although it's still slim because they're going to have to gamble correctly. And I think a difference maker here is going to be Peeping. He's coming in. Did he see the comp player? Is that just a pre-fire? Peeping. Comes through, wins the fight. Does he know a second is there? No, but he can call out that information to his 3 players that are barreling down from ramp and palace. There's a smoke and a flashbang tossed forward. Rush spots out Hex. This is only Nitro left for the series and the championship. Nouns have to find this final frag.
It's only one more. Nitro playing around the smoke. He's got some good timing.
Oh.
There's a chance here. Nitro stepping forward on the top of the stairs, but no, it doesn't last too long. And Nouns, they finally get past it here with this new revamped roster, revitalized with Peeping and Nyx. They close it out and deliver a big win. And we already got a picture for Nyx in a Nouns jersey. Shout out to the webcams for that one. And shout out to Nyx and Peeping for pushing this team to the finish line in a big way, getting them a victory, a first place that I think matters a lot to this organization and a proof of concept that this is a roster that can certainly work.
I think they needed this, honestly, because they were just struggling so much. I think NRG on a different level had their struggles, but they're more so on the rise, in my opinion, than Nouns were, who were just nosediving. And finally, like, they've readjusted the ship. 2 roster changes that come in and have effect immediately. It's good to see CJ smiling as well, because obviously he was on the chopping block, probably knows it as well, and then was informed at the last second when George was removed, said, oh, okay, hold on a second, you have to stay with us. And he played very well throughout the entirety of the series. So, I mean, props to Nouns. Huge congratulations to them. They got $4,000 under their belts, and we're going to see here the scorelines in that final map. I mean, like, Junior. I've been singing his praises for a long time, and he's still so young, right? Coming into this Nouns roster and all the experiences that he's gained being a part of Furia and trying to make it at the S tier level. And it's great to see him find that success, and he's just been grinding away and keeps getting better even, which is fantastic to see. I'm just very, very happy to see the roster changes have worked not only for Nouns, but for NRG as well. Let's ignore that last map because they clearly were off their game Mirage, but NRG are looking good with George added to that roster. And I think moving forward and into 2025 and perhaps even into the next NA Revival series, these teams are looking good.
I think so as well, right? I think both of these rosters are going to be experiencing a bump. I mean, we didn't even know if Nyx was going to be a long-term solution for Nouns. I feel like this maybe creates a really good case.
Yeah.
If you want to ever make a good case for you to join a team right there, I think Nyx just put on that performance, obviously all the way through. Even in maps that maybe didn't go their way, it just felt like they had he had a large amount of impact in those situations. Big game-changing plays on Mirage that just kept the pressure on NRG. And you can see that even as a player that should be, in theory, feeling a lot of pressure. This is a lot of weight on his shoulders, saying, this is my opportunity to shine with this Nouns banner. He just, I think, performed under that pressure.
Oh, absolutely. I think Nyx needs to be signed. I mean, if any of you guys at Nouns are out there, I think he proved it to you. Maybe they need a little bit more. I don't know. But for my money, I'm like, yeah, this guy's the real deal. Keep him on the roster. He helped revitalize Nouns, bring them to a championship immediately here in the NA Revival Series number 4, PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4. And for me, that's just great from Nouns, who haven't seen much of anything in terms of first place finishes over the last 3 months or so. It's been tough. And yeah,
that's the man right
see
there.
Him again there.
Keep
yeah.
him.
Keep him. He's already got the jersey on.
He does. He's already in the gear. So, what more do you need right there? So yeah, I mean, excellent performance. I'm peeping in that same vein, but I felt like he was more of a mainstay there as well. So I'm very excited to see Nouns, man. This is a great win. Has to feel good as well because George is setting his sights very high. He ends up heading into his former team, and he gets a greeting of we got some new guys here for you as well. So it's a really good look at Nouns, man. This is some great resiliency out of a roster that has definitely been shaken up over the last couple of months.
All right. With that said, guys, that's going to wrap things up. Before we go, a final thank you to all the people that make this possible, starting with the NA Revival Series being sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, that is going to do it for us. Thank you so much to Jason Lake, to Flom, Mythic, Complexity for making this possible. We're going to be back again from December 13th to 15th for NA Revival Series number 5 from PrizePicks. Guys, for Cole, have yourselves an amazing night.